Hello and welcome to the LCS Lock In tournament, where the LCS gods have granted us a wonderful gift. As it is only January, and we already have our first best of series to kick off 2021, and I could not be happier about that. Here we are on the LCS. Mark's already given our producers a heart attack by not flipping his camera on until about 4 seconds before the show went live. His excuse was he was eating a large sandwich. Well, I hope you're all geared up and ready to go. Alorm, I'm coming to you, man. How excited are you that we're so early on in the season going to get an opportunity to see teams go up against each other in a best of three? Not just that best of one, coin flippy type of situation. You got to win two to take it.
I think it's great. I think what you said about the best of ones is a good point. A lot of people have had gripes about the best of ones in the past, where it seems like not the best team won't always win because they can do something cheesy, maybe get a lucky team fight. We've seen it all the time in the past. But when you have an early best of three, it really shows who's the better team, because even if you lose game one, you can go into the next game, prep your draft better, and really it will show who's got the nerves to win the series.
The better team. That's what we're here to figure out when it comes to the knockout stage. And after 4 days of groups, we have our top 8 teams going into the lock-in, knockout stage. That's a mouthful. We got 3 best of 3s, or 4 best of 3s across these 2 days. Looking at this bracket, though, Primal, I'm curious for you. Who's your favorite to win the whole thing?
I mean, there's only one answer. It's Team Liquid, or you're trolling.
I'm trolling, then.
Straight briefing.
All right, why Team Liquid? Why Team Liquid?
Okay, so they have the best players in every position. They have the best drafts. They have the best player in the league in Core JJ. And yeah, they did lose a game to 100 Thieves, but that was with a sub-jungler. Now that they're at full strength, I think they're easy odds to win the tournament. I would put them at approximately 53.9%.
Wow. Reoccurring, of course.
Yeah, that's a little surprising. I was going to say, I think 100 Thieves is I wouldn't put them as favorites, but it's really close. I think the fact that they beat them last time, yes, Armeo was subbing in, but that did still have to come with a comeback after getting double killed in the bot lane, like at level 3 or whatever, or level 1 was that? I forget. But they came back, they dove bot lane, they work better as a team right now. When you talk about the synergy, even when Santorin showed up in the first game yesterday, he wasn't like jamming with Jensen quite yet, whereas we see Closer and Nemonte all over the map together already. And so I do think that some of the skill points that Primal makes definitely hold true, but there is better synergy for 100 Thieves.
I do agree that Team Liquid is probably the favorite here, but I do want to give some props to 100 Thieves and EG. I think those are the 2 other teams that have had pretty solid wins that looked convincing. It's like, yeah, they knew what they were doing. While some of the other top teams like C9 or TSM, their wins were a little shaky, and we saw some errors here and there. So I think between TL, 100 Thieves, and EG, one of those 3 are going to take it. But if I was a betting man, I'm going all in on TL.
All right, a lot of confidence in that Team Liquid squad, but I think an interesting, second piece to this whole discussion is the fact that the teams have been isolated into 2 groups, and we've long talked about how it looks like that 100 Thieves TL group seems just a little bit stronger than Group B, but it'll really be up to EG to show us, whether or not they were light years ahead of the rest or just, against worse competition. The semis, though, are going to help back up the perceived strengths of these different groups as we talk about this Evil Geniuses squad that went 3-1 in group stage.
Yeah, I think EG, it was the surprise of week 1, the fact that they were the only 3-0 team in the tournament at that point. They did lose their first game of this week, but it's something that, it was like they already secured it. They tried a couple different things. I think EG looked incredible in terms of all the players working well together. We talked about synergy with 100 Thieves a little bit. EG looked like they had been playing for a long time together, and I was super impressed with Ignar and Impact, and definitely all the new additions actually looked really, really good and cohesive.
Took a bit of a hit, though, in that loss, as we saw to FlyQuest just yesterday, narrowly missing the undefeated group stage run. But if we look ahead at our second best of 3 for the day, we have another installment in that C9 versus TSM rivalry, where the most important matchup might be where each team has shown the most variance so far in this year. And that, of course, is the top lane, Alorm.
All right, so I was already talking about C9 and TSM have had kind of shaky performances, and Huni versus Fudge is a battle of 2 top laners who have kind of the same expectations that they should both be very good top laners, but haven't proven that just yet. Huni came in with some skepticism. A lot of people are still waiting. Huni, please, when are you coming back to that 2018 Huni on the Echo Fox on SKT? Where is my world finalist Huni? And on the other side of Fudge, he was the best top laner in Academy by far. Everybody was thinking he was going to come in and fill the place of Licorice very well and start carrying from that top side. But both of them just haven't met that expectation. So I wonder, this series is going to have a lot to prove for both of them. And whoever comes out on top, I hope the fans give them a break before and that they're going to do well now.
And I'm 100% with you, Alorum. I'm also wondering where 2018 Huni is. And at this point, I have like that skeleton meme, they're sitting on the bench, just decaying, waiting for this to happen.
Still waiting.
Yeah, still waiting. But that said, in Huni's defense, he has played 3 out of 4 games on Gnar. I don't think the champion is as good as he thinks it is. I suspect it might be either a champ pool or draft issue that I'm hoping Coach Bjergsen's managed to fix going into this series. So I still have some hopes. Fudge, I'm a little shakier on. That said, I think on some of these carry picks, like the Camille, he's looked okay. So if they can get him good picks in a good matchup, I think he'll be fine.
Yeah, get that Gnar out of here. I'm waiting to see more creativity in the top lane in general. Just tuning again into the LEC today, we were just talking about the fact that we saw Volibear up there in the top lane as a response to Renekton. So waiting for some of that creative stuff to come from other regions over here to North America. Yesterday, though, after dominating in their win over TSM, Core JJ, he blessed us with this tweet, and it played perfectly into a discussion that we've begun to have behind the scenes about real talk in the LCS and how ultimately it's changed throughout the years. So to get some perspective, Mark, hit us with the history lesson.
Yeah, I mean, for people who have been in the scene a long time, you remember the glory days, I guess you would say, of the old kind of trash talk that happened. You had Hotshot and Saint on Reddit, going back and forth, just flaming each other, airing the dirty laundry. Doublelift and Reggie were always talking smack. There was the EU versus NA memes, when Gambit and TSM were talking way back in the day, M5, it was just this different era where people just said what they thought, and a lot of people had strong opinions. It wasn't always kosher what they were saying necessarily, but it made it super interesting for fans because there were all these different opinions and ideas to latch onto.
I mean, in so many ways, when I first started watching professional League of Legends in that era, it's what drew me in, was the personality of the players and seeing that fire and the passion in the discussion, or insults hurled across the internet to the other. But Alorum, obviously the landscape of professional League of Legends has changed. We are not in that era anymore. And as somebody who's been in that player position a little bit more recently, I'm curious what your take is on real talk or trash talk in the LCS, given the development of the league.
Well, I think that trash talk is great. Like, if it's actually real and it's not just some scripted bullcrap that no one's going to buy. But I think if you're a newer player and you haven't proven much, if you talk trash, you have to back that up right away. Because let's say you're little Timmy coming into the LCS on the first day and you're talking trash to one of the best players. Let's say you're talking trash to Someday or Impact. You lose. Everybody on Twitter and on Reddit and on your mom's Facebook, they're all insulting you, and they're going to remember you for that guy that talked trash and got beat down. So I think if you're an already franchise player that's had a very big history of doing well and you talk trash, it's so easy for you. But if you're a new guy, you got to watch your step.
What's your take, Primal?
I'm on the other side of this. I want Timmy on day 0 talking trash, hyping himself up, right? I want it to be Tom on day 1. And here's the thing, right? Obviously, we all saw Fudge's comments about brainless, and then he kind of got memed on and lobotomized and all that. But I like that he put himself out there, because at the end of the day, you get credit when you call your shot beforehand, and you get credit if you call your shot on day 1. And when we look at players who are really good and are known for real talk, like Jensen, Jensen's been talking real since day 1. Even when he was getting blasted on his first game as Kog'Maw versus Bjergsen, he was still saying, look, I think I'm really good and I'm going to be one of the best mid laners. So I really like it, and I agree with Alorum. It needs to be authentic. It needs to be coming from the heart, but I want to hear it immediately. All
right, Mark, if you were Timmy's PR guy, what would you be recommending?
I would say go for it. I mean, I don't like when people just say, oh, yeah, I'm going to murder him. And it's, obviously not what your thought is, and you're just saying crap to say it. I want, what's real to you. And so, one of the things I appreciate about that Jensen stuff is, he's not throwing out trash talk to be incendiary. He's giving his honest thoughts on other teams. And it's just what he thinks about them. Going back to last year when he was like, I think TSM's really overhyped by the community, and he was talking about Bjergsen a little bit too. He got memed to hell for it, just because he was a more established player. He was not protected from the community in Reddit threads and everyone speculating like, oh, he's obsessed with Bjergsen, or like, oh, he hates that he's never been gotten the recognition he deserves. That didn't stop him. Comes out this week talking about perks, then later on talking about how TSM's draft sucks. He just says what he thinks, and so I really appreciate that out of Jensen. And I think I would say hey, to Primal's point, he was doing that from day one. You can do it, and I'm not saying it has to be trash talk. Just tell me what you're really thinking, because then I can actually, we can talk about that. There's a discussion behind it. But if it's just like, man, this guy sucks, I can't say anything about that. It's like, okay, that's hilarious. Let's move on.
I do think it's important to recognize as well, Alorum, to your point, that there's inherent risk involved. And I think the risk has become greater as time has gone on with, again, investment, sponsorship, team identity and org identity that you now have to represent or live up to. So do you feel like there's maybe a middle ground here that players can actually strive for?
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on how long you've been around again. I don't want someone to revolve their whole personality around trash talk. Some could say that Doublelift did that, but I think Doublelift had a lot going for him, and it was kind of like he was the original. So I just want to see that middle ground where it's you can talk trash, but maybe make it constructive, because if you're just being an idiot and saying some stuff that no one will agree with, and you're just going to look stupid on social media, you're not really going to show, oh, look at this confident guy coming into the league.
I mean, a great example for someone as a younger player who doesn't have a big history and was not super successful, but I love seeing on Twitter all the time was Fake God during his first stint on 100 Thieves. He had a lot of memes that he was throwing out. He tricked Broken Blade once. Broken Blade popped off on him because he didn't get that it was a joke, and he wasn't talking trash. He was actually talking trash more about himself more often than not, but he was authentic, and that's what I care about more than trash talk is real talk. And that's why an example of someone who had a personality, was doing stuff that I could enjoy and talk about, that's what an alternative to just saying oh, I'm going to dumpster everyone. Fake God didn't say that. He was just lose lane, win game, haha, and it just took on a life of its own.
Primal, final thoughts?
I think the important thing to note here is that trash talk is an art, right? There's a good way to do trash talk and there's a bad way to do trash talk. But I think above all, I would rather someone fall on their face than hide.
Yes. Give me spice. Yeah. Take a risk. Put yourself out there. I think at the end of the day, I mean, you can even look at players like Jensen. I know we've talked about him a lot already, but remember, he came out with very strong statements for his first game of the LCS and quickly got clapped by Bjergsen. People, we might remember that moment and look back on it in jest now, but it did not define his career by any means. And so if you're a player that has confidence in your ability, get out there and put yourself in a position to take that risk. We want to know from you, though, at home. What was your favorite trash talk moment throughout the history of the LCS? Hit us up in chat or on Twitter at LCS Official. Let's keep this conversation going, and maybe we can pull up some highlight clips. I, for one, hope this is just the tip of the iceberg. Now we're stepping away, but as we do, let's take a trip down memory lane and look at some of the most memorable trash talk to grace the LCS stage.
They're pretty much a bunch of no-names. I don't really respect them. I guess if we get upset, that would be pretty embarrassing. So I just think they're by far the worst team in LCS.
What were your thoughts immediately after that game when you suffered defeat to CLG?
Honestly, it's a fluke. They're not the better team, not even close. If they were the better team, they wouldn't have been down 4 Dragons and 11K at the end of the game, but we messed up. We mess up one team fight and we lose the game, so they can have the set, but if we meet them in playoffs, I'm sure we'll beat them.
Jensen certainly is ready to take on the world's best there as well. He did have some fun tweets before the tournament as well. Jensen is certainly a character, but he just cannot wait to play Faker.
Oh, that's not what he said. He can't wait to clap Faker.
Oh, that's what it...
Normally see you very active and now you were kind of chill when you won. Why was that?
Because it was just to be expected, and beating Dig is probably the best feeling I can get, because it would have been nice to beat TSM and be in the finals, but I tried out top lane for Dig and they didn't want me, so now I knocked them out of Worlds. Feels great.
그 팀이 그 경기 내에서 잘하고 있고 슈퍼플레이를 했기 때문에 이렇게 훈이 이러는 거라고 생각하기 때문에 저희가 그 경기에서 많이 잘해서 거기를 좀 도서관처럼 만들어 버렸으면 좋겠네요.
It's Europe versus North America.
Everyone else is trash. Right here on the shirt.
Everyone else is trash.
And welcome back to the LCS Countdown, where an LCS insider let me know that every single analyst, yes, every single one pleaded, begged even, that they participate in the first Jeopardash of 2021. Well, I got good news for the three of you. You won that lottery. Mark, I can see the excitement on the face. You've been chomping at the
I'm so
bit
excited, yeah.
for me to ask some very complex questions.
This is my favorite segment.
This week's questions are about newcomers in the league. So you have a theme, all right? The first question is, who is the youngest Golden Guardians rookie?
Niles.
I'll let you guys. We got a Niles call for Primal. I'm going to wait to give you the official answer until I got a guess from all three of you. Sorry, Lauren, who'd you go for?
Iconic.
Iconic and Mark.
Your
go
options are
Blaze,
I'll go
Iconic.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to go Iconic. It might be a Blaze. He was pretty young, I thought.
Okay. And the answer is Niles. Primal is correct.
Yeah.
He's 21 years old. He's 21 years old. And while his birthday does still make me feel very old, I'm just glad that he was born in 1999 as opposed to 2000. Something about that 1 year makes me feel just a little less boomery than I did prior. Question number 2. Who is the youngest player to ever debut in the LCS? So their age in their debut game of the LCS. Now, you don't have to give me the age, but who was the youngest when they first played in the LCS historically?
Pobelter.
Well, Lauren thinks Pobelter. That's a good guess because he was a guy who was hyped up even from the age where he was ineligible to play. So I like where the logic is there. Mark?
Yeah,
Primal?
I think that's a good guess, and the only way it would lose would be like some weird, like someone's birthday was just like before, but they both entered as soon as they possibly could. I'll say contracts to spread things out, though I do think Pobelter's probably the right guess.
I think that's another very clean guess when you look at contracts who came in at a very young age. Primal, where's your head at?
Wait, that's so BS. He just hedged. He guessed one thing, is like, but I don't think it's my answer. What?
I do that all the time. That's how I always have an out, no matter how wrong I am.
Okay.
He still has to commit to contracts, but
okay, it's fudge, but it's probably Pobelter.
I love it. I love it.
guys
My
are
man.
so slow.
Hey,
you know what's up.
Here's the thing. All three of you are wrong. The answer is Altec.
Altec. Yeah.
Altec was actually the youngest player to step onto the LCS stage at 17 years old and 14 days, as you can see there. I can't even imagine playing at that high a level at that age.
Pobelter and Altec were actually teammates on Academy or Challenger teams back then, amateur teams, because they were too young to play.
Too, right?
Yeah.
Didn't they both play on Winter Fox, if I recall correctly? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, question number 3. We're moving right along. Is Alphari's CSD recent LEC import? Is Alphari's CSD higher or lower than it was when he was in the LEC?
Are we counting this week's game?
We're talking lock-in tournament CSD at 10 versus his 2020 LEC summer performance. So we're isolating summer.
His 2020 summer was 14.1, I believe, and I think it was higher through week 1, but I don't remember if he gapped top less. I don't.
I'm gonna go with no.
I'm gonna go with no. I think he actually was down in CS.
I mean, last I checked, his CSD in LCS is like 29. There's no way it was higher in LC.
No. Okay. So we've got lower and lower for Mark and Alorm, and we have higher for Primal. Primal is correct. His CSD in the lock-in tournament is 15.5. But Mark, you were incredibly close on the summer LEC CSD call-out at 14.5. So yes, he has eclipsed it by 1 CS at that 10-day mark. He is destroying. He is destroying top laners so far here in the LCS. I think we're moving fast, so we've got one more question to go. This one is, who was the first recipient of the LCS Outstanding Rookie Award?
Whoa.
Yeah, this is tough because you have to remember when the award was introduced as well.
I don't even know that. I have to take a guess. I'm going to go with contracts.
Okay, we got a contracts vote.
I think it's contracts also.
Mark looks disgusted. And in
I have no idea. Do I get a hint? Can I phone a friend? Can I ask the audience? Like, what do we got here for people who are? I have nothing right so far.
If I give you a hint, I will give you a hint. I will give you a hint, but this also means, Alorm, you can take another guess if you want. The hint is that the award was given in 2015.
2015.
Whoa.
Okay.
So who would have won Outstanding Rookie in 2015?
The years go by so fast, I don't even know.
Yeah, who was even playing back then?
I know, right? Yeah. Now you're like, oh my goodness, this like half the league, more than half the league was different. You want another hint?
Sure, keep them coming.
This player is still an active player in the LCS. So they have not retired. They are still an active player in the LCS.
Didn't help.
LCS or Academy?
In the LCS. They are an active player in the LCS. They won Rookie 2015 spring. I've given you everything.
Who was good then? TSM was still good. So who was the jungler for TSM?
Hey,
was still good.
No, it's definitely not TSM.
Was it Santorin or was it?
Yes, Mark,
Amazing?
you are correct. I'm just gonna jump at it. It was Santorin 2015 spring. You only needed 14 hints to get there. I'm so proud of you. Well done, gents. But I thought it would be kind of fun to look back on a lot of the rookie numbers, historically, because it seems like in a lot of ways that's kind of the theme of 2021 is the new faces to the LCS. Will we see some of these records broken? Who will be the next rookie to take home a trophy of that degree? But, of course, we have a couple series ahead of us, and I know people would probably like us to talk about those as well. So let's turn our attention to the first series of Lock In. We've got the Academy squad from Immortals taking to the stage after going toe-to-toe with FlyQuest, however, falling just a little bit short. They're enormous underdogs, Primal. I think that's something that can't be avoided here.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of an everything gap. Honestly, if I'm Immortals, I'm just looking to have a strong performance. You know, we saw Joey pop off one game. Maybe he can recreate that magic this time. But at the end of the day, you got one of the strongest teams in the tournament, round one of a knockout. There's no shame in not advancing, but I think they just want to put together a performance that they're proud of.
And I'm getting a little bit of deja vu here. Immortals putting in their Academy team after the first.
Oh, no.
Where have I seen that before?
Where have I seen this? And is it going to work out this time? Because last time, I don't remember it going so well. But
you know what they probably need? They probably need a Malphite in the top lane, Alorm. That's probably what they need.
Yeah. And they played that. They played that yesterday. I saw Tapoon on the Malphite. I'm sitting in my chair, like pumping my fist. Yes, he's doing it. So I'm glad that they're doing that, and I'd like to see Immortals play like these kind of straightforward, engaged team fight comps. I think they have a rough road coming up ahead of them, so they need to stick to the basics and try and just out-team fight their players, the enemy team, because their players are not bad, of course. They've got good mechanics. I just want to see... I want to see an upset from my old boys Immortals.
Yeah, I think we'd all like to see at least 3 games, which means they'll have to at least take 1. But I like where your head's at. Keep it simple. Keep it solid, a lot like they had yesterday. Just execute a little bit better in the mid to late game. But it is going to be a tough task going into this best of 3 as they face a tournament favorite in 100 Thieves. I mean, they seem to be the squad who can deliver on the much-repeated adage of someday would be a monster if only he had a team around him. Well, what's the verdict, Mark? Does he finally have a team around him?
Yes, he does, James. I think I'm super excited for this lineup. You know, as much as I want to see the Immortals guys have some big upsets, you know, in a series, it's going to be really tough because everyone on 100 Thieves is playing well, especially the core of Golden Guardians, where everyone was like, ooh, are they going to be able to support someday? Is somebody finally going to gel? It looks like it. I mean, they're top 3 in most categories in every position so far in Lock In. I mean, Closer's been great. Demonte has the highest KDA. He is absolutely incredible. It's been back and forth between him and Core JJ. FBI is first in DPM. You know, like, this whole lineup is grooving right now. So I think the answer of does someday finally have a team is a resounding yes.
I mean, you take a look at these stats as they roll across the bottom of your screen for the 4 members that came over from Golden Guardians. Basically, in every statistical category, 1, 2, or 3 in their positions. And then I think, though, Primal, the conversation needs to be turned back around onto Someday, the individual that we keep talking about. He has a storied history in the LCS at this point and very high expectation, but now he's got to follow through.
He does, and you know, there recently was an interview between Someday and Ashley Kang where Someday was talking about watching other players going to Worlds and feeling bad about that. Well, now there's no excuses, right? And I actually think there's a bit of a pressure on Someday because arguably this is the best top lane lineup that we've ever seen in NA with the introduction of Alfari. So Someday, he's a really good player, and I think he has a really good team around him. But I think anything below top 3 at the end of the split would be a disappointment.
Yeah, especially when we've talked for so long about, like, does he have the team to support him and this kind of stuff. It's like, yeah, now you do. So this is the other half of the equation. And it's important to remember, Someday is really, really good. Everyone constantly talks about how incredible he is. And, you know, it's about proving that now and going out there with the support that he has and actually stomping people in LCS consistently with how tough it is now with Alfari coming over, Impact still looking incredible. You know, it's going to be a really tough league.
Now, Primal said top 3. Alorum, where do you land on that conversation? Like, what would you consider success? What would you consider follow-through on that, you know, kind of promise for Someday?
I'd agree with the top 3 statement. I'm not expecting and saying if you're not number 1, you're garbage. But I think it's pretty easy for Someday to have success here because, as we all know, he's already been such an incredible top laner for so long. And with the cohesion from the other 4 previous Golden Guardians members coming over to 100 Thieves, how can he not do well? All he has to do is stay the same. He doesn't have to do anything extra anymore. It's just he's got a full, complete team ready to go with him. So you slot in that Lego, you put in that RTX 3090 into your computer, and it's running even better than before.
What do? You fishing for sponsorships over there, bro? What's going on?
What was that?
Like it's a commercial in the middle of the show there. All right, well, I think we've teed up this matchup about as much as we can. No surprise to anyone that this is considered a David and Goliath matchup between an Academy squad for Immortals and the behemoths that are 100 Thieves here at the beginning of the split. But again, as always, it's up to the teams to put it all out onto the Rift and show us what they got. Let's hand it over to Freakin' Azale for Game 1 of the day.
Thank you, Dash, and welcome to the cast. We've got a best of 3 today, and as you mentioned, Dash, yes, it is one of the absolute favorites for the tournament. 100 Thieves definitely look outstanding. They've been really good, and on the other side, it is the Immortals Academy roster. Now, they are an Academy team. They are a 2-0 Academy team. They have won a game on the LCS stage as well, and you know, this may be doable for them.
It's possible, right? You know, it's going to be a very uphill battle. It's 4 seed versus 1 seed from the lock-in group stage. It's a team that is, you know, one of the favorites for the whole tournament versus literally an Academy team, like you said. But we did see them play a close game yesterday, right? Now, what I want from them is a lot of what Alorum was saying he liked from them, right? Like Malphite, great. You know, easy ways to engage. They played Malphite Gragas yesterday, and if it weren't for that throw at Baron, honestly, they probably would have won that game. Yes, their opponents made some mistakes to put them in that that position, but they went for an easy-to-execute composition. They played towards teamfight, towards stacking dragons, simple win condition, and I think that is a smart way to do it. Already, though, 100 Thieves looking like they want to spread the map, going towards TF. I think that can be a strong answer towards teams that just want to group and do one thing, is to draft winning solo lanes, try to split the map, try to make your opponents have difficult decisions to deal with. So I'm already kind of liking what 100 Thieves is going towards, but I still don't think that should dissuade Immortals from that style of game plan. And with Seraphine, with Hecarim, you have go buttons, you have team fighting already in your first 2 picks.
And I've been a really big fan of Seraphine so far at this split. I think she is super duper strong. I'll be honest and say that I am shocked more teams are not playing more Seraphine. I understand this believed meta is you have to play engaged down in the support role. You need to play a tank up there, but Seraphine has engaged, and you can get your other melee champions into the fights. You just have to build other melee champs into your team comp. So Hecarim is there to make this happen, and now you've got, in my opinion, an overall stronger draft. So I'm a fan already, but Immortals have locked in. A lot's going in back and forth really, really quickly. Lucian picked up here for Pretty to be the answer to Monte's Twisted Fate, and I think this is a good beginning to what could be an Immortals upset win.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have to remember there is a possibility that Lucian could go to bot lane, but we are expecting to be mid lane, pretty much only where you're seeing it these days in competitive. But I agree. I like this style of composition. I tend to agree with your point about the engaged supports. I do think you can go melee jungler. I do think that there are great tanks in the top lane right now. You do not have to go with this more strict ranged power farming style, out of the jungle or even out of the top lane playing bruisers and fighters and whatnot. You can just go Malphite as we saw them do yesterday. Gnar getting banned out here. I think Volibear, we saw that in LEC, but we brought that out in a loss, I believe, but that can work. There are different approaches here. Even Ornn, I'm totally fine with. But of course, it is scary when you're Tapoon and you're going up against Someday on a dominant pick. The Renekton plus Nidalee combo is very, very powerful. I don't think it's quite as good as the one with Taliyah, but it is still incredibly threatening. And Hecarim is not a strong early jungler, so you already know your jungler is not going to have priority. You already expect Closer to be invading Potluck, having pressure. So I could understand if Immortals don't want to go to just like an automatic lose lane style top laner, but I still think that might be their best chance. Is just kind of seed the lane, try to withstand the onslaught in the early game, and then make something happen later on. Because even if you go to like a carry here that's supposed to be a good matchup, well, with TF and Nidalee in your lane, it's not a 1v1.
True. All right, Leona going to be locked in. So Seraphine is going to be either playing farm bot lane, which I really think is very, very strong. Seraphine Leona is a really good lane. You've got a ton of CC. You've actually got pretty good damage overall. And I would not mind an 80 carry with some self-peel. You're realistically not easily getting away from your FBI if you're something like Jhin or Ashe. Like, the skill shots are going to land on you, and it's going to be really tough. I would not mind something like a Xayah. Even a Sivir could kind of work with spell shield and whatnot, but Zyracon going to come through. This gives some more directed engage to the team with Thresh off the table and Leona taken away. Rel's gone. There's some kind of chances there. Do want to see now what the top laner is going to be here for Immortals. We did see Ivern top. It wasn't outstanding a little bit earlier this week, but who knows what's going to happen here in this one.
And Wonder did play it today and won. It didn't feel like he was really that much of a part of the game, to be honest with you, but it was in there. This is like the most 1v9 Lucian comp ever. This is really interesting. So I think it's Karma top is my assumption, that it will be Karma top to just kind of deal with the Renekton. I think that we are going to see the Moonstaff build from the Karma top just go straight up full on team fight. This is the most group and fight style composition pretty much ever. No one wants to split push. No one wants to be in the side lanes. It's double enchanter. It's go button with the Leona, go button with the Hecarim, and everyone buffing up Lucian, who has got to have a good game now. Pretty must be strong to be amplified by these two enchanters and really kind of make it worthwhile. Yes, you could be buffing up Potluck there too, but it is low on damage if either Potluck or Pretty have a bad game. So their early game is important. On the other side, we have 1-3-1. We have early game dominance with the jungler, and we have, to your point, a great marksman for absorbing that engage, for Xayah ulting when the Hecarim ults in, to immune that fear, to avoid that fear and be able to pull the Pethers through. And obviously they have some good go buttons too. So they're going to try to be splitting the map, but I like what Immortals drafted here. I think it's super smart, given the mismatch as far as team skill. You have a way to win very clearly here.
absolutely the case. And it's going to be fun to watch. And apologies if I'm focusing a little bit much on the red side. I am a sucker for underdog victories. And so, like, there's part of it that really wants to see if it can work. Again, I do think Seraphim's really good. To bring up Tapoon up in the top lane over here with the Karma game, this is a guy who actually has played a lot of Enchanters in the past. He's got 4 Soraka games all time. He's played Lulu over there. This is going to be his 3rd Karma game of pro play. And he's only had a few years of competitive play all down in the OPL. So, a decent part of his champion pool is playing Enchanters up topside to help things work well. And so this should be pretty comfortable. Now, am I expecting Someday to win the lane? Absolutely. We saw Someday play Renekton against Quinn, against Niles, and it looked easy for him. He went down 8-ish CS, and then every gank became a kill. And then he was winning for the rest of the game, and Niles was useless on the Quinn. Karma has a better fallback pattern than Quinn does, so even if we had the same situation of Someday lane kingdoming and Closer showing up with the exact same Renekton Nidalee, there's at least a fallback pattern for Tapoon. But yes, 100 Thieves are an outstanding team. They have one of the best junglers in the league, maybe the best top laner in the entire league. They have a mid laner, and their bot lane is one of the very best in the entire league as well. This is really good. They have a mid laner. I know. It's it's the meme where you're like, someday thank Closer you. And like to skip over. Either way, this is going to be a very fun match. Both team comps are very good. 100 Thieves are an outstanding team. They come in as favorites. They come in expecting to 2-0. Fans expect to 2-0. They've got champions that suit their players as well. And I want to see if it's even going to be that back-to-back 25-minute wins that people think coming in, or if Immortals, really Immortals Academy, 2-0 in Academy, sure, could surprise us and make this closer.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be a banger. I'm excited for it. We've got some great casters and Freak to cover the game. In we go. And already I like the Clever level 1 here. It's not going to amount to anything, but I like these types of plays. Immortals is just doing a 4-man stack over by their red buff, expecting an invade there. We do see that the level 1 W on Rakan, you can use this to go over, and then what you're trying to hope for there is you're actually catching someone camping out at the blue buff, right? And I think those types of invades are worthwhile. You mix those in, and it changes up how your opponents have to respond, how your opponents have to, consider what you could be doing at level 1. In this game, nothing does really happen, but at the very least, they do get a ward over by that blue buff, so they'll be able to track Hecarim a little bit when he does come down towards that bottom side. But Hecarim is going to be starting leashless on his red, whereas Nidalee, who already has the much faster clear, is going to get a leash. So this is going to kind of slingshot Closer quite a bit ahead of Potluck already, and I want to see if he can get anything done on this first clear. If he can try to steal away some camps, if he wants to try to invade early towards that blue buff perhaps, as they have a ward there.
I like the sort of T's crossed and I's dotted by Immortals here at the early game. Potluck drops his ward down early on in front of his red buff. Right as 130 comes around, Joey drops one down as well to make sure Nidalee's not doing red to blue. Red to invade blue, I should say, doing that vertical jungling with the steal. So Potluck is okay. I'm going to be safe down here. I want to be level 3 and bottom side, right? Skip some of the slower camps. Wants to be available if there is a skirmish down there. I mean, Leona Rakan is very volatile. Xayah and Seraphine don't have escapes early on in the game. Pretty comes in, says, okay, we know what happened. We see late chickens. We know Closer's path. It was a full clear bottom side. Hey, by the way, Tapoon, this means Closer's going to be up there in about 20 seconds. Get ready for that. Potluck doing smart things by, Blue and Gromp at the same time. Lot of smart things so far right now by Immortals. I mean, you expect them. They are professional players here. But right now, it's, hey, be careful, because Nidalee's going to be top set pretty soon, and that could be a big fight.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and we'll have to see how Tapoon is going to manage this wave, right? Because he did bounce the first wave. Now, ideally, I think he just wants to let the wave, push against him, and then perhaps if it's a big stack wave, you have to be protected on the dive. But you need this wave to actually come out, and Someday has it frozen at pretty much the perfect spot because Tapoon is in this spot where he wants to get it fully reset, but it's kind of stuck in this neutral position, and it means Tapoon could be in trouble. But Pretty, nice,
just out of range, not getting knocked up. Wow. I mean, that's pretty important. Demonte would kind of a hard time chasing through. One of the big things is Pretty has cleanse, so a flash gold card would never do anything. You would just cleanse perfectly and still get away. So ultimately, no play to be had, but now a fight in the top side, because Someday is going to set up here. Close is coming around. Tapoon's going to find the root, but he's stunned. That's going to be a javelin coming in as well. There's no real need to flash pounce. I don't think you have lethal damage anyway, so Tapoon gets away from the first gank of the game. Still a full 6 camp clear for Nidalee. Top scuttle available to be taken as Potluck takes the bottom side. And, you know, the first few ganks do not come through, but we are seeing 100 Thieves active on the map.
Yeah, and at the very least, they reset the wave, and they can actually zone Tapoon off some of this. You can see that he's missing out on all that experience as we haven't engaged on this bottom side.
Good chunk of damage, but the root goes back through into Joey, and realistically, just so much durability. I mean, this is the power of Guardian Rakan, is you have double cast of E plus Guardian is, I want to say, about like 320 health in just the very early game, which really means that, you know, ability powerless chunks just don't do a whole lot. Top lane now actually in a weird spot as Tapoon TP's back in. Closes nearby, but maybe can keep this lane in a spot where someday we'll get denied. It's going to go into the turret. Tapoon, I guess, unwilling to kind of tank that wave in front. Yeah, someday may have TP back. He's still an ICS or two. Ultimately, they're just going to keep their farm going.
And if you know that the jungler could be up there, it's always risky because, you know, at that point, someday has half health. You know, you can't burst him down as the Karma. But even if you just get stunned up by Renekton and speared by Nidalee and nothing else happens besides that, that's a big chunk on your health right after you TP'd back. So Tapoon already pretty behind off of that initial play. You know, he did miss out on some of the experience as the wave crashed, and now the wave is again pushing away from him. This is, you know, a champion with a decent fallback pattern, as you were talking about, but he is grasped Karma. He is going tier first. We'll see exactly where he does go after that. But for now, you want to be staying ahead in these Enchanter versus melee matchups because it can get to the point, you know, when they get some sustain on someone like this Renekton, where they're just sustaining through all your damage, they're ignoring everything you're doing, and then they have full control over the lane.
A little bit of damage there, the Empowered Q. Someday still ahead overall. You can see CS is equal, but he's got an extra 7 CS to take in front of him, so we are still expecting Someday to win this lane. Par for the course, it's Someday. He's going to win basically every lane. Can't wait to see the Alphari games down the line. That's going to be a fun one, I think, in the future. But we've got Closer so incredibly active. Potluck is still in one camp, but Closer looking for a potential bot lane dive. TF coming in as well. 4v2 in the bottom lane. They find a slow. They're going to find the double knockup, and that's going to be first blood already to Closer, who he jumps out of the way. They're going to be just fine. Joey left alone. New gold cart, new dive, new kill, new double kill. Beautifully done by 100 Thieves, and this is why everyone has him at the top of the table.
That was perfect. The double knockup from Huhi. As soon as that didn't get flashed, it just felt like Immortals was accepting their death. I think the call was there's no way we can actually get out of this. Keith doesn't use his heal. Neither of them use their flash. They accept their defeat, but it is the double kill going over to Closer. It's the early ultimate, highly effective here from Damonte. This was just perfectly done as they corral him into the corner here. Keith and Joey stacking up as they try to retreat, and Huhi finds that point blank double knockup. The gold card was already there. They tank up the tower. They realize they can redive, but they reset the aggro first, so Damonte can have it on him at range, not going to have any risk of getting killed off there in the redive, and that was just flawless from 100 Thieves. Yeah. They have a bot lane worth playing towards, and they're doing it to perfection.
Really beautiful stuff. So 1,600 gold lead to 100 Thieves so far, and it's probably going to grow from here. Top lane is already winning. Bot lane certainly going to be winning now. And hey, Closer got 2 kills, so 700 gold into his pockets. He's going to be bigger than Potluck. Going to win pretty much any duel thanks to the extra double amp tome on top of that one, and not a lot of plays going to be available. Keith is farming. His CS is okay.
And one thing I will say that is positive is, despite the fact that the double kill went to Nidalee, he's been ganking. Potluck did get a free level 6. So his experience has not really been set back whatsoever. Closer hasn't really done any counter jungling. He may do some now. But Potluck has just been comfortably farming. And the early game for Hecarim is pretty garbage. So, you know, in a lot of games in pro play, you'll see Hecarim in this type of matchup really kind of held back, having that level 6 delayed. So Potluck has gotten there. He's not going to win the skirmish, as you said, but come team fighting time, he'll have the ultimate online. He will have double enchanters behind him, and there is potential still for him to be very, very effective. But you know, Immortals are going to have to be able to even find those team fights because...
Might fight? Nope. Going to be Closer picking it up. There could be a battle down here. The Ghost is popped by Potluck, but there's not going to be a battle. So Closer finally does get counter jungling in. Oh, gosh. Keith is pretty much out of this lane now. Yeah, you have to sidestep it. All right, he's going to stay alive, but... I mean, that is suddenly a wave you're going to lose under your turret as you walk slowly back in. Closer knows now that he can solo this Ocean Drake. No one's going to be around him anymore, and so more victories across the board for 100 Thieves.
And you have to remember that because there's no early dragons that have been taken from Immortals, they have limited ways to force 100 Thieves to actually come to them, right? You know, they're losing on the bottom side. Their bot lane got dove. Nidalee is ahead with the double kill. So now we have to look 20 minutes into the future as the earliest possible soul that they could threaten, right? And that is a way that you can get 100 Thieves to come and actually 5v5 you, because 100 Thieves, they could take the first dragon or two and then just not group and not fight you at those dragons for the next 20 minutes while they split push you to death with the TF, with this Renekton that Someday is piloting. So Immortals are going to have to find a way to actually make 100 Thieves fight them, because they really don't have to.
Ooh, yeah, somebody who comes in the last second says, I might get killed here. Freddy flashed to get a couple more ult shots to land. That might have been the kill, so heal burn for safety. Top laners again trading back and forth. Someday pretty much equal in farm right here, so they're just going 0-0 on both sides, and this may work out in the end. Again, team fight power obviously can be very good for the Karma.
Yeah.
Look at the gold, 2.5.
I think Tapoon's doing fine. He would be doing better had he not actually gotten ganked, right? It was Closer that kind of made the difference in that early laning phase. He's doing fine. You can see that the Rift Herald's just going to be soloed up. They know that they can't really contest on this top side. And one of the weaknesses of Seraphine plus Leona especially not at level 6, there's not a lot of threat of actually all-inning and killing off FBI, who has level 6 on the Xayah, who has the cleanse. So even if you landed that Seraphine ultimate, nothing really going to come from that. So it gives Huhi the ability to just kind of roam and move around the map and threaten on other sides, help set up that Rift Herald without really any cost. And as a result, they're having very efficient plays, and the gold lead is just expanding.
It is. And I'm also concerned about what the late game is going to look like here, as the two sort of mages on the Immortals team are going supportive build paths. It's either some mix of Imperial Mandate or Moonstone Renewer. I actually am a huge fan of Leandry's on farm Seraphine in the bot lane. And ultimately it's because there's just not a lot of overall magic damage on the Immortal squad. Yes, Karma does some. Yes, Seraphine does some, even if they go Moonstone. But it's not enough to change itemization. And it means if you get to armor stack on Someday, he likely just never dies.
Yeah, and we'll see if that does end up actually coming in. Traditionally, we're not seeing a lot of armor built up, by Renektons these days, but I do think, against this style of composition, it can be worth getting something like a Bramble and Tabbies at the very least. But I agree with you. It is a comp that is very AD heavy because of the builds, right? There is going to be some mixed damage in, but that's not really going to be the role that these guys are playing. They're going to be, using the ultimate on Karma to do the mantra shields, not really mantra Qs, generally speaking, in the team fights. And we're going to be seeing a lot of the empowered abilities spent more on utility generally from Keith, right? It's going to be the empowered shield, it's going to be the empowered root rather than just going for pure damage, both with the build and just the playstyle. So they will be pretty low on the AP damage, but I still think that their 5v5 is going to be pretty powerful, and there's a lot of squishy members over on 100 Thieves. So if they can execute on the team fight, if you get onto Nidalee or TF or even the Xayah, you can kill those guys off, I think, pretty simply. But it's just if 100 Thieves will ever give them a fight, because that is feeling more and more unlikely as the game is progressing. 100 Thieves have full control. They have a huge gold lead. They have the first dragon. They're taking the towers. And I think that the only time Immortals is going to get a 5v5 in this entire game is when 100 Thieves is so far ahead that they think there's no chance they can lose it.
And they get to start a Baron and turn when it's time, and he just presses R and then W, and then they take the fight victory. So we've got a battle of this red buff right now as supports and junglers are here. Huhi and Close are going to look for this battle. 1 level lead for 100 Thieves means they might win this fight. Fight is going to be picked up. Here comes the engage, and TF over the top. It's going to be 3v3 pretty soon, though. He fears on the back line. Double stun comes across, and what is on the board for Immortals? Sadly, Joey has to secure the kill. That means the gold is not in the right places, but at least there is a death for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, they get the kill, and they got the TP as well as the ultimate out of TF there, I do believe. So it's not that cheap of a death for them. Nicely done from Immortals to be able to fight back a little bit in their jungle there. But Heart of the Thieves continues to march forward. No one up in the top lane right now to answer Someday, so some minions probably will be lost to the tower. They've already taken down the bottom tier 1. You can see that the mid tier 1 is getting poked at, and now the top probably going to lose a plate here to Someday, you would assume. The Mythics are coming through. Night Harvester done. Gale Force done as we watch this one more time. Closer does land the Smite, and then they go for the engage knowing that they actually had TF back in the mid lane there, and Xayah is roaming up. But it is pretty coming across with what was, very effective culling. Potluck barely getting out, and the culling coming across on that lockdown target. Joey has been, I think, a pleasant surprise throughout the lock-in tournament. I think he's been really solid on the roams, playing well across a number of different engaged supports, and just locking up Demonte there for Pretty with the culling, and does end up taking him down.
Sure. But quietly, the gold lead is 4,000, with the second Drake being taken right now. Sunday still doing completely fine in a mostly uninteracted lane. It's been pretty much straight up one-on-one top side. Okay, they're turning equal, okay, whatever. Jungler side, Closer obviously got the double kill bot lane. He secured both dragons. He's now actually up 3 camps for Potluck, so well done to Closer. Yes, TF Prince free gold, but he's also up 3 waves. Bot lane's up, some farm. And just overall, especially with all the plates being taken down, that Herald crashing bot lane, by the way, all of that gold went to FBI. I mean, they're just rich, 1,400 gold, like almost half the lead, almost a third of the lead, just on the AD carry. And this Xayah is, easy going to take over. Not that he even needs to, because they're winning everywhere.
Yep, did get the benefit of that Rift Herald down on the bottom side to get him that tower gold, and that is definitely a concern. I talked about it in draft. When you go for these kind of buff up 1 or 2 carry style compositions, those carries have got to be worth buffing up to really get the most out of it, as they're looking for a dive potentially here on Typhoon. But Will
going to miss a couple of CS down there, but yeah, we'll see if there's a dive. I mean, now with 3 of them there, it's going to be pretty easy. It's going to be the aggro pulled up, the flash in to guarantee it. Down he goes, easy pickup, and now Joey, nicely done by Closer, gets the blast plant in time, so Joey can't hop away, and Closer is on a killing spree, 3-0.
3-0, and they're going to be able to give another tower solo gold to FBI. He got the kill on the dive. They're leaving him up there to collect even more gold. Even if Pretty is getting buffed up by multiple members, with this type of a gold lead over on FBI, it may not matter. He's likely going to be more effective. He's nearly 2,000 gold ahead of the Immortals mid laner at this point. He is going to be insanely strong. The gold lead now 5.5k at 15 minutes. Yeah. Immortals with no dragons in sight. No way to force the 5v5 that they are building their composition for. At this point, it feels like you just kind of pray, maybe at the 3rd or the 4th dragon, that you win a fight and hope you can get something done from there. But 100 Thieves are just running around, controlling the map, controlling the pace of the game. Joey is trying to match this roam here, trying to defend his top laner that he knows may be dove, but their Immortals just don't have enough members up there. So 100 Thieves can leave 3 members to dive him with Closer on the side, zoning out any potential reinforcement. He gets a kill on one side, his team gets a kill in the tower on the other. Nicely done.
One thing you mentioned with the 5,000 gold lead, one thing I sort of realized recently when looking up a bunch of season-wide stats is very good players in farm lanes get about 400 gold per minute. Okay, hold on, we got a fight down here. It's Renekton taking some damage. By the way, he's got a Gore Drinker, he's got the W in Potluck. Doesn't get much done. Nice little attempt right there. Hold on, they're still scuffling, and I'll get back to the point. Looks like they're going to be safe yet again. So, a top performer on a top team, someone like, a Bjergsen or a Jensen or a Doublelift, gets about 400 gold per minute over the course of a season. So if 2 teams are 400 gold per minute apart, such as here, right, where it's 5k at 15 minutes, like 300 and change, that's a full player's worth of gold. Like, there's just a 6th champion with items on their team. That's the difference. Sure, the extra champion itself is not there, but that's pretty bad.
Yeah, that is pretty severe. This game is not close thus far. I'm just really curious of when Immortals are going to pull the trigger here. They are looking for Someday, but he is a tanky lad.
He is a tanky lad. He's going to get feared back, though, and this is a lot of damage. Gore Drinker heals onto 1. He's going to take some more shots, and he's going to go down. That's a nice pickup there. No stun to be landed. Immortals get back 1/10 the gold deficit.
It's nice, though. They get something back here, to be able to stem the bleeding somewhat. You can see, though, Demonte is up on the top side, pushing up there. FBI is pushing mid lane. 100 Thieves are playing the map. You're losing your jungle on the top side, so it's like, yes, you've got a kill on bot side, but you're losing minions mid, you're losing minions top, you lost your jungle top. So the gold is probably, like, even at best for Immortals off of this, plus there is lost experience because you were not actually collecting all those minion deaths. So overall, the play is probably negative for Immortals, unfortunately, because of how well 100 Thieves are playing the map and pressuring on all sides. I'm going to be interested to see if Immortals are willing to actually fight at this next dragon, because while they did kill off Someday, he's going to have his ultimate back. It did cost Pretty his flash. We'll see if that's where they want to kind of try to make their mark on this game.
Well, right now you've got the wave being cleared to the mid side. 35 seconds until this dragon comes up. That's going to be the time we're really looking for here, as Keith has okay wave clear on Seraphine, but this is still going to be a bit of a siege. FBI does not want to burn his ultimate. Trading ult for ult Joey would, I think, generally be kind of a negative. You want to kind of hold on to that one a bit longer for the big dragon, so play it a bit safely, make sure you stay out of range, and we're going to have the play come in pretty soon as Herald is summoned because there's not much else to do. You might as well get that last little bit of pressure towards the mid lane, maybe get the wave down just in time so that if they don't want to lose their turret, they've got to stay. Otherwise, 500 gold goes in, and the dragon goes in afterwards anyway.
Yeah, and you can see that Tapoon is going to have to actually TP to mid lane here. He was trying to answer that top wave, but they lose their mid lane tower. They're losing minions in bot because that was pushed in by Someday. 100 Thieves are just out macroing them and now looking for the fight potentially.
Joey stunned. Ult goes off on a 2 from Seraphine. Here comes the dive out of the back line. A big shot comes in. They shut down one. This is the comp they want, and now it's time for the healing. Can they drain tank the entirety of 100 Thieves? And so far, so good. They one-shot one, and the health bars go back up. This is the value of the Renewer builds. It is less burst, but it is going to top your health bars if you get the one shot anyway. And Closer could not get a stopwatch off, could not stay alive. 1 for 0, and Azale, you called it. They did go for the dragon, and it worked out.
That was huge for Immortals. They absolutely needed to win that fight to stand a chance in this game. They are still very far behind, but that does give you that glimmer of hope that maybe every 5 minutes you show up to Dragon and you win a fight like that. So Joey unfortunately going to get picked off here, looks like. Maybe not.
Yeah. Okay, gonna get away, but now Potluck is back in for Someday. Finds some damage team over the top, though. Is it gonna be enough? Someday, fairly tanky, but durable enough as Potluck goes down. Demonte is huge. Lich Bane's in, gets the burst.
Yeah, nicely done by Demonte, backing them up. It looked like Immortals might have been able to chase them out. And now with that kill on Potluck, it could be time to head over towards that Baron. There's a lot of pings there. It is just 20 minutes, but they're TPing in, so they're committing to the 20-minute Baron here. Immortals absolutely must stop this from going down, and we'll see if they can do it because, you know, we may just see who he look for the turn. He doesn't have his ultimate, but he does have Flash W.
Controller comes down to spot this. The Baron getting lower and lower, still pushing it down. Of course, Potluck cannot be here, so when does the engage happen? When can they land the CC? It's at 3K. That's a bit too much. Charm goes off onto only one. They dive the back line, can't find the kill just yet. Huey stays alive. Keith gets the shield back on. They're going to keep healing, but Joey should be going down. 2K left, trying to get closer. He smites for health. He smites for health. Can it be a steal? It is not. It's going to be a whitewash. It is a complete slaughter as the kills come through, and the last hit comes through onto Baron. Potluck can only walk in and say, hey, where'd my team go? Corpses all around.
That was a little bit of a risky play there from 100 Thieves, you have to say. Going for the 20-minute Baron in the face of your opponents, Closer having to smite for health. Multiple members with almost no HP remaining. I don't think they needed to force this hard. They probably could have just pulled off and actually turned for the fight. Because look at Closer. He actually gets stunned up there. And I think that if Immortals committed a little bit more to killing off Closer after this Zonies, maybe they can make something happen, but they just couldn't get past, or at least didn't commit enough to getting past here. Tapoon flashed in, tried to finish off Closer, but he heals through that damage, and then Pretty is not there in the pit to follow up. They couldn't finish him off. They couldn't finish off the Baron. I mean, at the end of the day, Demonte barely lived to that Baron damage. Closer actually died to the Baron. And it was down to anyone who auto-attacked it could have actually taken it there at the very end. So very risky stuff from 100 Thieves, you know, with an enormous lead. But with that, they've all but secured the game. I mean, they are just so enormously ahead at this point. 8,000 gold lead. They have the Red Bull Baron. They have all their item completions coming through. Most of their members are at 2+ items now at this point. And it feels pretty impossible for Immortals to come back at this point.
It is a best of 3 here in the quarterfinals. Not only do we have this match today, but the one right afterwards as well. So stay tuned. Even if this one ends, we've got more games to play. But game 1 of this BO3 is very decidedly going towards 100 Thieves. It's almost like 1,000 with the line break, the way you can see that up there in the top left corner. It's just, you know, as though there's like bad CSS and it just word wraps over. But either way, Immortals are going to do their best to hold on. We did see their fights earlier. They've got their double Moonstaffs in as well. So I know people love Moonstaff. It's a very good item. The move speed's outstanding, but you really don't love AP on Lucian or Hecarim. Though it probably still is correct, it's going to feel a little weird because you're not getting full value out of those stats. Bot lane being pushed in. FBI going to try to get that down to half HP. Waiting for the siege to continue on. Still 50 seconds on this Baron.
They're looking for the sick AP Leona ults. That's what they're going for. You know, we all saw the Silas stealing Leona ult at Worlds and getting that massive Leona ultimate, so that's what they're going for here. But 100 Thieves, I think, just really had an intelligent draft, especially into what I was expecting from Immortals and what Immortals showed with the first couple picks. They have the ability to play the map. They're looking for an engage here.
He has a zone here, so he cannot easily die. Here comes the knockouts back and forth. The Trump's going to go across. Good zone. If by closer stays alive, who he going to get away? The stun is too early from Joey, but he flashes anyway. So Potluck's on the way out. The re-engage comes across, and down goes Keith. Down goes Joey. Down goes Potluck. 3 for 0, and all Tapoon can do is run away. But he's been gold carded. He's going to be stunned up, knocked into the air. The Monte's on a killing spree. 13-5 the scoreline. And Pretty is going to hope he can keep his face that way, because certainly he's not going to win any battles here. DeMonte goes to put a punch into him, and that's going to be him running back away. The Nexus is opened with the turrets only. Inhibitor is gone. Lucian has to run away. Little quizzical Gromp, and yeah, it's game over. It is, in fact, a sub-25-minute victory. The time I think we all expected. Game 1 goes to 100 Thieves. We'll see how it turns around in Game 2.
100 Thieves absolutely dominating in this first one. And what was that final fight of the game? Pretty wasn't even there with them, so they're hard committed to that fight. They felt like they needed to try to get the pick on closer. I don't blame you in that situation. You are so far down, you must get some type of a pick to survive that Baron. So they took their swing. They did get one team fight where they were able to win that one team fight and get the dragon, but that was pretty much the lone bright spot for Immortals the entire game. 100 Thieves outlaned them, they out-macroed them, they moved around the map better. They really kind of just outthought them, I think, with the composition, and just straight up outplayed them. This was not a close one. I really liked the 100 Thieves draft. I think Immortals made a lot of sense. I like their draft too for what you're working with. You are just somewhat outclassed by your opponent here. It's an academy team versus one of the best LCS teams, so you want to go simple, you want to go easy to execute, but at the end of the day, when your opponents are that much stronger and are drafting an answer to it, it's really, really tough. There's just not a lot of ways to beat a team that is playing that much better than you.
Yeah, and hey, you know, top lane equal, mid lane, the farm was pretty close, but there was a level 6 dive in the bot lane with Twisted Fate and Nidalee timing their push together for the 4v2 dive. And okay, yeah, a better team maybe scouts us out a bit more. There were some control wards, but no one's ready to answer it in time. And, well, that's double kill in the bot lane. Okay, well, there's no more bot pressure, so Dragons are stacking. So you can't force team fights. So where's your way in? Because you don't have any control over bot lane anymore. It's certainly, again, a very well-played game by 100 Thieves, 1-0. And people are expecting that Game 2 goes pretty much the same way. I still liked what I saw out of Immortals. They are an academy team. They had a 2-0 start. They even beat 100 Thieves Academy themselves recently enough. So, hey, you know, they are kind of clawing their way up. But, yeah, it's a lot of growth to go. Sure, a lot of these players have had a lot of experience. I mean, Keith's been playing for years. Pretty's been playing in the Tier 2 European scene for 5 years now and making his way over to North America and going to, you know, kind of competing up on here as well. So, you know, I am curious how much more growth there are for these players, but there's a really good chance that before too long we're saying, all right, see you week 1 of the spring split. Hope you got your full roster together.
Yeah, and they are still waiting for that. I believe it is Xerxes that they are missing. You know, they did tweet that they have 4 out of their 5 intended starting roster for LCS, but those guys are going to be practicing separately, you know, trying to get ready for LCS, trying to get in shape for the spring split start. So they were going to play their academy team for Lock In. We'll see if they can turn anything around in Game 2. Going to be interested to see what the adaptations are in draft.
Will be fun to watch for, so we'll see you pretty soon. After the break, the State Farm Analyst Desk will break down that win for 100 Thieves. See ya.
I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusties.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hello and welcome back to the LCS Lock In tournament. So far, things going to chalk with 100 Thieves taking a victory in this first one over the Immortals Academy squad. Crumbs has joined us on the desk, the Prophet himself. Sad we didn't get to you before the game started to see what the Prophecy had in store in terms of the results of the games today, but just coming to you first, how does Game 1 match up with what your expectation of this best-of-3 series would be?
Really well. I thought 100 Thieves would come in really strong. They were focusing around the mid-jungle synergy of the Nidalee Twisted Fate, and they were on point when it came to invading the buffs of Immortals. They never really let up, as you can see from that gold graph. And to boast, everybody had pretty good damage numbers, so there's no one member that really stood out above the rest. I think it was just a good team play from 100 Thieves.
And I really like both these teams' drafts. I think for 100 Thieves, they got a lot of their bread and butter champs like the Nidalee TF and having be able to make plays in the bot lane or in the top lane, just being able to play the whole map. But for Immortals, I actually thought it was really cool what they went for here. It's basically a protect the Hecarim kind of composition. The difference is instead of having a control mage in the mid lane, they put their marksman there, and then they put what would be one of their supportive mages in the bot lane as Seraphine as a carry position, and then the Karma in the top lane. So it was a really interesting composition and how they got there, but actually not that like weird when you look at how it's going to function as a 5-man core.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I like it as well. I like that this is a team that's trying stuff as well, bringing those mages into the bot lane that I know we've been waiting to see a little bit. And so for a team that is considered the underdog in the matchup, Alorum, I mean, is this what you think the proper approach is, even considering that they just took a loss?
This was a very simple comp to run, but when you get behind in this kind of comp, you only have one thing to do. And so a lot of people would be wondering, why didn't Immortals look for more proactive plays? But unless you have the Hecarim around, what can you do? They have one player on the team that can actually go in and do the damage that they need, which we saw in a team fight later. This is the ride the horse comp. You've got the Karma Shields and you've got the Seraphine. You have to charge in with him, and if that doesn't work, then it's doomed to go next.
Go fast, pony boy. That's the whole goal there. Sorry, Crumbs.
I think it's a great strategy because at the end of the day, you have an Academy team versus an LCS team that got one of the most stacked rosters combined with someday. Like, you have to try something to throw a curveball at 100 Thieves, so I don't mind that you experimented, even if it meant that you had to be playing a deathball most of the time.
The curveball was thrown, but 100 Thieves still managed to land the hit. You mentioned how Demonte and Closer link up together to get the team ahead. They would do that in the bot lane, but I do also want to take a look here at one successful team fight from Immortals, Alorum, to understand what you're talking about in terms of their potency when they do execute on the team fight correctly.
Right, so this is the one time we saw them all 5 together and go for that team fight. And when you can buff that Hecarim, he's a really strong front line because they don't really... If you keep him up, he has such good draining with his W that he can keep alive along with the shields and Seraphine heal if she's using the empowered W on it, that she can just sit in the front lane or front of the team fight and not take any damage. They only got 1 kill and they got the dragon off of it, but that really wasn't enough to win them the game. And as we saw later on in that game, when they tried to fight without 5, they didn't have the damage to kill one of the players on 100 Thieves, and they ended up getting themselves picked. And with Hecarim gone and 100 Thieves start Baron, what can they do? They did have a decent team fight. It was a good attempt to stop the Baron, but without your horse, it's done for.
Yeah, Crumbs, I know you wanted to talk over this Baron play.
Yeah, and so it starts with 100 Thieves already committing to finishing it when you see that the Nidalee and Zaya are in the back of the Baron pit, but Immortals is now fighting 3 members in the river, and the Hecarim is on the way. The smite comes out early, and so I'm thinking Immortals can actually turn this if the Hecarim can make it, but they never thought this fight would really go this way because he still has his ultimate, has the ghost, and was just thinking that it was going to be a whitewash. It all started from that pick on the jungler, and no hesitation to start that Baron and take that fight.
Yeah, I think it was a good call by 100 Thieves for 2 reasons. 1, the smite's down, so they can't really try and smite steal it. And 2, as we said, Hecarim is the core piece of that comp. And so when he dies, you saw Joey go flying in as the Leona, but he didn't have his dive buddy. The rest of 100 Thieves could kind of kite back, and then like Lucian dashes in once, but there's no follow-up. So overall, really good game by 100 Thieves. And then after they got that Baron, it was a total stomp to close the game out.
Yeah, 100 Thieves when they are in control and with a lead. And they built a pretty monstrous one early on in this game. they closed it out without too much effort. So I do want to reframe towards Game 2. And Delorem, come back to you on the champion select point. As Immortals has elected to go to blue side, so we will be swapping sides of the Rift. What would you like to see? Because they did, in some senses, check those boxes of straightforward execution and team comp. But as you mentioned, it was single track. And once they got behind, they were kind of hurting for other options.
Well, I would like to say, change up the comp, but I do agree that you should stick to those kind of simple comps, just straight up team fight, group 5, ARAM it down, ARAM it down mid, and try and win those team fights. As funny as that sounds, and as people meme that, it is not a terrible decision if you're trying to get a win in this kind of desperate situation. So I'd like to see it again. Just watch out for getting picked. A big thing in these is just you cannot get picked in your own jungle, which happened. And if you don't have 5, you cannot win.
One little thing I think they should also do is take a look at Twisted Fate, maybe ban it, get rid of it, have a better answer to it, because Damonte is going to continue to play this. He's done it all last year.
And his backup's Galio.
There you go.
In case you're wondering what's coming next.
There you go. There's a couple free ones for you, Immortals. Hopefully you're tuning into the analyst desk between your two games. We'll see if Immortals can pick up a win of their own when we return here for Game 2. We'll see you soon.
Your Honda MVP!
Dreams aren't achieved overnight. They take passion. Dedication. And even then, there are no guarantees. But for the LCS, that's the power of dreams. It means you never give up. It means you always play again. Honda, proud automotive partner of the LCS.
Welcome back to Immortals vs. 100 Thieves, where Damonte will be taking to the stage ahead of the Bud Light League Lounge on Sunday with Kobe, Latigris, and Dash, and they'll be kicking off for a little Tanner time. Now, as the LCS has done for the last year or so, loser of the previous game picks side. You can see, yes, indeed, the Bud Light League Lounge will be exciting. Immortals, as the losers of Game 1, have picked blue side, so they want first pick. They're going to give over some more counter pick opportunities to the likes of Someday and Damonte and Huhi, but it means they get some priority themselves, and we'll see what that comp's going to look like.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, as you said, they do have first pick, so maybe going to try to take something away for themselves, but I do like what the LSS was talking about. You know, I think that they had the right idea with their own draft for Immortals, but I think they want to deny tools that 100 Thieves are taking to split the map. TF is big with that. I think that Galio is big with that as well. You already have a dominant top laner. You have a dominant bot lane. Do not allow them to have a mid laner who can move around the map so easily, who can enable those, split the map, and kind of avoid what you were trying to do, right? Because it allowed them to get a lot of picks in the jungle. It allowed them to get a lot of side lane plays that really kind of set Immortals so far behind before they even got their first team fight.
That's true, and so I want to see, excuse me, sorry, yeah, what might even go off the table. Of course, there's a Fate still being left up. We heard the AD talk about it, that if TF's gone, Galio's next for Damonte, so you can't deny both. He wants to pick them. And I don't expect to see Garen early or anything. So it's going to be the fast Camille, though. They say, no, we really, really, really want to play top lane dominant now instead. If Damonte just goes for the Galio or like the TF here, you can take Galio to the side. They're kind of threatening that. I'm curious if they think they can like fork awkward mid lane champion decisions here because of this.
Yeah, it does feel like anytime you take Camille, you want to play Galio, but I still think this is kind of playing a little bit into 100 Thieves' hands. We'll see what they want to draft alongside the TF if they do take it, but you are expecting them to go for that. You do think that they are, especially after last game, a massively better macro team, playing the map, you know, more intelligently, I think, than what Immortals did do. But we'll see if Immortals can actually match them, you know, fire for fire. If they go for Galio, you're going to have Camille Galio on one side. Presumably, we'll have some sort of carry alongside the TF for Someday to try to just match that. Alternatively, they could just put Someday just kind of on something a little bit more safe and play down towards the bot lane. Just try to enable FBI and Huhi and say, all right, Someday, you just withstand the Camille Galio. We're going to win through bot lane. We're going to stack dragons and play there. They have closer on Graves, another power farmer here, another ranged DPS. Of course, it is physical, but we'll see where they want to take us for top lane.
Yeah, that might be the late answer at the very end here. Curious if it's going to have magic damage jungle. Lily would be the most obvious answer, so indeed it is Lilia, so that they have a mix of damage types to attack topside. You know, so you don't go like a Kindred and then you just pick Ninja Tabby and, you know, you're almost immune to it. Not surprisingly, Lucian alongside that either, right? Physical damage, solo lanes, magic damage in the jungle. Wouldn't be shocked if we had another Seraphine as a result and just had Keith play, you know, some non-standard bot lanes and say, look, we've got enough physical, we'll switch it up. And, you know, they still may play the medic style in the jungle. You know, you might still see double Moonstone Renewer in this kind of composition. Curious what that's going to be down the line, but looks like 100 Thieves are not going to go for top lane just yet. They'll let Someday eat 2 more bans against Tapoon and still feel comfortable afterwards.
I've got to say, I really like the draft from Immortals a lot less. I think the Thresh ban makes no sense. Huhi has not even played it yet in Lock In. I don't really see Thresh as this all-powerful champion at all these days. Maybe they were really worried about like a Thresh Kalista or something. But giving over TF, then not even taking Galio yourself, you've now almost just like doomed to Tapoon. You put him on a carry, but now somebody is going to have counter pick. And you have TF to play towards it. Like, what is the Camille really supposed to get done? I just already worry that your top laner is absolutely screwed here. Sure, as far as if you're going to draft the Enchanter bot lane, you know, damage style, it makes sense to have the Lucian in the mid lane, but then why would you go for the Camille? Why not just go towards a tank top lane that needs less resources, or go towards another Enchanter top lane? Because having Lucian mid, that draws your jungle, right? That draws, you know, pressure there. So it does feel pretty strange. We do see the Fiora and the Gragas banned out, so trying to protect Tapoon up on that top side. Gragas can be played in the bot lane, but mostly we have been seeing it played top lane these days. The Rel ban says to me that 100 Thieves want to play, you know, an engaged support, because Rel is great into those, like Leona, so that feels like it's telegraphing that they want to play Leona bot. Jax is a great answer into Camille. You can win the lane early, you outscale in the 1v1, and guess what? He has TF on his team. So now already, if I'm Tapoon, I don't want to play the game anymore. You're playing a losing matchup against Someday, who has a TF on his team, and that was your first pick. Like, what did they get with that? They got nothing. So I feel like 100 Thieves have already practically checkmated them on this draft. They do go for the Leona, which was kind of, what they were telegraphing that they wanted when they banned out the Rel because of that matchup, but they can still just go straight to the Alistar. They clearly knew what they wanted to do with that last pick. If Leona got taken, they go immediately to the Alistar. They have great engage on the bot side. They have a winning side lane, winning 1-3-1. I think the team fight, it's more subjective. It's going to be obviously down to how they play it out, but this is going to be a really, really tough game for Immortals. With the Ignite teleport being hovered, I wonder if it's going to be that kind of crazy Omnistone build we did see a little bit from Bin at Worlds. But I am expecting, because it's a melee matchup, he won't go there. I think he's just trying to cheese it all in early and pray that he can win the lane that way. But, if I'm playing top lane and I'm playing against an Ignite top laner, you just play defensive early and wait for your TF to come. And you don't fight before that, pretty much. And in that case, it becomes very, very difficult for them to get anything done with that. And Flash is just worth much more when you are in the 5v5. And Ignite, really does kind of taper off as far as its value in the 1v1 the further you get into the game, in my experience.
Yeah, the more you have more of their health bar in just your offensive abilities in the first place. Like Ignite is a larger share of your damage at level 2 than it is at level 18. So yeah, I agree with that one. Looking at Keith's Jhin pick here in this game, of the 9 champions he's played more than 10 times, Jhin is his lowest win rate champion at 31% across almost 30 plays. It has not been successful for him. He is once again on a supportive role with this team. He's there to help the Lucian and the Camille setup, so he's going to bring some crowd control down there. I know Jhin is incredibly popular in this patch. He's very, very good with Gale Force. We are still at 11.1, where Gale Force has the short cooldown. It's a good champion. He just has not been successful on it himself, which is, something to put a pin in and watch as it goes down. Not expecting them to get a lot done down in the bottom lane. And again, at level 6, we're going to see TF go to one of those sides, and it's probably going to get really scary when it comes through. Jax can obviously set up a kill, but obviously so can Alistar down there, when Jhin has no escape. So might be a tough one to run for Immortals. We'll see what they can do. If they can hold on in game 2, or if 100 Thieves will knock down another 25-minute Nexus and move on to the semifinals.
It's going to have to be something pretty special here from Immortals, and it does feel like it may need to come from the mid lane. Lucian with the cleanse here into the TF maybe can get some sort of advantage there. If they can get pretty going, maybe there's a way in for this game, but it's going to be really, really tough. So it is Grasp, so that makes more sense. Omnistone, I think, is more of a range matchup type thing, and that's kind of where we saw it being used at Worlds. Grasp is really strong for lane. It is the best of the runes as far as, melee versus melee for your laning phase. It allows for really powerful trades where you just get the Q Grasp proc plus your passive for the physical damage shield. It makes it difficult for your opponents to kind of trade back into that. And Grasp plus Ignite is pretty much the strongest possible your lane can get, unless you want to forego teleport completely and go Flash Ignite, but that's just really not something you see in competitive play.
Ignite Exhaust at all. Ignite Exhaust.
Ignite Exhaust, all right.
Yeah, that's how you got to play it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
This ward spot, yep. Potluck in the squad doesn't see the ward, sees them on the chickens, so this is information they gave away they don't know about, and now it means Someday can camp this brush, and Tapoon is not going to be in a good spot to win this lane anymore. Cannot quite push him all the way out, but does push Someday enough that he's not going to take too much damage after the stun. So no big harms there. Obviously, Someday didn't want to have to let Grasp come out, so hops away. But Closer, of course, knowing the invade happens, says, okay, you went chickens to red, I will go blue to your red. And I'm now curious how many other camps get stolen away. Can Closer choose to wait and get Krugs as well? Can he, go and take the chickens on top? As Potluck is zooming down, he's going to try to get only one camp stolen from him. Again, they both stole each other's reds, but the dual lane's coming as well. Closer has a dash.
Okay, so he just gets the red, so he is still going to be down one camp overall. We'll see how much that does end up mattering, because, of course, there are scuttles to fight over and take. Oh, no hookshot. He can actually be in a lot of trouble here.
This is a lot. Yeah, with the dodge gone, that is a couple hundred health off of Someday. Tapoon played that really nicely. As the stun lands, he throws out the hookshot, and we know Graves is nowhere nearby. Everyone saw him down at the Dragon Pit as he gets the red steal. He's not going to instantly run topside. He'll not farm for 45 seconds. So, just free time to fight up there, and Tapoon gets the better of the trade.
It was really nicely done. Generally speaking, especially if you're on the back foot, you want to have your parry zone, your dodge zone on the Jax at Counter-Strike up for when they hookshot. And then they hookshot into you, but you have the dodge zone available. So yes, you take the damage and the stun, but they can't actually follow it up with any sort of auto attack. So that's why I kind of got excited there, seeing that the Counter-Strike was actually expiring as he was going to be going in for that hookshot, so he wouldn't have that available. And as a result, he does get Someday fairly low, but Someday is playing Corrupting Potion, has Biscuits, and is going to be able to sustain up quite a lot here. So we'll see as they're looking for this dive on bot side. TP comes in.
TP coming in, all right. Big dive at the bot side. Goodbye to Keith already. Joey's loaded into the turret. Good aggro drop by Huhi. Does the re-engage come in? Gold card lands. Easy kill again. It just keeps happening. A double kill in the bottom lane for 100 Thieves.
They are too good at this, man. And now it feels like it's a must kill up on top side. If you do not kill off Someday here with this wave pushing away from him, it already feels like you are so doomed. Someday is in a really bad spot, but 100 Thieves are too damn good at these dives. This was so perfect how they juggle the aggro, who they're actually making sure it hits, FBI moving past the Leona so he could actually get full damage in on the AD, land his W to proc the plasma on both of those as well. You know, really, really, really nicely done. And they do the same thing as they did in the previous game as well, where they reset the aggro and then re-dive the second player and continue to tank that turret. And now Huhi on the roam here.
Yep.
Remember, Tapoon has no flash.
Low on resources, does hookshot away. That's a good one to hold on to. He says, you know, I'm a bit too low to go for the fight. Holds on to the cooldown, but nice try by Huhi. That would have been a kill. Tapoon played it more aggressively. Demonte looks for a gold card, can't quite find it. So no play for Closer just yet. 2-camp lead for Potluck, but kill and assist for Closer is obviously way, way better. And this is off to the races again. 100 Thieves up 700 to 800 gold. Outstanding.
Yep, and the nice thing about Huhi being up there is you are worried as the Jax when you are pushing and the wave is kind of in that neutral position because you don't know where Lily is, you know Camille has Ignite. That is where you die if you're going to die in this lane. So Huhi being up there, even though their gank didn't work, it gives him the freedom to shove that in because now Camille can't all in because he doesn't know where the Alistar is. Huhi stayed up there for a long time, didn't show anywhere to make sure that he had the safety to do that. So Someday got a free recall, his TP was down, goes back to base, refills the potions, buys another ward, and going to be feeling pretty comfortable, I think, at this point in the lane.
Yeah, feeling great so far. 100 Thieves have just a very small CS deficit in top. And okay, to be fair, jungle is actually fairly meaningful, but that is matched everywhere else in the map. Basically, the assist on Demonte pays for CS. The bot lane's obviously just completely tragic on the Immortal side. So easy riding so far. You can see they're now walking towards that dragon as Joey can try to fight for the ward, but Close realistically is going to be very safe right now. Even though Lucian could move first, there's so much bot lane pressure. I don't think Pretty gets anything done. So once again, 100 Thieves able to stack up a dragon pretty early on. And if they need to contest more team fights, not that they have to, they're going to be fine to do so.
I want to see if Potluck can get anything done now, because he actually has a 2-level lead, you know, maybe not a full 2 levels. You can see Closer is closing in on level 5, but currently Closer is level 4, and Potluck has already recalled, is level 6 right now. If you can get something done immediately with that ultimate, with that advantage that you do have, then maybe there's a way to start clawing back in here and creating more of a lead for yourself. Because Potluck did do a good job with the early jungle pathing. You know, he stole 2 camps away to just the one of Closer. Had Closer not been able to pull off that bot lane dive, he would be very far ahead. So Potluck needs to do more than just farm with his lead. He needs to be proactive, make use of this early ultimate, and try to get a kill. Try to dive top lane now. You know, see if you can kill off Someday. Use this Ignite. Use the Lilia ultimate, because otherwise it's just losing value.
Absolutely. Right now, though, Potluck is doing the best he can to just farm. I know you want to see ganks happen. You want to see the level lead do something. Tapoon pushes the wave in. Yes, he's got a 3-wave, 2-wave lead. That's definitely something, but it's not manifesting into much else as Potluck just goes for the damage build, is doing fairly standard Leandrus out of this one. Again, no meaningful magic damage out of Immortals means he's the only one to do it. This is a matchup where Jax definitely would go Ninja Tabby. He would go play Steel Caps and, you know, would feel pretty good about that one. Now, seeing Closer step up and look, I can just contest this. I've got the Monte nearby. Huhi's on the way over as well. Flash stun comes in. A lot of CC going to land. nearly going down, but here comes the re-engage for the squad. It's a 3-on-3, and
here,
Joey's just out of health. The red buff helps to kill him. Closes still over the wall. Can they find one? Yes, who he will drop. The sleep comes through. FBI's got nowhere to go. This will be number 2. The spike comes through for Potluck, and finally, the level lead. The 2 levels on Lilia are going to pay off. Run away from Demonte, get away from the wild cards. That's going to be 3 kills picked up for 1, and signs of life are here for Immortals.
Let's go. Immortals with a big team fight win there, landing the multi-man sleep. Potluck getting it done. The flash Q, 3-man sleep. Closer was very low already, had jumped over the wall, and Immortals, as a result, are able to clean up that fight and close the gold lead quite a bit. So actually ahead 300 gold at this point, and doing very well. And it's a nice play and a needed one for them in what was feeling like it was a game heading towards 100 Thieves' favor, but his Closer did go for the invade there.
Oh, this is a
3v1 play.
TFO will still up. Tapoon doesn't get over the wall, but he does at least immune the gold card, so some damage comes in, but headbutt pulverize after the flash comes in for Huhi, and now this is going to be difficult for Tapoon to live. He's trying to run, but his health bar is running out. The Ignite, it has to be flashed away because Ignite timed out. So Someday picks up 1 kill, but the squad has shown up. Someday finally will go down. The Q's going to land. Lilia finds a second. It's a 2 for 2 so far, but Joey has to run. Demonte finds a gold card. Potluck at most gets a slow, and it's going to be Joey saying, all right, I'm going to drop down. A 3 for 2, a victory for 100 Thieves. A good ult for Demonte. His TF is in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, he's in the right place at the right time with that ultimate. Huhi as well on the roam. Big plays from him with the flash engage on a Tapoon, who played that about as well as he could have. He was able to actually dodge the gold card with his ultimate. Hook shot away off the initial play, but doesn't have the flash, so was able to get chased down and killed off there.
No chance at the Rift Herald. Potluck just being bigger overall, and in fact, the gold leader of the game. A player I was very happy with when he was playing with Immortals last year, one of the only players that really remained on the lineup, but I really do think he's outstanding. I know he's going to be replaced by Xerxes on the LCS roster, but I think he really is a very promising talent. And so far, he's going to be the one trying to carry. And now a play in the bottom side. Closer could be attacked. They're going to land the Zenith Blade. They're going to land only part of the stun as the ult gets him back out of the way. Someday has re-engaged, and Potluck will simply die here. No way out from the Alistar plus Jax. And suddenly, it's all turned around. Someday showed up first. The fight was easy.
The skirmishing there is just so much better from 100 Thieves. They walked into a 2v3 and came out ahead. Yes, Someday did arrive first, but that just made it a 3v3, and Tapoon was kind of nowhere to be found. I'm not sure if he was in lane or just heading back from base, but he was around on the map, it looked like at the end. Just couldn't get there in time. 100 Thieves, as a result, do take that kill. They take the Herald, and now this trade back could be rough for Tapoon.
Yep, they're going to be hitting back and forth. The shield is timed out as Someday stops autoing, and that went pretty reasonable, going towards Triforce on both sides here, it looks like. The auto attack focused of the options, which makes a lot of sense based on these champions, and we can watch that top lane little skirmish again.
Yeah, so here it is one more time. Great ultimate from Tapoon to actually avoid that gold card, but the flash follow buys time for somebody to catch up with the counter-strike. They chase him down, they kill off that first member, and then Closer arriving here. So we have another play up on top side.
Stun's going to be immune, knew the timing there pretty well, and Someday not an easy way out of this one. Going to land a couple more auto attacks, but can't get the rest of it. Tapoon might have let the ult lapse, I couldn't quite tell, but now the squad's showing up. Can they get a Swirl Seed slow? Can they get more out of the hook shot? He's going to be stunned. Be careful, Someday! Oh my gosh, Potluck saves his life. One auto would have killed Tapoon, but it is enough. The plate's going to go over, and top lane is going to be volatile, but the CS difference is 30.
Yeah, grabbing the plates here as well. Tapoon is doing great up on that top side. The pressure coming through from Immortals as the roam from jungle and support makes the difference there. Someday almost having the outplay, but now off the back of that, down 30 CS, losing 2 plates. He is very far behind in this 1v1 at this point, and it's going to be on the back foot for a long time. Thankfully for him, his bot lane is enormously ahead. 42 CS advantage for FBI. Double dragon take here already done. 400 Thieves. They are still looking strong in this game, but Immortals have a way in. They could try to play heavily through this top lane. Use jungle and top. Try to use your advantages there because they are ahead in gold in both of those positions.
Still, yeah, going to be really interesting to watch for, as you're mentioning. Top lane difference is pretty much equal to the bot lane difference, and that's going to be one thing to look for if Tapoon can lock down FBI, or if FBI can carry team fights while Tapoon is neutralized somehow by Someday. That's going to be something to watch for, absolutely. 1,500 gold difference, not terrible, but certainly, obviously, it is 100 Thieves' favor. The two Dragons, good for them as well. Damonte, see if he can upset another matchup in the side, who he just keeps roaming. He is top lane again, as Someday and Tapoon trade back and forth. Someday tries to bait. Okay, I will burn my stun. Come in and fight me. Go for it. Let's go. What you got? No ult's going to come through. Wasn't even up from cooldown. As who he walks up, he can't find any play, and Tapoon is easily able to walk away.
A lot of members up here for 100 Thieves. And it's kind of strange to see the uncontested turret take solo from FBI while 100 Thieves have 3 members top. Joey now is roaming up. Potluck is roaming up. We'll see if they can make something happen here.
Big fight, but they can't find the rest of the stuns in Ahuhi. He sidesteps the ulti, and Zenith Blade's not going to land. That maybe wasn't a great target anyway, but just no play in the 3-on-3. Junglers, supports, and top laners are here. Rift Herald Summon's going to come in time to knock down plates. There'll be a lot more gold towards Someday. Big stun, big Q. Still, again, this is an easy bunch of gold. Someday will not get any of this. He didn't touch the turret, so it's all going to go to closer. That's still good. Obviously, Graves scales nicely, but this does nothing to get Someday any closer in the matchup. All 3 plates went towards Graves. Mid lane being attacked, though, means 2 more plates going down here as Keith gets chunked. And you can just see 100 Thieves have control over basically every lane right now.
FBI is just so disgustingly ahead because they do such a good job of actually funneling gold into him and experience as well. You know, he is very high level. He's the same level as their top laner, same level as the enemy mid laner and jungler. Because he has been spending so much time roaming, allowing him to get all this solo experience. And you notice that anytime 100 Thieves in these last 2 games gets access to a tower, everyone but FBI leaves. They just give him that solo gold. They let him get ahead of the curve because they know he's going to pay them back come team fight time. He is such a strong team fighter, has been displaying it throughout his time in the LCS. And he is really, really strong at this point, closing in on his 2nd item here. Already has the Gale Force, you know, ahead of the curve as far as experience, as noted previously. Sure. He's going to be a terror to deal with.
He is FBI, interestingly, the death leader of 100 Thieves. Surprised me when I looked it up, but has been sometimes aggressive to a fault. Meanwhile, Huhi is, you know, second only to Monte in least deaths. He's actually, despite always being some of the engaged, able to play very, very safely. Impressive, certainly, down there in the support. Impressive for the mid lane as well. I think Monte's actually having one of his best seasons. Obviously surrounded by a lot of stars, but he's been getting better year over year over year, and is a key part of this new look 100 Thieves success. So credit to him for sure for, you know, good growth as a player overall. 2,500 gold still. The difference, though, is 100 Thieves are just going to let Someday chill out topside. Yep, he's weak side forever. You're going to withstand some pressure. You're not the win condition. Just, you know, absorb waves, whatever. They're going to set up Dragon before too long, and Dragon 3 is going to be nice. Mountain Soul only about 7 minutes away, and look at the kind of damage you can do. FBI, yep, dashes fast. Joey flashes in. Ulti's going to dodge away, and Closer shuts down Keith, even despite the heal and flash. The TPs come in. It doesn't even matter. Nothing else happens. 100 Thieves going to 1 for 0 and a clean getaway.
Yep, Keith is already dead. The TP arrives, but it's just going to give free time now for Someday to push in that wave top. And Damonte wasn't even there. That's the worst part, as everyone from Immortals is trying to respond to this play. He's pushing bot lane for free. Someday is pushing top lane for free. It's starting to feel a lot like last game in that regard, where they're playing the map better. Damonte has been so good at these roaming mid laners. You know, he's great on the assassin style as well. He's a very proactive player, plays the map really, really well, and that's something that I think has really paid off for 100 Thieves, because he's often a big reason that Someday bot lane are getting ahead.
Pretty good ult for Pretty. Gets 20% of the health bar off, but now it's a 2v1. You are just dead. Who wants to get the kill? Who's getting it? Nice job by Huhi to back off. Close going to claim this one. Big damage in the mid lane, but Damonte, he's got a stopwatch. Holds on long enough to force them to dive farther. They know they can't get it done, so the team walks back, but the Swirlsy could set it up. Good sidestep. Hookshot going to come across. Force the flash away. Now, gold card and FBI. Goodbye, mid lane death.
Oh my god, that Kaisa damage. The isolated Q there. All of those bullets going straight into Tapoon. He just disappeared straight up. Got deleted there by the Kaisa, who had the collector. And now it's the 3rd straight Dragon. Immortals had that one bot side jungle fight where they got ahead in gold. It was feeling like maybe they could make something happen, but these last couple minutes have been so bad for them. They are now down 4,000 plus gold. It's soul point for 100 Thieves. The itemization in the top lane is really not that big of an advantage anymore, and FBI is just out of control. He's nearly 3,000 gold ahead individually of Keith, which is so tough to deal with because he's almost their entire advantage, but it's gold exactly where you want it.
Yep. Kai'Sa scales incredibly well. When you're allowed to hit, you get a lot of damage out there. Your poke's not great, but if you're able to go do things FBI has been doing where you dive in, you Gale Force auto Q, that is half of anyone's health bar, except Joey with W1. It's only 1/3 of his. You know, he can survive that twice. But it's ugly regardless. He's gigantic here, FBI is, and I'm curious when that gets stopped, because Immortals, they had a gold lead up on Tapoon. That shrunk slightly down to only 35. And even then, somebody's been out team fighting him, right? That kill and the 4 assists. It's very 100 Thieves favored right now.
It's really tough. And I do think it gets even tougher because you have Cleanse on Kai'Sa, you have QSS now on the Graves. They are going to be able to take this Rift Herald, but they can't even pick it up.
Goodbye to Keith. He's dead yet again. Cannot get himself away from all the engaged tools. Twisted Fate, Kai'Sa, Graves. There we go, not Galio. Got my words wrong. Just you can't get away. Jhin is not safe. When you're behind, you really don't do anything on the champion. And for how much they're losing bot lane before, yeah, it's been tough. I know you put him on a utility champion to like get something out of a losing bot lane, but Jhin is just not good from behind in really any way. There's no missing health to missing health damage, and it's rough. I don't even think I've seen him ult all game. I mean, that's just rough stuff. Joey ults defensively to try to get away from stuff, but 100 Thieves are just absolutely running over the map.
The saddest part about it is that Immortals got the Rift Herald but couldn't even pick up the eye, so they didn't even get anything from it.
Got 100 gold.
Yeah, they got 100 gold and lost, what, 3 kills? Maybe more. So pretty brutal. It's now 6.5k. Let's watch this one more time. Immortals do grab this, but no one picks up the eye immediately, and then FBI connects onto Keith with Closer, double Gale Force. The ult comes in from Kai'Sa. They just delete Keith. Not really a lot that he can do, and despite the fact that Pollock had a good 2-man ultimate on both the marksmen, the fight was already lost. Your Jhin is dead. Everyone's in full retreat. There's no way to follow up on that. And 100 Thieves have got everything going for them right now.
Yeah.
The lead is no longer there in top lane even. There's just no advantages. You know, you can see that everything has really just gone more and more towards 100 Thieves. They're just playing the map so well. Looking for this pick here onto Someday, but no one is really around to follow up on it just yet.
And just to echo your point, right now, every single player on 100 Thieves has a gold lead over their opponents, but only one has a gold lead over 1,000. It is obviously FBI. That's the expectation here. So, you know, if there is somehow a battle without FBI, if he is miraculously in the wrong lane at the wrong time, a 4-on-4 and a 5-on-4, those are actually fairly reasonable. Do I expect to get one? Absolutely not. He's got Cleanse to get away from stuns. He's, you know, FBI's gonna hit champions. But if there's a world where somehow he's in the wrong spot, there's a chance.
There's always a chance. There's
always a chance.
Comebacks that can happen in League of Legends, but it's going to be an incredibly uphill battle. When you just look over at the itemization, FBI is probably going to finish his 3rd item before Keith finishes his 2nd. And it's just one of the best snowballing champions, I think, in the game. When Kai'Sa is so far ahead that she can just use her ultimate aggressively and insta-kill people in these fights, it becomes so difficult. You know, you talked about Gale Force auto Q doing, you know, 2/3 of people's health. Well, guess what? Graves' ultimate does the rest because he does Gale Force too. So they don't need any setup practically at that point. I mean, the setup in the last fight was FBI hit a W on Keith, and then it's like, well, you're dead, bud.
Pretty much, yeah. And even if you need more than one auto, it's Halo Blade's Kai'Sa. Like, her current builds are very bursty. Gale Force is bursty. Obviously, you have the execute. But, okay, Joey's very low. They find some stuns. I mean, maybe this is the opportunity as FBI has to run away. Gets slept, gets out, but Joey's going to go down. He's way too tanky to do anything else but live. Potluck's going to be attacked. Easy Q going to land. Tries to get away. He's going to live. You got to be kidding me. And they get one back on a Sunday. This is a 1-for-1. Make it a 2-for-1. The points are going up on the board, but FBI is able to re-engage. And be careful. He is so lethal. They cannot re-engage any further, but pretty incredible stuff to go 3-for-2. Just a small fight going towards Immortals right in front of the Dragon Spawn.
It was a great fight from Immortals. It looked like somebody messed up, though. When he queued back in, he never got his auto off. I'm not sure if that was a cancel or he just thought the Q was going to be lethal damage, but now Closer is here. They're going to get chased down.
Oh, Keith does not get hit by both halves of Q. Either half really is Closer's far enough away. Keith tries to go for the root, can't get that one. Might be trying to start the Dragon. Pollock knows he has no smite, but they should also know that they can probably zone these guys away if they play it right. They've got Joey back here as well. He can sneak up to that brush. He won't have line of sight on him
TP, though.
yet. Now FBI sees him. Is there a battle? Is there a smite? He's going to be picked up, but now the re-engage comes across. Easy kill into Closer, but now Someday is in. 4v2 in the pit, and FBI opens up. He's going to find a second, and now he's right back in the middle of the pit. He will get shut down. The flash does nothing, but Someday is now here. He's got Huhi soon, but Someday's health bar is running low. They need one more spell. Will they get it from Tapoon? He's knocked up into the air. Huhi is bodyguarding as Someday gets the triple, and now Damonte is here as well. It's Tanner. Time to be stunned and time to be killed. A quadra for Someday, and 100 Thieves lose the dragon, but they will not lose the fight. The Bud Light ace.
What a fight there from Someday. The Triumph coming in clutch, barely keeping him alive multiple times, it felt like, as FBI finally did go down in the fight. But he had him softened up, and Someday on the TP flank here in the Bud Light ace. You can see they finish off the dragon. Closer going in very aggressively, trying to smite that away, but as a result, he got burst down very, very quickly. But then Someday in on top here. You can see FBI trying to go in for Pretty, but Pretty went over the wall, comes back in to finish him off as FBI tries to flash out. Then barely the Counter-Strike comes back up. The Triumph heal off of that kill onto Lilia. Someday waits it out for the Counter-Strike. Damonte arrives, goes back in, finishes off the Camille for the quadra kill, and Someday is fed now.
Closer, oh, nearly kills him off. He's burning. He's gonna, no, he is gonna burn. He's gonna burn because Collector killed him, I believe. That was the items doing some work, so a 1-for-0. Re-engage, who he is at 1 hit from dead, but he's gonna walk away. Closer's still a bit low, but Joey's not tanky enough. They will not find any kills on the Immortal side. The Jin ult does a bit of damage, pretty good sniping, but Someday blocks. Just barely FBI lives. Imagine if Keith had any more gold at all. That was a kill into FBI. He did land the second shot. It just didn't matter. So now they're going to try again topside. Damage on a Someday. Puts the dodge zone up. Going to look for Keith. Flash to chase it down. He's going to solo kill him. Yep, does indeed do so. And now Damonte's here, and that's Potluck going down as well. Someday wants a bit more. Can they get the damage from Camille? Gets stunned. Stopwatch burned. Second ace in a row. 100 Thieves will not be stopped.
Oh my god, Immortals, it's got to be so frustrating. They're down 9,000 gold, and they're actually having some very close skirmishes. But 100 Thieves are just smacking them over the head with their wallet, using that gold lead to crush through these fights, back-to-back fights. Someday limping through with almost no health, surviving off of Triumph proc, surviving off of the stopwatch there, and now they have the Baron. I think the fun is over for Immortals.
And if that's the case, then we will see Immortals in February in week 1 of the LCS. It may not be this roster. Obviously, the Academy roster will keep playing week over week, which is this one. But we'll see if the whole LCS team comes together or not as they wait for the rest of their players. We get to watch this fight once again, and Someday just holds on to the defensive cooldowns.
Exactly. He's able to get multiple Counter-Strikes out. It was a nice flash follow there from Someday. Connects through, gets the first Triumph heal, then onto Potluck. Second Triumph heal comes through again, barely keeping him alive as the Counter-Strike expires into the stopwatch. Another Triumph heal just for good measure there. And they are now pushing mid, they're pushing top, they're focusing on 2 lanes currently to Baron buff up. It is Closer roaming in between the 2 lanes, ready to respond in case any side gets engaged on. Damonte does not have his ultimate just yet, so 100 Thieves may want to play this a little bit cautiously.
Okay, here comes the fight up in the mid lane. Tapoon getting some decent damage here, but Closer's shown up after the stun. They nearly get the kill on Damonte. He's going to flash away. One more auto would kill him. Is there going to be a miracle snipe? Sidestepping, going to get blocked up, and Damonte will live as it's time for Keith to run away. So a nice 1-for-0, just barely escaped with his life again. If the gold was closer, these kills would come through, but this is gold difference in action. Even just things like the Mountain Drake giving a bit more armor MR can sometimes be the difference. Ultimately, at the end of the day, 100 Thieves going to be walking this one home. The Red Bull Baron on for 80 seconds still. Dragon spawning in 45. We're going to crack some inhibitors first.
Tapoon's even down multiple levels. Any small difference would be huge there as we see Potluck. Oh, in goes FBI.
He is endangered. They're going to be hunting. There's some venison tonight for 100 Thieves. Someday has got another one in a row. Lost the lane, didn't matter. Better team fighting, better team wins. And now on to the Nexus itself. They're happy to go for the siege to end the game. No Mountain Soul needed. 4v5 the defense for Immortals. Knocked back on a Tapoon. Who he going to get rooted? Big damage comes across. Nearly dead. They need one more shot. He's going to ignite, and he should burn down. The last tick will get the kill. One trade back to his Closer ults in and knocks down Joey.
Nicely done. They're going to retreat back to this dragon now, pick up Soul for themselves, try to guarantee it. They're enormously ahead, and 100 Thieves, a very scrappy game here. 39 kills in 27 minutes. This one has been an absolute bloodbath. Both teams having some fun with it, it feels like. Tapoon really showcasing some great early laning, but as you said, somebody is so far ahead. He's on 9 kills at this point, Closer on 10 kills. They are really, really stacked and picking up all of the luxury items here for what should be the final push.
Well, quick thumbs up for Keith. He knows this one's basically doomed. He knows it's kind of over, but they'll try their best to fight it out. It's even more impossible to deal damage as Jhin, by the way, when they have the Mountain Soul, the shield up front, so you get no missing health damage for even longer, and that is tough stuff. So yeah, we wait for the death knell. We wait for 100 Thieves to advance. We know the next match is the all-important Cloud9 versus TSM. And 100 Thieves are going to play the winner of that one, and that's going to be next week. So we got another fight coming across right now. It's going to be a one-shot. They get Closer right away. Mountain will not keep that from happening. The burst is certainly there. TF ult burned on top of that one. So it's just a little bit of gold going back in, but you need 15 of those to tie this game back up.
Still a great play. You know, I like that Immortals are consistently looking for these aggressive plays. They're not just laying over and dying. They have been close in a lot of these fights, and now finding a pick will delay 100 Thieves a little bit more, because you can see 100 Thieves posturing a little bit more defensively for now. They still have very good vision on both sides of the jungle. Immortals really has no offensive vision whatsoever because they have been trapped in their base for so long. It won't do more than buy them some time, but it will give them a little bit more farm, another chance to potentially find a pick like that and continue to scrape their way back in here.
It's just always difficult because the defensive tools keep stacking up. We do have the Steel Caps in for Someday. His Guardian Angel's been done. You've got QSS in for Closer. Finished Scimitar QSS for FBI. Demonte Zonius is done here as well. And just for good measure, who he's got Shrelius for the kiting. He's had it for a while, but just want to reiterate that he's got that item here. So a lot of tools that can be used to keep you alive if things go pear-shaped. And yeah, 10,000 gold across 30 minutes. Again, you basically a jungler's gold income worth of extra cash right now. You know, sort of a 6v5, and that's going to feel pretty comfortable as 100 Thieves. Plus the Mountain stats are looking to close this one out. Baron alive in just over a minute. Curious if they will wait that long to play for the objective, or if they will go for a big siege, but they aren't playing it too aggressively yet.
Yeah, it feels like if Immortals are kind of just buttoned up in their base, it probably will result in another Baron take here. Demonte is down towards that side lane, but Tapoon is around, and I think he is aware of that, so he's going to have to be somewhat careful. We saw he was losing that 1v1 pretty heavily up on that top side, despite being ahead in gold. That's just kind of the way the champion matchup goes, and we'll see if he face checks Tapoon, if he's even still there.
Okay, yep, stops the recall. Yeah, Tapoon is like, hang on. Because he saw Alistair and Graves are going his way, so he's like, I need to actually recall. This isn't going to be any good, and he's still going to be attacked here. Demonte, easy gold card. Q comes over the top. FBI is there. Burst comes across, and Closer, for good measure, steals the kill and gets number 11 on the game.
That one was like a full screen away, but grabs it for himself. Another kill collected there for Closer. He's boosting up the KDA right now, and it looks like they are heading over towards that Baron. Going to do it on spawn. Immortals, no chance of really getting out of the base to get anything done here. So it should be that free Baron take for 100 Thieves.
And there we go. It is spawned. There is technically a smite, and that smite is about where Doublelift would be if there is a team doing Baron. He's taking the chickens. You know, that is a standard place to be. But realistically, yeah, there's nothing to be done. I mean, we talk about, you know, old school trash talk. That is the old school Doublelift, is taking chickens when there's a Baron call. Maybe he just because he wanted to ignore hotshot all the time, but whatever it was, that's where the man was back in the day. He's since improved. Now it's just running at Victors. But he can't even defend himself, you know? Maybe he's co-streaming. I don't know. Regardless, though, 100 Thieves are waiting for the rest of this one. I love you, Peter. You're a great guy. But here comes the push to the top side. The respawns have come in. Tapoon is around. Ultilist that he is. Top inhibitor is going to drop. Here comes the inhibitor next. And Immortals will try somehow to defend this one. But the structures are falling, and they're going to wait for their turret to be part of the fight to make it a little bit closer.
Tapoon kind of on the flank, but when you realize he's the same level as the Alistar as, whoop, close your eyes, look away from Huhi, nothing happened there, nothing to see. Everyone gets one, you know? Everyone gets one with Alistar. If it happens again, it's going on the highlight roll.
Yeah, you're going back to Academy. You're going back to mid lane. Monte's going to roll swap you. He'll show you how to head the pulverize.
Huhi would be a great Galio, to be fair.
Yeah. I think it'd be a good, like, Talia, you know, like maybe like a Reliant Soul or something, you know, something like wave through champion.
I could see it. I could see it.
I think that would make sense, yeah. I think it'd work well.
You should try mid lane, see how it goes.
Yeah. CLG's, could maybe, if they don't like Bobo up there, could look for the mid laner. I don't know. Possible.
Back to MSI Finals. All right. We're waiting for them to close this one out. Feels like it's been done for a while. 100 Thieves, enormous advantages across the board here, now closing in. 2 lanes of supers being pushed in. They're sieging this final inhibitor tower.
Well, a lot of CC on Jax. He loses, I mean, that's a decent ult at the end there from Pretty, but half-health Jax is your your reward for burning 2.5 ultimates, so not that important. They get a slow on the TF, a sleep on him as well, but here comes the re-engage. Oh my gosh, Keith has nowhere to go. He's just going to die. He's stunned. He's ulted. Closer steals yet another kill. FBI kites it out and just manages to win the duel against Tapoon. Thanks to the team, who he's trying to build some time up against Joey now as well. Pretty's going to drop an easy chase down. Jax just eats Marksman for breakfast. The turrets will fall. They had to work a little bit harder, 100 Thieves, but they will advance to the semifinals. They will await the winner of Cloud9 versus TSM. One last Bud Light ace for good measure, thanks to the turret. The turret claims the ace. Well done, 100 Thieves, 2-0.
Demonte TPing back to his home base, chasing the kill there. And that was a sign of what this game was. It was bloody. 100 Thieves dominated game 1. They dominated game 2, but I think they had a little bit more fun with it, feeling like they were in control of this one for a very long time, cruising through their first round of the lock-in knockout stage here, and looking really, really good while doing it.
Yeah, kind of 3 things stood out to me. One is even pre-level 6, 100 Thieves' ability to just dive bot lane and get a free double kill, super impressive. Their coordination is outstanding, controlling the wave. Closer had to go like hard top side or stay down there to go for a dive. They said, okay, we'll do that. Demonte was in a spot to TP, and at level 3, they just hard dive bot lane. They gun juggle the aggro well, and congratulations, bot lane's over. FBI's gigantic. We're going to win through bot, no problem. On the other side, though, credit to Tapoon. Sure, the TF spent his time bot lane instead of top, but he grew a very large lead for himself. Good for Potluck to get his farm lead up there as well. And they had a big top diff. They had a pretty big jungle diff there as well for a while. It couldn't result in a win. FBI was too big, but there were really good elements there, Tapoon, being part of that. So that was really well done. But then the other half was, well, something they didn't care he was behind. Right, he went from a really mediocre like 0-2 start down 40 CS to godlike, and was just a huge part of the reason why they won the game. So 100 Thieves, yes, the better team. We will see them in semis next week. That will be exciting for that showdown, of course. And after the break, we will hear from the 100 Thieves top laner himself. So we will hear from Sunday for the Verizon postgame interview. See you soon.
Introducing Fantasy LCS, live now on the Sleeper app. Create a league. You are the coach. Draft your ultimate LCS team. Plan your roster and make coaching decisions each week. Compete against friends throughout the season. Rep your team, talk trash, and see if you've got what it takes to win your league. Download Sleeper now. The fantasy season begins on February 5th.
Welcome back to the LCS Lock In tournament. Don't you worry, we're getting that interview set up with Someday, and so we'll be tossing it over to Tigress as soon as that is all ready to hear from the victors. But a 2-0 victory for 100 Thieves, again, expected, but nice to see that follow-through on the day. Crumbs, I want to come to you first, though, because in this game, too, we did see this Immortals Academy roster put up more of a fight. It was a much tougher game for 100 Thieves.
It was a much tougher game, yet if you saw game one, you would have thought it was identical because 100 Thieves went for the same dive in the bottom lane. This time around, it wasn't with Twisted Fate being level 6. It was level 4 with the teleport, and you see the statistics that he had against the Lucian in the lane. He was always free to roam around and influence the map. This was the beginning where IMT finally caught on to what 100 Thieves was doing, which was the constant invades on the spawns of the red buff. They were prepared, they answered, but it just wasn't enough. They needed to do this constantly, and 100 Thieves were relentless.
All right, and I want to gas up my guy, Demonte, right now. He is in every single play that 100 Thieves make. On this Twisted Fate, he is so good about making these roams, and at 6, he is almost always using his Twisted Fate ult early. In some games, on other teams, we see the Twisted Fate ult maybe once or twice the entire game, but I swear, he's ulting on the cooldown, and I really love that. I'm so happy to see a proactive Twisted Fate here in North America. People had questions about Demonte before, but have no question now. It is always Tanner time.
Yeah, I mean, you see it in all these plays here. It was game 1, it was that ult down to the bot lane for the dive. Game 2, as you mentioned, Crumbs using the teleport already here by level 7. He's been in the side lanes 3 times and a part of all of the fights. This game, though, it did definitely break down a little bit, and I think that's where we do have to give some credit, Mark, to these young players on the side of Immortals for trying things. And I know that that can sound like a pretty low bar, but, you know, when you are the underdog and when you are actively being beat, to keep going back out there and making stabs at strategy, it's an important thing to be able to do.
Yeah. I want to... Oh, you got it?
Well, I mean, he talked to me, so I figured it
did
was
say
my
Mark's
turn.
name, but you know what, Lorem, I will let you
know what?
go.
Go ahead, dude. You got some great ideas. Let's hear it.
All right. My great idea is that I really like the Immortals comp. I thought they had a lot more to do this game than the last game, which was just Hecarim and the boys. Now you've got the Camille, who was absolutely stomping that lane. He was 50 CS at 15 minutes, and you had so much more to do with an individual. You didn't have to rely on being 5-man all the time. So it's nice to see that they put up a fight. They even got some early game kills. They had a 3-0 in their bottom jungle, and it was nice to see. Now, Mark, it's your turn.
Thank you. I wanted to say the exact same things about the top lane. And I think one of the things that's interesting was this was a matchup where I would have liked to see, actually, 100 Thieves go up there a little bit more often. He got slammed a little bit in a skill matchup. There was more attention by Immortals play up to the top side, who he did go top once or twice on the Alistar, but they didn't coordinate those quite that well, and so almost nothing happened off of them. And it's something where, you know, you have the tools to snowball Someday. I thought this was going to be the Someday hard carry game. He did get a Quadra, so I need to you know, make sure I keep this within context. But against another team that's not going to get killed instantly level 4 on that turret dive and these kinds of things that 100 Thieves was able to pull off versus sub-squad of Immortals, I did want to see a little bit more carry potential out of them, because normally if your Jax falls down 50 CS, that's really dangerous for the Jax to try and keep playing that game out.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's really cool to see a stab at something different in the top lane. But as you mentioned, with this you know, core of Golden Guardians players willing to throw their bodies at the opponents, builds a lot of space for Someday's Jax, who was incredibly far behind in the early game, picking up a Quadra kill here in this kind of game-breaking fight.
I'd be careful moving the Jax into the next series, because a stronger composition from the side of Immortals, or a stronger team, would absolutely win the game from the top side. The Jax versus Camille matchup is good for Jax when he gets camped, when he gets so much help that then in the 1v1 Camille has no time to go to the team fight, is stuck 1v1ing the Jax, and with enough itemization he can team fight. This Camille got to that point and just was not able to take a win. So 100 Thieves locking in this Jax without help, very sus. Looking forward, I don't want to see more of that.
I like that call out. Got to find the learnings, even in the victory, as 100 Thieves will move on to the next stage of the knockout tournament. And speaking of their victory, let's go ahead and head over to our player. Hold on. We're going to talk player of the series first. My bad. We have to avoid that. 100 Thieves, they took care of business today. And while we were praising the coordination from the squad, it is going to go to closer from the jungle this time around.
I voted for Demonte.
I knew you were going to say that. And, like, listen, I get it. They were a great tag team duo. They were all over the map together. And so, who do you want to give the credit to? I think both of them are super deserving. But for me, I think Closer being able to have a larger impact in finding individual kills and stuff like that and having a little bit higher kill participation in some of them was more impressive to me.
It's so mainstream to vote for Closer, and I also really like that Damonte has been super proactive on the Twist of Fate. I'm giving him Player of the Series just for playing his champion correctly, and the fact that he's making so many early game plays. He's always in them. You can always expect your jungler to be involved in early game plays, but not always your mid laner, so good job, Damonte.
Especially because...
Question for Damonte's fan base, Alarm. Would you consider Damonte to be a top 3 mid laner in NA?
No doubt in my mind.
Boom! There it is. Definitively on Alorum's top 3 list. Was someday set up. Let's go ahead and send it over to the Verizon post-game interview for a quick word.
So much, Dash. Happy to get some words from 100 Thieves someday after that best of 3 series. Someday, first things first, there was a lot of pressure on 100 Thieves going into this quarterfinal matchup against Immortals Academy roster. What were your thoughts ahead of it?
It wasn't really looks clean game from us, so I don't really satisfied how we performed, but I'm glad that we won that game.
Yeah, speaking on that, it did start a little rough in game number 2, but you did manage to bring it back. How did you accomplish that feat?
Because our teammates did really good job. How they're working, and they just take care of me a lot, so I just took a bus from my teammates.
Well, when it comes to the teammates performing well, we just heard about Closer and his performance. Obviously, a lot of work between you and him to build that synergy. What do you think Closer offers to your team as the jungler?
His personality is really funny and really passionate, so I really like playing with him.
You have described your teammates as talkative, even in the Ashley Kang interview you did, where you also spoke about your desire to get those accomplishments you've wanted for your career alongside your friends that you see. How do you remain so driven to perform well time and time again here in the LCS?
Because I really like playing League, and I love to being a professional player, and I'm still hungry, so I want to try to more win.
And we like watching you play League. Next thing that we're going to get to see is you playing against either Cloud9 or TSM. Do you have any preference between which team you face, or your thoughts on how that's going to go?
I don't really any preference, because if we're playing better, we probably win. If we play bad, we probably lose. So we just trying to focus how we are improving.
Play well and get wins. Thanks, Someday, for stopping on by. That's going to do it for us here in the Verizon post-game interview. But on the other side of the break, we have another best of 3 series to find out who, between Cloud9 and TSM, will be facing 100 Thieves next. Stay tuned.
A lion! Ah, yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a Red Bull. Red Bull? Still, you'll never be faster than a lion. I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just faster than you. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back for our next best of 3 for Lock In, where TSM and Cloud9 once again face off in the bracket stage. These two teams have so much history between them, be it in a playoff bracket-style format like we find ourselves in right now, or just, the regular season games between the two. And look at that record, all-time, very close with Cloud9, just barely getting the edge. But I think this is something that we have to contextualize, Mark, anytime these two teams come up against each other, is how often they've faced off and how close it usually is.
Yeah, it's really cool to see because they have had different moments, in their careers where each person has been the one on top, and it always seems to flip-flop. Even last year, where it's like, oh my God, C9 is the best team North America's ever seen in spring. Come summer, it's TSM taking down the trophy, So I think it's always really cool to see how these are always in a constant ebb and flow.
Yeah, so where would you say it is right now? Like, if you had to pinpoint where we are on the timeline right now, C9 arguably a little bit more favored.
Yeah, I don't know which side C9's on, but they are definitely, I think,
that side.
running a little hotter right now.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
I think C9 right, started slow. TSM was already dominant, but C9 really caught up while TSM kind of dropped the ball a little bit in LCS. So I feel like this year is the year that TSM put all their eggs in, rebuilding and trying to make sure that they can get back to the level where they were the ones dominating the record against Cloud9. Because with Bjergsen on your coach, with all the players they got, with PoE, Huni, these are some big names. You're expecting big results. And Sword Art.
Yeah, big names on both sides of the equation, right? I mean, you've got massive pickups for TSM. You got massive pickup for Cloud9 in Perks. And while, yes, we can talk about the mid lane a little bit later, I think it should also be recognized that some of the people who are the mainstays on the team, who have been here from last year to this year, are the top performers right now. Mark, in particular, I'm looking at Vulcan in the bot lane.
Yeah, I think Vulcan's been arguably the standout player for C9 thus far in 2021. He has been incredible in and out of lane, particularly on the Alistar pick, finding so many opportunities for them to get kills. 2v2, roaming around the map, big team skirmishes, all these different things. And it's really great to see. And I think, especially considering his opponent's Sword Art today, it does feel like it'll be a really cool matchup to see how Vulcan's going to stand up to him.
I think, the second part of that equation, of course, is the AD carries that are next to those supports. And Alorum, when I look at, the C9 bot lane in particular, I cannot help but still feel like they are going under the radar in that conversation for best bot lane. Now the Doublelift has exited the lead. Do you think, Sven has it in him to put himself and Vulcan above the rest?
Right. So it's funny to say that you think Sven and Vulcan are under the radar because they've been so good in the past year. I don't think they've ever really underperformed. The problem with C9 has typically been their bot side, in my opinion. And on TSM, I was saying earlier on in the week that I thought Lost was already an LCS player since 2018. And I still think that, but there are growing pains to TSM, and they haven't quite found their stride. While C9, on the other hand, they haven't quite found their stride on the top side, while Sven and Vulcan are still doing their thing on the bot. As we've said, Vulcan has been incredible on the Alistar, and Sven has just been doing his thing. He carries all the games. And so while I'd like to see Fudge and Perks and Blabber do really well together, you can pretty much always rely on Sven and Vulcan doing well.
Crumbs, it is an interesting conversation, this bot lane discussion between these two matchups, just because of the types of supports that they are. I feel like Sven Vulcan, a little bit more lane dominant than we would expect TSM to be. Sword Art, always happy to leave the lane and look to affect the map elsewhere. Do you expect that he'll be able to actually have an opportunity to do that today, or will the C9 bot lane keep them contained?
I think if he has an opportunity to do it, it'll be because the bot lane is over and you have to go somewhere else to make something else on the map. I think we have a big mismatch here. And I'm expecting both these teams to try to make the same plays that 100 Thieves was going for earlier, which is these early dives into the bottom lane, and immediately that lane is over. So that approach from Cloud9, if they have the right composition, can just eliminate the bottom lane for TSM, and maybe Sword Art can roam around and find something in return. But the teams need to be very aware that this is a play that is going to be done.
Well, right back at you, Crumbs, with this question around Champion Select. TSM has been the target of criticism for the way they've conducted their Champion Select so far in this tournament. What's your assessment?
So my first thing with TSM is that you've got a really good mid laner in PoE, but everybody and their mothers knows that PoE plays control mages almost exclusively, and he's really good at it, so it doesn't matter that the enemy knows. when FlyQuest had success last year with PoE, it was because he was paired with a physical damage jungler almost every single time. Santorin was always on the physical carry. That meant so that the synergy in the mid 2v2 was way better. Speakout loves playing way more mages than Santorin. He needs to prioritize playing physical damage junglers above everything else so that he can have synergy with PoE, and then the rest of the composition will be fine. That to me is the biggest thing that they have to sort out, and it's unfortunate that Speakout won't get to play his Lilia or Gragas's or all these picks, but there's plenty of AD carries to work with PoE.
All right, and so someone has to talk about it because we're talking about the TSM draft, but we got to talk about the Gnar and if Huni decides to play it or not, if the coaches allow Huni to play it or not, rather. So I think the best game we've seen Huni on was not Gnar. He was on the Ornn, and while the lane phase was going really poorly, he was down a whole bunch of CS, and he had the tier build, which was some controversy there. A lot of people were discussing that. I think if you get rid of the Gnar pick, it's actually going to go really well for TSM because I don't think they've quite found the synergy with it yet. You have to play around the Gnar bar really well, and not all teams are going to be on that point yet at this early into the tournament. So I say TSM, please no Gnar.
Yeah, I was going to say, we got to talk about it as long as they keep picking it. So maybe they'll forfeit that pick this time around, and you'll see us here in the postgame completely ignoring Gnar's existence. With all that said, the team's all ready to dive into games, so let's hand it over to Captain Flowers and Kobe for Game 1.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. My name is Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns. I am here once again with Mr. Sam Kobe Hartman Kinsler, and it is our distinct honor to bring y'all some TSM versus Cloud9. I'm excited.
Ooh, 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 welcome, welcome, welcome. Come one, come all to the LCS offseason $5 million money match. Who is the most overpaid import? Is it Perks or is it Sword Art? I'm so excited for this. There's so many overreactions, so much trash talking that goes along with this. Cloud9 versus TSM, you know, one of the hypest rivalries that we have in the LCS. And let's get into the picks and bans because there are two main pain points for me. It is top lane for both of these teams, and then how is TSM going to deal with Blabber? They really need to limit Blabber's options here. He has been so good on every champion. Talia is still up, Kindred is still up, so he's going to have an option from one of those two very successful ones he's used already. But currently, they are focusing him. Pantheon is definitely high priority on jungle ban as well as the Olaf. See if they follow it up with 3 Blabber bans, and they do.
Yup, we've got Talia, Olaf, Pantheon, Graves, Renekton, and Camille all banned away. First pick of this draft will be the Kai'Sa here for Cloud9. Not surprised to see this S-tier AD carry going over as first pick in the draft that enables Vin to put them carry pants on.
And I like that this plays with Cloud9's mentality. They are always a team that likes to push tempo, dive in a lot of team fights, try and force a lot of fights. Kai'Sa right now is the epitome of that. As far as AD carries goes, her only small weakness is the short range for later, but that doesn't matter if you build a dive comp. You know, with the addition of Gale Force, 2 Killer Instinct, plenty of options there for big kills for Sven. Answers from TSM already the Jhin. Extremely popular, but Spica's Nidalee locked in very early, and they're gonna need some hard CC with their solo laners for this. We have seen a couple of successful uses of Nidalee without that sort of setup, but it is far more rare.
Yeah, Nidalee feels like she falls into the same camp there with Talia. Very, very powerful AP jungler that really wants to just take her allies out to a nice fancy dinner to say thank you whenever they have that point-and-click CC to set them up and make sure they can hit them skill shots to get the ganks done. But over on the other side, Cloud9 say, all right, you want to talk about point-and-click CC? Let's get Perks here on the Twisted Fate in the mid lane that can set everything up, really get all the side lanes going. And Blabber on the Hecarim, Kobe. This is the kind of champion you can take over the Rift with.
We said dive, Flowers, and what is more dive for a jungler than Hecarim? Blabber is going to be set up for success here because they've locked in the Twisted Fate for Perks. I love high priority on Twisted Fate that teams have been showing. It just so greatly accentuates the strengths of powerful junglers right now. Meanwhile, there's a lot of champions on TSM side that look very juicy for getting picked off, and 0 of that setup that we were talking about for Nidalee. Yes, Lucian is a good pairing as far as AD threat and AP threat, but that lane is pretty hard to create action off of, so you're going to need Sword Art with a playmaking support here. He has to be on Alistar, on Leona, on Maokai. That one's banned out. Good job by by Cloud9, as that's what Sword Art used to hit rank 1 in the LCS ladder, or in the North American solo queue ladder. There are definitely plenty of other options, though. Rel as well, super popular as far as that big AoE setup.
Shen, Maokai, what else is it going to be? TSM, last ban is skipped. Okay, sometimes you got to be testing your mechanics not just in the game, but in the lobby as well. TSM missing that 5th ban. We'll see if that comes back to bite him here. Cloud9 onto the last ban of the draft. What is it going to be? They know that their opponents still need a support. They know that they still need a solo laner.
I'm going to guess Alistar ban.
Makes sense.
Unless they've got some sort of crazy plan going on here, I'm going to guess for Alistar. Thresh is a savior ban, because it's more versatile than Alistar with the lantern. So I can definitely see it here, but it does mean TSM get their choice, pick of the litter here for Sword Art.
Well, TSM, what's it going to be here for 4th pick? Do they want to show both solo lanes, or do they want... Nope.
Okay,
all right, we're going to go for the Gragas here. Flex pick, I love it.
All right, keep it flexible here. Keep them guessing. You can easily rotate this if Huni doesn't feel comfortable. But honestly, I'd say slap that Gragas in the top lane right now. That's the type of champion.
Gnar.
Exactly. That's
like 20 points right there. It's not Gnar.
I want to see Huni on this style. Gragas provides great AoE push for the top side. Your Q in lane is so good, especially versus melee matchups. Fudge has to pick a generalist top laner. Aatrox right now fits that to a T. You can play a decent amount of range with working with your Qs quite well. Has a lot of healing in the kit. Doesn't have any super terrible matchups. And they have to respect the flex. So no surprise here from the Cloud9 side.
Last pick for Cloud9 will be the Nautilus. So that's at least a traditional tank there for the front line. So far, both Hecarim and Aatrox are drain tanks. So they've just got a classic meatball there with those guys here to front line for the Kai'Sa and the Twisted Fate. All right, TSM, let's see how this one's going to shape up. Do you take the Gragas into the top side, up there against that Aatrox? Do you want to play Gragas mid and put Lucian top? Do you want to completely switch everything up and not listen to anything I'm saying? Oh, we got the Galio picked up here as the final pick of this draft for TSM. Kobe, how are we feeling about this?
So Galio I have really liked when there's been this super high priority, the meta is emerging of almost all the supports have been hard engage melee champions for bot side. Galio can defend against that really well because he can peel super well in lane since your taunt is AoE, plus you have the Justice Punch. And then you have the extra global for trying to deal with Twisted Fate a little bit later. It can help out some with the map pressure, but already from Champ Select, I would say pressure advantage to Cloud9. TSM, it does look like it is going to be more difficult as far as getting to the mid stage of the game, where they then can try and retake control. But they do have a couple powerful lanes to try and work off of. Excited to see Power of Evil on the Lucian, as he is very well known for control mages, and I want to see him play aggressive.
Now, you're talking about some advantages here for Cloud9, also some powerful lanes for TSM. And I like the fact that the coaching conversation for both these teams was also a talking point coming in to this season here in 2021. Cloud9 now finally not having Reaper as a head coach after so long. TSM, Bjergsen finally moving on from being a player to now being a coach. Which one of these two coaches, Mr. Kobe, I'm going to put you in the hot seat right now. Which one of these two coaches just won the draft?
I would give the edge over to the Cloud9 side. I would rather be playing these champions at the moment.
Okay.
I do think that this draft is definitely more difficult for TSM to pull off, but doable.
Now, specifically, the top lane matchup of the Aatrox versus the Gragas. I'm going to be keeping my eyes on this one. You pointed it out at the very beginning of Champion Select, saying that top lane could be volatile. Both of these guys have been underperforming so far in the first week and a half of the lock-in tournament here. Yeah. How's this lane going to play out up here?
Honestly, it's easier to farm for both sides, so they don't have to go for a hard engage. It's all about jungler setup for the top side, because either of them can set up at a whim. I would prefer to be on the Gragas side of the matchup because Body Slam is so easy to utilize, whether you have your jungler or you're trying to escape from them. That's why Gragas has really risen very highly in priority. Aatrox, though, as we mentioned, does go Gore Drinker, does get super great sustain, and you can play it safer utilizing your Qs and stuff like that.
Speaking about sustain as well, Huni going Grasp here on the Gragas in the top lane. Sometimes you will see Phase Rush to allow him to trade aggressively and then walk away before his opponent can respawn, but Huni wants the extra sustain and burst trading power of that Grasp. Everything else here looking pretty standard as Vulcan and Sven waste no time in bottom lane. Immediately getting some damage down onto Sword Art. As Lost tries to retreat here, Sven getting one more dose of the Acathian Rain just to make sure they back away. Kobe, I love seeing bottom lane duos play aggressively from level 1. As soon as you get into the lane, targeting the enemy champions instead of the minions when you know you can win it, it's just fantastic.
Yeah, well, you must be happy in this meta then, with everybody taking these engaged melee supports all over the place. Important thing for the top lane is that Gragas, a lot of the power for laning comes from your Q. It does a lot of damage for pushing the wave, and in these melee matchups, you can oftentimes get some harassment or try and zone the Aatrox as well. Huni so far had some pretty good trades off camera, but the biggest difference, as I mentioned before, is the difference in jungle starts. It is a top side start for Blabber, so he's clearing towards bottom on the Hecarim. So Fudge knows he's on a timer here, whereas Spica with the blue start clearing towards the top side means that Huni has the possibility of those body slam flash engages to try and set it up. That can turn into a Nidalee Spear guarantee as well if they time the positioning correctly. And you can see Huni's not hesitating to trade aggressively right now, knowing that he has Spica up on this top side of the map. Fudge has had to kind of dial it back a little bit with Blabber going for bottom crab.
And Blabber down there in that bottom half of the map. Of course, once he gets the crab, there won't be anything else to go for as his opponents are already underneath the turret. Vulcan going in here for a lot of damage onto Sword Art. Takes over half his health bar on that one. But he's not low enough that Blabber would be able to swoop in from the side and go for some sort of a turret dive. So it's time for the horse to go home as Spica will walk into that side brush there in mid lane. Just see if he needs to hang around, but he won't. He'll go ahead and get back as well. So both of these junglers going through that first clear identically, just ending up on opposite sides of the map. Hecarim picking up that nice early sheen. Of course, the item only costing 700 compared to the previous 1050 makes junglers that buy it early on just feel great about being able to go back after one full clear and hit that price point. Spica working towards his items as well, as we've got about a 10 CS lead for Power of Evil in mid lane over Perks right now. But Blabber's coming in, Vulcan joining up. Power of Evil continuing to run away, trying to save the flash here. Dodges out of the way of the dredge line, but more damage is coming in, and first blood over to Blabber and Cloud9.
If you're going to live that for PoE, you flash as soon as you see a Hecarim and a Nautilus in your lane. You would have to do it so early so that Blabber doesn't get to charge you back. He's able to, to walk right past Power of Evil. Power of Evil is trying to hold his summoners here. You can tell he's thinking, hey, I can sidestep, I can dodge enough, but there are crowd control options on all three of those champions. So if you see all three of them in your lane, at least for me, I'm busting my flash as soon as all three of those in lane.
You're getting the hell out of town.
The Power of Evil opts to try and outplay it, but you can't outplay. Perks has the flash still. Flash stuns it. Follow up for Twisted Fate. So yes, Cloud9 do use a bunch of summoners there, but that is super worth it. First blood, they take down that aggressive mid lane power point that we were talking about from Champ Select. Spica wants to answer on top side though.
But it will be a 2 versus 2. Fudge continuing to push forward as Blabber joins up in the fight here. Huni getting knocked up into the air with Fudge's Q2. But let's see if TSM can turn this one back around. Huni goes in for the body slam. Spear connects. Blabber is down. The man is cougar food as Spica returns the favor, ties this game up 1-1, and it's TSM winning the top side 2v2.
Yeah, I think they definitely needed that. Spica's able to get one back. The Nidalee getting some money to try and combat a Hecarim early first blood is essential for them, especially since the kill that TSM suffered was in the mid lane. Lucian without summoners, no cleanse in a Twisted Fate Hecarim opponent matchup here is very scary. And that takes a lot of the point of picking Lucian out of the champion, because you're trying to play your lane aggressively early on. You're trying to push this Twisted Fate back, at least gain control of the minion wave so Twisted Fate doesn't get free reign over the map. But because of C9's successful early play,
We got a couple of different plays breaking out here. Mr. Kobe, we got Speaker running away as Blabber chases after him. A little bit more damage will get it done, but he can't quite find it. The clutch heal keeps Speaker alive. Power of Evil maybe looking for an opportunity to do something on the back end of this fight. Culling comes out, taking away most of the HP from Vulcan. Perks now getting hit with the Piercing Light. Heal being used to get him away as Speaker throws out another spear, but a good sidestep there from Cloud9 puts it between the uprights. C9 disengages. They were so close to getting the kill on the enemy Nidalee, but now with such low health bars, they all have to back away. And with Speaker back to full HP, this is a Drake attempt from TSM.
Huge answer here for TSM. Honestly, this is why teams were so excited and fans alike to watch this matchup. Because of the damage that Power of Evil is able to deal while they're chasing down Spica, 2 versus 3, TSM gain the health advantage, earn themselves an objective without securing themselves a kill. That's pretty big though, starting that Dragon stacking 7 minutes into the game. Definitely a nice rebound here for them.
And as the camera's down here in bottom lane, I do want to shine a quick spotlight on the farm advantage that Sven and Vulcan have been able to build up for themselves. Lost and Sword Art have brought it back from a very dire spot where it was over 20, now back down to still about 15 though. So 2.5 waves of farm, the advantage for Sven and Vulcan down here in this bottom lane. You can see the experience on your screen right about now. Solo laners all hitting level 7. You've got Sven at level 6. Lost still only level 5 down there on the Jhin. So he and Sword Art both having to wait until those ultis are ready to go, as Perks will be handed second blue of the game. And we'll see if this Twisted Fate can... oh, wait, hold on. Blabber's got to unleash this thing around. I hate it when that happens, man. You're trying to pass the thing off to the guy. He doesn't do enough damage. You got to play Ring Around the Rosie with the buff for an hour to give it over to him.
I got things to do. Man. Oh, look at this rotation. Sword Art's coming up. Even though the Galio not level 6, he's walked his way all the way to the Rift Herald. We'll get there a couple seconds before the reset from Cloud9. Blabber's sticking on it though, so this is probably going to be a 5-on-5 here. Lost is now level 6 on Jhin, so can open up with the Jhin ulti.
Let me take a deep breath. Here we go. TSM coming in, a little bit of damage flying out. Sword Art with the initiation, only onto Vulcan. Shelly down to 64 HP. It's going to be stolen away by TSM as the curtain call opens up and the bullets are flying in. Right here in the middle of the fight, it's Vulcan already dying. Sword Art getting himself away. Fudge in hot pursuit. Hooney stuck in the back line, going to be killed off in a 1v4. 1-for-1 trade here overall, but the big thing is TSM stole it, and the bigger thing is nobody can move in and pick up the eyeball. TSM stole a check for 100 gold, and that's it. The eyeball disappears into the ether, and that was one of the weirdest Rift Herald fights you're ever going to see.
Oh, Flowers, you know, checks expire after 180 days, and it looks like on Summoner's Rift that translates into about 30 seconds as the egg expires here. No Rift Herald picked up, even though you get kill credit, which is nice. A little plus 25 there. Let's take another look at the setup. As we mentioned, Lost was going to be the last one here, but he's Jhin, so he could open up his Jhin ultimate, provide the W across the map as well. Charge in from Cloud9, and they section off this team fight. So even though TSM got a nice burst there, taking down Vulcan, and they get the first kill, because Fudge dives into the back line, Aatrox zoning off those 3, they do trade kills back and forth, and that is really even on that 5-on-5 on the top side, because, you know, one team actually killing the Herald, but the other team retaining control, so no Herald picked up, and it's just the kills traded.
Yeah, that was quite a wild Rift Herald fight, but hey, we still got ourselves a very close game, my friend. Only about, what is that, 600, 700 gold apart between the teams here. Cloud9 does have an advantage because they have those farm leads in the bottom lane, particularly like I was talking about, but also a slight lead up there in that top lane, but that's pretty equalized by the advantage that Power of Evil has in the mid lane. And I do want to talk about Power of Evil having an advantage here in the mid lane, because one thing I feel like we've been seeing from Perks here in the lock-in tournament so far, he's just been quietly building these lane kingdoms where he has a massive farm advantage over his opponents. His score lines haven't been anything to make a highlight reel or a headline about. It's not like, oh my god, this is the greatest player of all time. He's doing good in his laning. He's having solid stats. His KDAs aren't the hard carry 1v9 Chad mid laner. And this game, he's falling behind his opponent in terms of farm just because of the nature of the matchup, having to deal with a Lucian in a solo lane. So I am curious to see how much Perks can affect this map as we move forward from this point, as we get closer to the mid game.
Honestly, I think Perks and Cloud9 in general should actually have their eyes on... Ooh, he should have his eyes on his lane right now, because he's 90% of his health. But you should also be looking towards bottom lane for a kill. on Sword Art. Not the one you would expect going for loss. Sword Art in the Rift Herald fight, both summoners used. So Galio support actually pretty squishy. Definitely early on is a viable target. He's rushed into the steel caps here, so a little bit more defense for him, but no mobility to speak of besides Justice Punch. And that's what Cloud9 can try and use their map mobility. They've got this Twisted Fate plus Kaisa combination to go for long-range picks. Sword Art's actually taking the initiative, though, and I love that. Going off to your reset straight down mid lane to help PoE push in for the extra plate conversion for TSM. And that syncing up with Huni getting one as well brings this gold right back to almost even in preparation for the Dragon fight.
All right, let's see TSM. What do you guys got here? I like the fact that Chad supports Sword Art, just roamed himself over to mid lane as you were talking about, wanted to see Perks go bottom. Sword Art came mid, just decided to deliver the package straight to the source.
Go to the source of the global.
Yeah, buddy. All right, TSM, what are you guys doing here? Taunt coming through, TP going down. You got Vulcan in a bad spot, and Sword Art's grabbing the first kill of the fight. Blabber going in, but the man's exhausted. Spirit of Dread's about to run out, which means the Drain tank ain't going to be tanking much more. Beautiful ulti coming in there from Huni, separating Sven and Blabber from the rest of the team, but Sven's able to use that killer instinct to reposition himself well. Still a 1-for-0 here for TSM, as they end up in a good spot to take this Drake and bring themselves up to a 2-0 Drake lead.
We came to a brawl fest here, Flowers. Every single objective is met with 10 players. And we start this one out with a support stare down that actually just means which support has the backup a little bit closer. And guess what? It was TSM with Sword Art. So he wins the stare down. He wins the game of chicken there. Vulcan instantly annihilated. Melee range of the Galio, like we kind of talked about in Champ Select. One of the reasons I like Galio emerging in all of these melee-heavy setups here is just that. He's able to just get the taunt onto Vulcan. They 100% to 0 this Nautilus. So then Cloud9 lose one of their biggest points of initiation. This Nautilus was picked for the ultimate to start out on a target for Blabber, but Sword Art just walks right up, and TSM are here first. So they get the kill, and Blabber, you can tell, he still wants to go for it. He's thinking, oh my, it's so frustrating here, but they're outnumbered now. They don't have the Nautilus point and click, so they have to just go into evasive maneuvers. As you mentioned, it was a good ult there by Huni, but doesn't ultimately mean much because Sven was able to get the plasma over onto Huni, which allowed him to ult over there for the escape, and turns out to just be Vulcan down, Dragon over to TSM. 2 Drakes now in the hands of TSM.
Well, TSM's feeling good about that fight down there. And I also want to point out, we only got to see the gold comparison for a moment before the replay started. But right before we went to that replay, Huni was the richest person on the map. He has been having a less than impressive performance so far in the lock-in tournament. But here in this game, on the Gragas, the man's got some money. Let's see if Sword Art gets punished here for going in a little bit too far forward. Onslaught of Shadows coming out. Goodbye, Sword Art. Cloud9 with the punish, tying the game up 3-3. And they'll take that free kill, but Fudge barely survives trying to get away here. TSM biting back a little bit. Curtain Call opens up. Fudge gets himself outside of the range there with a good flash. Lost now in trouble as Blabber and Perks are going in looking for something. Perks with a flash away of his own. Blabber's still going to be on the front line here. Cloud9 health bars depleting very, very quickly. And TSM managed to hold the line here in a 4v5, trying to make sure they do not give anything else away to Cloud9, and they're doing a damn good job of it. Huni goes over the wall. The body slam is there. Lost with the follow-up, and Lost is on the board, baby.
Yep, Fudge uses Flash to get out of the Jhin ultimate earlier, and Huni's able to make him pay for it. So in the end, TSM actually get a kill back for themselves and turn it into an objective. Oh, I was so surprised by this call for Cloud9 to go that deep into TSM territory. Using Perks' ultimate and Blabber actually going for that dive. But big props to TSM for actually waiting around and punishing Fudge for being flashless. PoE actually trading flashes as well. Now, you have to keep track of these summoners because it's going to be a bloodbath out here. Both teams not backing down.
And we've got 2 minutes until that third Drake of the game spawns. TSM with a just the smallest of gold leads, but already having that 2-0 gold lead, not gold lead, excuse me, Drake lead, going into the first Ocean Drake of an Ocean Soul. Yeah, 2 gold lead, incredible. Let's take another look at how the fight went down, and Sword Art went too far in on this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very dangerous job that both of these supports have taken up, and pretty much all the supports in the meta have taken up. Sword Art there looks for it. He didn't have the flash, and so Justice Punch whiff means he goes down. But this flash being blown actually ends up being so big. You know, Lost and TSM are able to get out of Perks' dive here, with that being a little bit risky. You know, he's got the cleanse, and they do force Perks to flash back out. So a little bit of an overstep, but it's on the reset that this ward here from TSM allows them to take advantage of Fudge. And you see Huni just waiting for him to take the close honey fruit just at the edge of the wall so that the edge of his body slam will get that knock up. And a really, really good patience pays off there for TSM. They were able to turn that into an objective, the first tower of the game going over to their hands. But honestly, gold still basically even, and we are 45 seconds away from another bloodfest here. If the beginning of this game is any indication, I don't expect them to step down. TSM currently have so much better vision over this river by the Dragon with their 3 control wards, and they have the pressure of teleport top on Huni.
25 seconds to go. Cloud9 is hanging out down here in this bottom side of the river. Perks with a little bit of damage over the wall. Misses the follow-up wild card there. So Power of Evil almost back to full HP already thanks to the heal from Spica. Another heal from him should be able to enable that one. Spears being thrown over the wall just to try to do a little bit of chip damage onto these guys wherever and whenever possible. Cloud9 now the ones with control priority over this bottom side river. Spica and Power of Evil still hanging out. Shelly summoned up in the bottom lane just to create some sort of a distraction. Cloud9, they're walking straight forward into the brush. Here comes Blabber, but he's a little bit separated from the rest of the team. Sword Art already joining here with a heroic entrance. Vulcan's caught out again, and Power of Evil's the one grabbing the kill. Sword Art will continue to tank as Vin is chased out of the fight. Fudge is in a 1 versus 3. Perks almost completely out of mana. TSM winning this one pretty decisively. And now they get to take control over the Drake Pit. They get to take control over the river. They won the team fight, and TSM is looking better and better as this game goes forward.
Another fight, another frontline support life lost, Flowers. Vulcan goes down again in this one, and it's actually just the back and forth of the hard engage on Cloud9's side, but counter engage drafted really well here from TSM. You see the effect of, you know, Galio ultimate and Gragas ultimate both finding purchase here for TSM. Sword Art is able to come in, put a stop to the initial change from Cloud9, where they try and make this bush play to get a pick, and after that, they chase down Nautilus. No escapes for Vulcan, which is why, you know, Nautilus players always, you're either on a highlight reel or you're going to be on a big death count reel because you don't have any escapes to get back out afterwards. There goes Sword Art. They chase him back off. Blabber has to reset. Sven on the top side then just watching as the support dies. And Huni uses the Gragas ultimate to give a little mini knockback on Fudge and Sven. So while they're killing off Vulcan, they don't sustain any extra damage. And that's all it takes in these fights. Because the game has been so close, if you get that little window to get your kill on the enemy frontline support, then you take out so much of your opponent's playmaking and you're able to get the objective afterwards. That's 2 consecutive times now for TSM. One by mid, picking off Fudge to get an objective in the mid tower, and then one now down on bottom to set themselves up for Ocean Soul Point. Look at the time fly, Flowers. This time of the game has come so quickly here, only 20 minutes in, and TSM are feeling really good with Baron spawning plus Ocean Soul on the horizon.
Gold graph on your screen right now telling us that the greatest advantage Cloud9 had this game was about 1,200 gold. TSM around almost 1,000 greater than that right now as Perks gets a stun into Power of Evil. But once again, man, every time Power of Evil takes a little bit of damage from Perks, Spica is right there to heal him up and make sure he is doing A-OK. This is not the Moonstone with Staff of Flowing Water Nidalee. This is the more aggressive damage-based one that goes for the Leandri's Torment instead, but the heals are still plenty enough to keep Power of Evil topped off here. Mid lane farm still very even between the two. Jungle's the same. Top lane's about 2 waves apart. Back in bottom lane, you're looking at 3.5 or so as Sven still maintaining that lead, but Sven still without any kills, trying to find a way to get himself on the board. Perks escaping with the flash there as TSM try to collapse. Cloud9 looking for the chance to come back in now. It's Sword Art getting hit up by that ulti from the Nautilus. The boy is stuck in the wrong spot. Fudge just drawing everybody's attention off to the side here as Cloud9 continues to look and see if there's anything else to take. Fudge doesn't appear to be in any real danger. Spica throws out a spear but won't get much from it. Baron is up on the map, but does Cloud9 really want to force this? Blabber still has his ulti ready to go. Looks like C9 is going after the Baron. They are daring TSM to stop them. Huni has to walk all the way up here. There is no teleport available on the Gragas. Cloud9 staying on the Baron, but now backing away as Huni walks through the mid lane. They are not willing to commit to this and potentially risk tossing the entire game away.
Yeah, nobody in this game is going to back down from a dare, Flowers. Nobody's saying, oh, yeah, give me truth here. Yeah, take the weak way out. TSM immediately call Huni up, and there's no way Cloud9 can try and force that down in a 4v5 with the setup that they have here. I did want to point out Perks' mechanics in the escape, but here he goes again.
Lost running away, the follow-up coming in from Blabber. Heroic entrance is going to land. Blabber stepping out of the way, and Lost is down. Sven grabbing that kill, looking to maybe grab another here onto Sword Art. Blabber gets away with 100 HP. The horse going right back in underneath the turret, ends up trading his life away for nothing. He expected he would not be able to get out. His escape route was blocked by the other members of TSM coming to collapse, so he decided he might as well try to take Sword Art with him, but that doesn't quite work out.
He's ending it on his terms. Blabber is actually a Viking. He's going straight to Valhalla.
To Valhalla.
I'm not running away through the jungle to get chased down by the rest of TSM. I'm going between two turrets, and I'm going to get some damage off. Oh, my goodness. Honestly, though, it's going to be a little bit far back, but Perks' escape in the long lane led to this chain of events. And I wanted to point out his mechanics because it was very important how he did it. And the quick second there with the gold card timing into flash. You gold card so that it is in the air, and then it stuns Sword Art, stopping his taunt just as he pops the flash to get to the other side. So then Perks and Cloud9 were able to turn it around. Not only do you escape by doing this, but you set up your counter engage. And that's always what you're looking for when you're in a side lane and your team plus your opponent team is chasing towards you. You're looking to utilize, your big cooldowns and your CC abilities, yes, to stay alive, but also to open up the opportunity for your team.
Another fight about to break out here as TSM have the deck stacked in their favor in these bottom lane fights. Already 3 Drakes compared to 0. If Cloud9's able to take it, congratulations, you get 1 single Ocean Drake. But if TSM gets it, one of the most powerful team-wide buffs in the entirety of League of Legends, and an Ocean Soul will find itself in their pocket. Perks coming in behind these guys, looking to set up the play here. Perks now might find himself in a bad spot as Lost is about to be killed, but he's going to be traded away 1-for-1 here with Perks. Sven, the one blowing him up as TSM still trying to fight their way out of this. Fudge flashing over the wall, staying alive. Vulcan continuing to take some damage. Spica lands the spear. TSM looking to find even more. Spica goes on a killing spree into the stasis now. Blabber's going to be doing the same, taunt down onto Fudge, blowing him up, but the man's still alive somehow. Sven going on a killing spree, grabbing one onto Sword Art, still looking to outplay, find some sort of a way, find something to save the day, but the jump in from Spica is enough, and Huni's grabbing the kill. Give him a drink, Huni. Everybody on TSM's having a party in the river tonight, and they're taking the Ocean Soul.
Yep, Cloud9 make a successful dive, and they kill off Lost. Everybody going in. Twisted Fate ultimate. Blabber ultimate here with the Hecarim, plus Sven, Killer Instinct in. They utilize all of their resources to surgically remove the TSM carry, but guess what? They drafted a backup AD carry, Flowers. So even though Lost is dead here, you see him on screen, now you don't. It costs Perks his life. Sven also has to flash out afterwards because they're in the middle of the TSM team. And Power of Evil is still here on Lucian, so running behind this beefy front line of Huni and Sword Art. Just so much zoning there. You can't get past the body slam and the AoE taunt from Galio here, so Power of Evil is easily able to kite. He does end up having to use his flash in exchange there, but it affords TSM the win in that fight. It affords them the Ocean Soul, and now it's an Ocean Soul Gragas. Huni shrugging off 4 members.
He ain't taking no damage. He ain't taking no damage. He's fine, man. Let's see how this goes now as Vulcan's already dead. TSM launching the attack as Perks wants to get away, but the big man's got a big belly, and Perks is going home in a big old body bag. Cloud9 loses support and mid laner TSM with an Ocean Soul already ready to go. They're going towards the Baron now. A 3K gold lead quickly going to shoot up to about almost 5K as soon as they collect the big purple worm. Everybody's alive. That means everybody gets to wear the buff, and this squad is looking clean today, Kobe.
And I don't want it to go under the radar that TSM's comp here is actually hard to pull off. They invested so heavily in counter engage to try and deal with all of Cloud9's dive that them looking for engagement opportunities is more difficult. All they really have to go on are the skill shot based, more difficult initiations, of Gragas and Galio combined. And Huni has made very good use of his flash to make sure that he can get these setups, but he's also done well, with the ultimates just on a fly when it is a bit more risky. And being, the point person for the team, along with Sword Art there, after the way that the lock-in tournament started, with Huni by far being, the underperforming member of TSM, this is just a huge bounce back for him.
It is so... I am convinced at this point, Kobe, that every time Huni locked in Gnar, he meant to pick Gragas. They both start with a G. They're next to each other in the champion select thing in the lobby. This is night and day. His Gnar and his Gragas are not even on the same planet. They're not in the same solar system. This performance is like that old school Huni that people have missed. The man has been doing some amazing things here in this game, and TSM fans have got to be happy to see it. TP coming in onto the Nexus turret. TSM looking to maybe push all the way for the win here, protecting those cannon minions, letting them put those little plinks and plunks of damage into those Nexus turrets. TSM backing away now, not wanting to overstay. They've still got standing gold in the tier 2 turrets in both side lanes to pick up if they want it. Sword Art is saying, hey, get the hell over here. We're camping this brush. Somebody's going to walk out. Just blow him up. Huni's the bait. Stick it around, trying to convince him he's doing one of the derpier Huni plays, but in reality, it's just a 200 IQ bait, trying to get him over there with everybody else. Lost bringing up the minion wave here in the bottom lane to take the tier 2 turret. Looks like nobody from Cloud9 is willing to stand and fight for this one. Why would they? They're pretty far down at this point in time. Now they got to try to defend this next tier 3. Life gets so much harder once you have to defend 2 lanes of super minions at once. C9 waiting on their jungler to get up here. Fudge is teleporting around behind, coming into the red side jungle. Vulcan here in the front line, likely going to be blowed up. You've got Blabber initiating into the middle of 3. They already found the shutdown onto Power of Evil. Looking to grab another one now onto Lost. Sword Art the next target, stuck in the middle of a 1v4. Sven coming around from behind, probably going to give the kill over to him. If they can, yep, give it over to the AD carry. Cloud9 with a 3 for nothing to defend their base.
Good target change from Cloud9, Flowers. They tried it before, executing Operation Dive onto Lost, and then they had to deal with Power of Evil. This time around, they switch up the target. Power of Evil is #1 priority. They use everything this time around to execute him first, and the team fight goes much better. They're able to get the kills afterwards, sweeping through. We do have a very quick pause here, but this game is keeping up the excitement. TSM, even with Ocean Soul, even with Baron and everything like that, Cloud9 still able to win a team fight here, changing up their priority targets, and we'll have to wait to get a conclusion to this one.
Honestly, we've been seeing a really impressive showing out of TSM so far, particularly if you look at Spico, what he's been able to do on the Nidalee, having all that kill participation here for his team. He's been an incredible enabler of everyone. And I got to make sure I praise Huni, because I have found myself being very critical of Huni for a couple years now, as it seems like he's just making all these YOLO plays. He's doing this solo Q 1v9 stuff. He's teleporting into the middle of a fight as a Gnar with no rage bar, and he just goes pop like a balloon. But this game, this Gragas, these plays, it's old school Huni. It's like the man stepped into a time machine, and now he came back out as the Huni that was on SKT.
About time.
Really loving seeing this.
Yeah, about time. I think it's right when they need it. TSM might be akin to the dog meme that you've seen around with the GIF lying on the ground, all of a sudden standing up on all legs right now. The other conversation around this team obviously was so much pressure on Sword Art. They spent a bunch of money bringing over Sword Art, again investing in shot calling, investing in a former, very recent world finalist. And it's really looking like they have a sense of direction in-game. Very decisive movements here, constantly looking for these aggressive plays. Sword Art with the Galio. He's been able to disengage when needed on the Cloud9 charges and their dives, but also looking for those setups. With this twist at the end here, though, where Cloud9 get the victory in the team fight, excited to see if they can actually try and turn it around. Grievous Wounds are mandatory here, as Ocean Soul already picked up by TSM. Plus, they already have plenty of healing and champions like Gragas. So we'll get back into it as quickly as possible.
I have been informed that it should only be a little bit longer, a few seconds till we get back into the game. And there it is. We are once again back on Summoner's Rift. Now, let's take a look at the damage that last fight did to TSM's lead. Here's another replay of how it went down.
All right, so teleport flanking back goes unnoticed by TSM. Really nice usage here. They immediately dive. Blabber plus Fudge plus Sven. Take down Power of Evil through the Galio ultimate. That only provides you with the magic damage shield. Then Lost is secondary. Blabber's on him right afterwards. The follow-up damage there from Perks as well. They get the stun, and this time the dive goes so much better for Cloud9, fighting with better angles. Last time around, they had to dive so deep into the jungle, to take out Lost, that then they had to flash out afterwards. They were surrounded still and lost so much off of it. It might be too little too late, though, as Ocean Soul definitely is very powerful, and we do have 40 seconds on Elder Dragon coming up next, with TSM already gaining vision control over the area leading up to it. It's not as devastating as some other comps having that vision control, though, because they don't have the greatest pick potential here, and Cloud9 do also have Twisted Fate for a bit of a freebie on the reveal.
And I do like the fact that Perks is ready to go here in this next fight. He has his stopwatch in inventory so he can go in, try to initiate things, and then not immediately die afterwards. He's got the rapid fire cannon to ensure maximum pick potential. You can see the gold card landing onto Huni there. Unfortunately, that's not really a target they can do a whole lot against. Cloud9 making sure they're not stuck in their own base, but now Perks has to flash. Good cast from Huni over the wall, making sure that they immediately get the most valuable summoner spell out of the enemy mid laner. And they also corral Cloud9 towards the top half of mid lane, giving them priority to walk down here towards this bottom side river, take control over the Drake pit. Elder is live. Remember, this is not Baron. Elder doesn't have a damage debuff like Baron does, and he will just evaporate under a lot of focused fire. And it looks like that's the plan here from TSM. Perks using the Twisted Fate ulti, already knows what's going on here. Elder Drake still with plenty of life left to go. Fudge showing up in the backside of the pit. Huni trying to charge in. Perks half HP here on the Twisted Fate. Spears flying out. Dragon has recovered a little bit. TSM maintaining control over the area. They don't want to DPS this too hard. They want to make sure that they're just baiting Cloud9 in here, trying to get them to run up, commit to this. TSM does not want to be the burger in a Cloud9 and Dragon sandwich. That would be really bad.
Yep, sounds gross. TSM, they do
never want to be the burger.
They do have confidence because they've got Power of Evil and Lost with both flashes available, and the cleanse is coming up for Power of Evil very soon too, so they're just delaying a little bit for that. Huni marks them, does not get the initiation with the ultimate here though.
Huni having the time to use another cask after initially going for the one that Blue Perks has splashed there in the mid lane. Drake is down to 5,000 HP. Perks has the gold card locked and ready to go, throws it over the wall, finds Sword Art. Deadly Flourish shoots out, won't find much of anything. Vulcan going forward, Power of Evil gonna be the one who's in some trouble now. Onslaught of Shadows coming in. Galio gets interrupted, won't be able to make a heroic entrance. Now Sword Art gonna be tanking up here in the front line. Lost grabbing the kill on to Blabber, and TSM still 5 men strong. Sven in the back line, assassinating the enemy AD carry. Who says AD carry's gotta play safe in the back line, baby? Fudge tanking up in a 1v4. Cloud9 will end up losing 3 of their players. Only Perks and Sven still alive, traded away for Lost. It is a 2 versus 4 on the map, and TSM came to play some League of Legends today.
And if you win that fight, you win the Elder, you probably also win the Baron, Captain Flowers. That one is going to be the one that leaves a mark. And the flashes being available for both Lost and Power of Evil are the big difference makers this time around. PoE does not go down to the initial dive. Even though Vulcan flashes forward to get the point and click Nautilus stun ultimate down on him, they don't have anyone else in range because PoE can gain so much distance with flash and dash available on Lucian. So both big neutral objective buffs over to TSM, and they are looking like they want to start this one out with a bang. They started the lock-in tournament really, really slow here, but they're going to start this series very strong.
And here's another replay of how it went down when Vulcan just got bored of this dance.
Yeah, so he flashes in, gets the point and click onto Power of Evil. PoE is able to gain so much distance. You see every member of Cloud9 too far to follow up. Only Blabber could get in there. So TSM chased him off first, and they actually get the first kill of the team fight. Perks is up on the top side, so Twisted Fate actually doesn't provide that extra zoning with the gold card as Cloud9 continue to dive forward. Sven ulting in with the killer instinct and then flashing out because he can't win the duel versus PoE heads up. Means that it's just too much separation here for Cloud9 in their dive. They weren't able to coordinate it like they did last time when the initiation was on their side of the map and they had the flank teleport from Fudge. TSM actually this time do a good job of kiting back down through the river to make C9 overextend in chasing through that dragon fight. They give them the punish. Now they've got Elder and Baron, and now the base is toast.
Yeah, this inhibitor turret that held the line last time with the Cloud9 team fight will not do the same here. Now that TSM has returned with that Elder buff, they should be able to just rotate right on over, take down the mid lane inhibitor as well. And then that just creates this situation that no one likes to be on the receiving end of, where you're stuck in your base and your opponents can just choke you out of everything, waiting for that last lane to push up so they can 3-inhib you and just slowly wring the life out of you as the game comes to an end. As Lost grabs a kill into Perks, this is already looking like it's done, Kobe. Not even a fighting chance for Cloud9. TSM are a well-oiled machine. Fudge has to walk himself away. Sven going into the back line looking for Power of Evil, looking for Lost, but the boy ain't going to find nothing but death waiting for him back here. Fudge dead in the middle of 1v4. Blabber runs away, but they don't need to chase him, man. They got the Nexus eyes wide open in front of them. There it goes. TSM come into the quarterfinals swinging, and they go up 1-0 over Cloud9.
In quite the exciting opener, Captain Flowers. That was only game one of this series. I'm glad we are running a tournament here to start off the season. We get more of this already. We don't have to wait. We're going to get right back into it for game number 2. And honestly, the Gale Force being added to preseason, to this season of League of Legends, does make these more difficult style comps, that TSM are running, actually more viable. I mean, we saw in the last team fight where I mentioned he's got flash available for PoE. That plus a dash plus Gale Force, he just covered so much ground kiting out and avoiding this hard dive from C9 that I'm excited to see the adaptation heading into game number 2 for this series.
And remember, it wasn't just a hard stomp either. Cloud9 had advantages early on in the game. When we saw that gold graph, they were up almost 1.3K early on, but it was TSM who were able to outfight them as the game proceeded. It was TSM and especially Spica and Huni who were constantly facilitating plays being made everywhere and just working together so good as a team. Definitely seems like they're finding their stride at the right time here as we move into the quarterfinals and move into these series play instead of just best of ones. I'm excited to see where the rest of it goes. I want to see a full 3 games. After the break, we'll hear from the State Farm Analyst Desk for more on the TSM win, so don't y'all go anywhere.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know, but that Parker promo saved me so much of my insurance. Brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man, man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Stop till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop. On the grind, it's our time, just watch. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now. Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We thing. You can keep this chain. We broke free, so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it, let's work. We were raised on the net, I'm raising my net worth. But it ain't about the money, nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we are all kings and queens and we all deserve crowns. So don't wait. Get up, go out and get it. Now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it, get it.
Welcome back to the LCS Lock In tournament, where TSM and Cloud9 are currently locked in battle. The score stands at 1-0 in favor of TSM. Crumbs, coming to you first on the topic of team compositions, because going into the series, you had some choice words for TSM and their approach so far in the year. How did you think it played out this time?
It was what I wanted, but not in the way that I wanted. I wanted to see physical damage from either the mid or the jungle paired with AP, just so that you can have a better damage profile when it comes to dealing damage to your opponent. Well, instead of going with PoE's mages and Spica with the AD, they actually put PoE on the Lucian and Spica still on an AP jungler. So it worked out because we got that synergy, and we actually got to see that PoE can play other champions beyond mages quite well too.
And I think a lot of this game, to me, came down to the execution of these team comps, because when I look over at the side of C9, they have a lot of tools for diving and killing some squishy members that exist on TSM side, the Lucian and the Jhin, but you have to be really coordinated in finding flanks and opportunities to actually pull that off, because you don't have some super easy engage tool. Like, if Hecarim just flies in here, there's no support in this comp. This is not the Hecarim from the previous game where there's double, supportive champions to throw shields and buffs on him. He's going in solo, or at least like without a ton of extra tools stacked on top of him. Aatrox the same way. TF, none of these people really want to be the first one in and just be like, throw your abilities at me, I won't die. A lot of them are kind of squishy, and so they need to find flanks to all make sure they're diving in at the right time, because if it's a straight run into the enemy team comp, you're going to have some issues getting through a Gragas, getting through a Galio. And that's where I think this team struggled. I don't hate the comp, but from the coordination levels we've seen out of C9 thus far in Lock-In, they didn't seem like they could pull this comp off.
Right, and this comp is something that we could probably see in the LPL do very well. The LPL does these engage, or rather flank comps very well when you have Hecarim and you have Aatrox. That is the one way you can play this comp. You can't really kite back because you're kind of low range with the Kai'Sa. On TSM's side, their game is a lot easier. They are waiting for C9 to make the initial engage, and then after that, if they survive that engage, they can easily kite back. They've got the Galio frontline for CC and this enormous Gragas on him that can easily just R everybody away. And the Jhin and Lucian can kind of kite back. As long as they don't get murked, it's a dub.
Yeah, and we will see exactly that play out in some of the team fights to come. But before we get to that mid and late game stage of the game itself, Crumbs, I want to come back to you on the topic of the mid lane. In particular, looking at this mid lane gank, TSM, Cloud9, both understanding the importance of these two players to the overall team success.
Right, so you see how low Perkz is and how healthy PoE is. He's trying to crash this wave, and Perkz can base because it's a cannon, but he needs help, and so at the same time, all of C9 recognizes what PoE is trying to do. Jungler and support are here, but take a look at where the jungler and support were for TSM. They were nowhere near the mid lane. They did not understand the help that needs to be directed in the mid lane when you're trying to constantly pressure a Twisted Fate. The only way the Lucian works against TF is constantly pressuring him, and so that's when the support and jungle come in to relieve that pressure, and they recognize what will happen. Luckily, we actually got to see so much of TF versus Lucian in the last series, so we get to see what happens when the Lucian is completely by himself, gets to call out the Twisted Fate out of the laning phase. So C9 really knew what Perkz needed to win that lane.
Well, that was the first of 3 very early kills that would fall onto the Hecarim and into Blabber's pocket. I think, from that game state, a lot of people would assume an easy Cloud9 victory. We've seen this guy on a Hecarim pick before with a massive lead. He can carry the team, but I think the other side of the coin this time around is the top lane matchup. It's what we put a hyper focus on between Huni and Fudge, both being underperformers for their team up to this point. But in this game, Huni really stepped up.
Yeah, I loved what I saw at Huni this game. I mean, most of his ultimates in the early portions of the skirmishes were really good about either disengaging or popping someone back in. They didn't always result in kills, but he was actually having a pretty large impact in the team fights. And then the armor stacking was huge because one side did not have anyone to stack resist and become this meatball that's just going to waddle at you, and if you get too close, you're going to die. Whereas that's what Huni could become for the TSM team. So as the game went later, you got to see that kind of advantage, and he was off to the races. I mean, he had a great early game. He was the richest person in the game at that point. So that was a fantastic game, and everything we wanted to see out of Huni.
Yeah, and this is kind of unusual for Huni because in the past we've always seen Huni as best on carries. You want to give him the counter pick, but this time around, both of his best performances have been on the tanks. And on this time on the Gragas, he could full stack armor. He had the Randuins, the Thornmail, and the Sunfire Cape, the plated steel caps. They don't have enough damage to get through them. They have the Twisted Fate, which is not much damage, it's more of a pick character. And along with that, they had the Kai'Sa with the current build being the Collector and the Kraken Slayer. Most of her damage is AD. I'd say it's about 70-30 physical to magic damage. So Huni can stack that full armor and be safe the entire team fight.
Oh, he was very comfortable playing the front line for his team this time around. I actually want to come right back to you, Lorm, on the topic of the team fights that you were breaking down or prefacing just a little bit earlier. This time with some video evidence to support it. Let's take a look at the Dragon fight.
Right, so this team fight, I actually really liked how C9 engaged this. They had Perkz on the back line and Spin dove all the way in. I really love how they committed for that because that's what they have to do. It would have been nice if Fudge had like a better TP angle to get in the backline because he really didn't do much this fight. He kind of just went in, had to flash out, got taunted by the Galio and died like we see here. And so this is what I was saying earlier, as long as TSM can survive the initial engage, their AD carries will do the rest of the work and pick everybody off after they try and leave.
Gotta say, watching Sven just hammer away at these tanks and do no damage was very surprising because the Kai'Sa has been melting champions all season long.
And I'm glad we got the good Huni play in there. If people were watching, he kind of whiffed the ultimate in the previous one after I was hyping him up. But he did have some really good ones. You got to see it there. He kind of was like, oh no, I'm caught in the jungle. He kind of baited C9 to follow him through and then got the flash body slam over the wall. That's some of that setup we're talking about. And the front-to-back team fight is a lot easier for TSM's team comp to execute.
All right, game 2, coming to you on this one, Crumbs, because you called the damage profile distribution for TSM in terms of draft going into game 1. What would be the adjustments here for Cloud9 with side selection staying on blue side? So we'll keep the same sides of the map. What would you do?
I think less Twisted Fate kind of style. I want to see more team fighting. I think TSM has found their stride, at least knowing how to play the mid 2v2, putting Huni on these tanks. The bottom lane is getting solved out, so they're falling into a team fighting approach, and Cloud9 split pushing so far has been leaving things to be desired. So just fight fire with fire, see more of that team fighting, and put Perkz on something like the Oriannas, right? Have your classic mid-control mage matchup and take the game into your hands that way, because this approach I really didn't like because it felt like when they got to group up, they were always at a disadvantage.
Well, could be a quick day with another 2-0, but we'll see if Cloud9 can strike back and extend our broadcast just a little bit. We'll be right back here for game 2 after this.
I don't really consider it gear. It's an extension of who I am. It blurs the line between fantasy and reality. Sometimes, I can't tell myself from my machine. I think that's by design.
Welcome back, everyone, as we are about to jump into game number 2 here of Cloud9 versus TSM. Game number 1 was close at the start, but then TSM were looking mean, lean, and like a team. These boys brought it together after the best of ones were over. I'm Captain Flowers. I'm still here with Kobe, and Cloud9, as the losers of game number 1, have elected to once again play on the blue side. So we're going to see the draft look similar, at least in order, to what it looked last time.
Yeah, I'm interested to make what types or to see what types of change that they actually make in the draft if they still want to go heavy dive into TSM, because Cloud9 last year as well, some of the games where they drafted Hecarim and other heavy dive teams actually had a similar problem where they would overdive. There were a few of them where they would go into places where they didn't have vision and would get kind of over spread out and not be able to pull it back. So TSM on multiple occasions throughout the years have actually been able to punish them for this similar strategy, and I want to see if they adapt to that despite still staying on blue side.
And remember, even though we are into the series part of the tournament, we're into the knockout stage, it's best of 3s for quarters, it's best of 5s for semis and finals, it's still just single elimination. So that means if you lose here, you're done. You don't get another chance to redeem yourself. It's not like the summer playoffs where you're able to go into a loser's bracket. You get a shot at redemption. TSM can't try to run it back like that. Cloud9 can't try to run it back like that. One of these two teams loses out in quarterfinals, and Cloud9 does not want to be doing that. Coming out of the offseason, everybody was saying that C9 and Liquid were looking like the hotness. I was among those people. Those look like the two S-tier teams to me, but C9 clearly had some weaknesses that got exposed in that past game. TSM just looked like they were better prepared and better coordinated. So let's see how C9 changes it up here as we are getting into Champion Select for the second time. And boy, Mr. Kobe, things are looking rather similar to what they looked like last time here with Pantheon and Camille being banned away, and we'll see Renekton banned out as well.
Yep, similar focus here on Blabber with the TSM BAMs. Top lane for Cloud9, trying to whittle down on this Huni champion pool. They're hoping to corral him back into, Gnar or something like that. But the Gragas still available, so that's definitely a very flexible pick. Can be moved to multiple roles and is very versatile for its own lane. Lulu following it up, so they have an inkling of some support play here from Sword Art, or maybe TSM looking for some enchanters in other roles. There are definitely other possibilities, but so far the same from TSM, and Cloud9 going with the first pick Kai'Sa as well.
Yep, running that one back. TSM hovering over the Gragas, hovering over the Ivern as well. We'll see if they break out some wackiness with that pick. I'm not quite sure. Everybody is kind of losing their minds right now over Moonstone Renewer plus Staff of Flowing Water. Ivern loves cheap support items. But no, they're not going to go with that. After all, looks like they'll just be picking up the Jhin here for Lost yet again. Last time around, it was Lost that was probably the least impressive member of TSM there in game number 1. So we'll see if he has a bit more of a pop-off performance here. But honestly, he doesn't have to. As long as he just stays safe enough, farms up, gets some damage off in the team fights, he's doing fine, especially when Spica is on this Nidalee once more. Kobe, he had an impressive performance in game number 1.
I'm interested to see if they change anything, because Cloud9 are down to run it back, it looks like.
Nope, Cloud9 are denying.
With the addition, yeah, of course. With the addition here of stealing the Gragas, they really don't think that Huni has that many options of champions he can perform like that on. And honestly, I kind of like that bet from Cloud9. They're doubling down. They say, okay, run it back, but Huni's on something that they think he's going to int more on. They say you can steal one, we can steal one too. TSM go with the Twisted Fate. This is so much better for combining with the Nidalee. Twisted Fate able to set up for possible lane ganks for Nidalee with the gold card. Gold card into Spear, extremely powerful, as well as working with Nidalee to try and aggressively take over this Hecarim early on and take over the jungler early on to roam around the map. We've seen so many teams effectively utilize this TF early on.
And the question I was going to ask, but it's already been answered, is will TSM ban away the Lucian so they don't have to deal with the same matchup that their opponents had to deal with in the previous game? The answer is yes. Power of Evil does not want to lane Twisted Fate into that powerful solo laner marksman. Galio also banned out here. Cloud9 saw how much Sword Art was able to accomplish with that frontline support in the previous game, so they'll take that one off the table as well. Now, here is the true challenge of the draft, Mr. Kobe. TSM's got 11 seconds, and I just wanted to lock in a ban. Just a champion. Don't miss it this time. We got to make sure that they don't have 2 of those flubs back-to-back here. This is important. We got to be fixing the errors from game number 1, even if you won. And there it is. Jace banned away, keeping that one away from Fudge.
Interesting. I would be worried about something like a Sylas coming out, because I think Sylas both works well against TSM's comp in that you can steal Twisted Fate's ultimate to make global plays yourself, but also can dive with Hecarim. And Hecarim loves dive buddies, so they can have a more concerted effort in their dive. And it allows Perkz to still do similar things that he was doing when he was actually Twisted Fate, just by stealing the Twisted Fate ultimate. Plus, I know Perkz has a ton of confidence on that champion. He's performed on it on the world stage.
Well, TSM are going to go ahead and grab themselves something that is definitely not going to be flexed into the support role this time. They've got the Gangplank, so we know exactly where all 4 of these champions are going. TSM wants to save the final pick of the draft here for Sword Art in that bottom lane to get some power in the 2v2 and see if they can have a better performance down there in the lane than they did last time against Sven and Vulcan, who will be running the Kai'Sa with an Alistar next to it this time around as opposed to a Nautilus. And the final pick for C9. Okay, now we're talking. Now we got Perkz on something that has some real 1v9 carry potential, and I am hyped for it.
It's been so weird acclimating to the pick and ban phase in the LCS Lock In, because Akali has been a big outlier. where we're expecting it to be banned as much as things like Pantheon and Olaf coming into it, but it's got through so many games and now is put into the hands of Perks. Name another champion that you would want to dive with you, as Hecarim. That's not something like Shen on your back. Akali is one of the perfect ones to do it. That being said, though, I also like the adjustments from TSM. The Gangplank for Huni, this, if you remember back to the days of All-Star Huni, is one of the champions that was permabanned against him. He has so many games played on Gangplank. He does a very good job both in lane, playing defensively or offensively, depending on where his jungler pathing is, as well as playing these team fights well. He has landed more triple chain barrels than I have seen from any other North American LCS player. Plus, I also like the Thresh edition here, for Sword Art into the Alistar, which is one of the scary picks we were expecting for Cloud9, that, Vulcan has had so much success finding these angles and engagements with it.
Yeah, last game, I remember in game number 1, Champion Select, you were talking about expecting to see an Alistar ban. It was a Thresh ban instead, so no Thresh potential there. Now that it's not banned away, Sword Art is picking it up, and that champion just has so much power to either go straight to heaven or straight to hell. You can miss everything and look absolutely ridiculous, or read the other guy's mind, dial it in, look like all your abilities are point and click, and it's incredibly impressive. Remember, the TSM are up 1-0 in this series, and it is only a best of 3 here in the quarterfinals, moving to a best of 5 in semifinals and the grand final after that. So TSM win this one, it's over, and Cloud9 are done until the regular season LCS starts up.
Yeah, and I know Cloud9, big fans of jinxes and memes, so this one's for you. Congratulations, TSM. No way that Cloud9 come back from a 0-1.
Oh, baby. Hobie wants the full 3-game series. I'm excited for it. Let's see how these teams play this one out. One difference I'm already going to point out between the Gragas performance we saw from Huni last game and what we're going to get from Fudge this time around. Huni did take Grasp of the Undying in the previous game. Fudge is taking Comet into the top lane this time. Spica has the Conqueror on the Nidalee, Blabber with the Phase Rush on the Hecarim. Everything makes sense here. Perks not running Flash on the Akali, going for the very aggressive option of Teleport Ignite instead with Fleet Footwork to keep him topped off on HP. Power of Evil with Summoner's Spellbook just to give him more options moving around here. Bottom lane, we're once again seeing a discrepancy in Summoner spells. Last time around, it was AD carries having a difference of Cleanse versus Heal, as well as supports having a difference of Ignite and Exhaust. We're going to see the same thing here once again.
Yeah, very, 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 very important to take Cleanse versus Twisted Fate as an AD carry. Sven going to be able to pick this one up. Plus, your lane itself, Jhin and Thresh, you can even get value out of it there. So pretty much mandatory for bottom lane here, especially considering TSM have eyes towards bottom lane. They've got Gangplank ultimate they can use, plus Twisted Fate ultimate. These are those parties in the bottom lane that you rave about, Captain Flowers, as a jungler, not as an AD carry.
Yeah, I was going to say, as the AD carry on the enemy team, you're the guy who's trying to go to bed nice and early because you've got work at 6 o'clock the next morning, and all of a sudden 20 people kick in the door with a case of Bud Lights, and they're just having a great time partying hard until 2 o'clock.
Ah, nice sellout here in the story, too. I like it. Smooth, Flowers. All right. Both junglers are going to be clearing up towards the top side, though. I like how Blabber just naps his red first and then transitions into double buff. This sets him up. He could go for a super early play. It's definitely very rare on Hecarim to go buff Gromp into gank, but there is a possibility here. I will say that Huni has preemptively warded against it. You see that ward in the river in case Blabber tries to pull off one of those really risky, earlier ganks without cycling his jungle. Generally, Hecarim wants to cycle most of his small camps for his first back and first purchase. As we saw last time, you can get a Sheen right off of full clear and Gromp, and he's going to just try and do that. Thank you for the observers going over that ward to showcase how Huni is trying to account for these possibilities and allow himself to play aggressively. Also in Champ Select, we talked about how you want to play aggressively with Gangplank early on in your lanes with Trial by Fire in these melee matchups. You can stack up, go for the Grasps, plus the Trial by Fire and Qs, and you can bully so many melee matchups early on, even though people are very used to hearing about Gangplank being a dive target and not being able to fend for himself early on.
Yeah, if he's allowed to just push with impunity and control the lane, the power of just point-and-click spam every time he's got Grasp of the Undying ready to go is just so oppressive for these champions. You can see there, Fudge even tried to respond by body slamming forward, but he came up a little bit shy. You know, Kobe, I have been playing League of Legends for over 10 years now, and I think that's the first time I've ever seen Gragas's body slam come up short. I feel like that hitbox always just magically expands to hit whoever he's aiming for, but Fudge just tragically a hair too short, so he ends up getting hit by the damage from Huni with the extra from the Trial by Fire. Of course, he's still keeping that farm nice and close up there as we see Spica moving into the enemy jungle here, taking away some of this farm from Blabber. Wants to steal away those Krugs. Remember, with the jungle changes in Season 11, you do want to clear out as many of the baby Krugs as possible. The gold was changed around because too many people were just clearing the big ones and then running away, so they put a lot of the value there in the little baby Krugs. So Spica got most of those. Blabber will pick up the last couple there and get the camp reset.
Yeah, some people are still running away from him. And the thing about Gragas Body Slam, the only thing that's a little tricky is, you know, obviously you do stop on first thing hit, so you have to watch out for that. But yeah, it's definitely one of the most powerful abilities that you can have for a basic ability in these kits. Bottom side though, we see Roam from Sword Art to get that vision through the river with his first back. I love when supports invest really heavily early on in move speed and vision. Definitely both trying to attempt to do that.
Yeah, look at the ward coverage for TSM there on the bottom half of the map. Tri-Brush, Enemy Red, Scuttle Crab, as well as Control Ward in the Pixel Brush. These guys are feeling very safe if anybody tries to show up. If Blabber wants to go down there and make a play, TSM should be able to back away very comfortably, and they know it. That's why they're playing so aggressively. That's why they're this far forward. And Lost is currently enjoying a CS lead over his opponent. Power of Evil going for the flash into the stun, and here comes the follow-up from Spica. First blood for TSM.
Spica with the Nidalee pick again, and this time you get to set it up with Twisted Fate. This is why we sound like we're just broken records, Captain Flowers. Whenever we have Talia, whenever we have Nidalee, every caster shouting, all right, now pick some point-and-click CC for him in the solo lane. Well, guess what? PoE just showcases it there, stuns it, and Spica is so good too. With the gold card timing, he was close enough. He can even sneak in the extra auto first, still stunned long enough to get the spear hit. Nice from Fudge.
That was a beautiful cast from Fudge. Hit Huni perfectly to knock him backwards. Huni knows, even with Flash, there is no way out of that one. His fate is sealed. Good gank, even better setup there from Fudge, and Cloud9's tying up this game.
Yeah, very efficient gank. Blabber, able to get off that clear towards the top side of the map. He, remember, started his rotation down on bottom on Krugs, just clears straight up all the way to the top side, gets a quick gank off due to the setup from Fudge. Gragas ultimate is one of those things without setup that you can look real silly because a small miss in the angle and your complete play is down the trash can. But really nice setup there. They get the counter kill, so it is back to 1-1. Still another close game here, heading into game number 2. And I like that they try and target Perks before Kali's level 6. She doesn't have the possibility of any shenanigans here and doesn't have any sort of rebuttal as far as the big burst damage that you're usually worried about. Take a look at this one though. You saw it live, there's not really a big difference. The only thing I would also point out is that you see on the mini-map how this was during a timing where they had Sword Art roaming mid and they even tried to hover Power of Evil towards the top side. So it was very, very important. Critical that Fudge actually pulled off a perfect Gragas ultimate there and they finished the kill that quickly, because otherwise the TSM reinforcements are coming.
Now you've got Vulcan roaming around here a little bit, seeing if maybe there's something to be done. TSM also with one Drake already under their belts at 7.5 minutes here. Nearly a 1,000 gold lead despite the kills being tied too. And you can see the farm even in top laners and junglers, but mid lane Power of Evil building up a nice advantage for himself. Immediately using the heal there from the Summoner's Spellbook, just getting himself away. Does not want to risk anything with Vulcan going for a flash headbutt pulverize. He knows Perks has Ignite plus the ulti ready to go. Just one misstep can easily be his death. Now we'll see if Sword Art can find any sort of retaliation here. It doesn't appear so, considering that ward from Perks is right down there in the mid lane, sees exactly what's going on. But Perks has to be so careful, man. Not having a flash. We saw what happened on the first blood with what goes down if he's just too far forward himself. The flash from Power of Evil so effective at setting up these moves. As Blabber not going to give away the blue buff this game. That's the nice part about having an energy-based mid laner. You got more of an excuse to keep it all for yourself. And Blabber heads over into the Rift Herald pit, starting up on this one. We'll see if this ends up being another wacky fight like the last one was. Cloud9 bringing Fudge down here into the fight as well. Spica rotating over, Power of Evil rotating over, Huni is here, Sword Art is here, everybody's showing up, and a nice wombo combo coming out. Vulcan is immediately ready, and Spica is immediately dead. Cloud9 pick up a free kill, they grab the eye, and that Rift Herald play went wonderful.
Yep, hide on bush. Definitely pays off here for Cloud9. Rift Herald now, that can be turned into money very quickly. Sven in the mid lane isn't going to have to blow anything. Actually just going to be able to utilize his teammates to help push in the wave too, and Cloud9 take over the entire top half of the map. Blabber's looking for counter jungle into dive.
Here he goes, going after Power of Evil. Immediate killer instinct, follow-up from Sven, and Cloud9 made that one look easy. Double kill for the AD carry.
One thing about dive comps is that you want to keep up the pressure. You want to keep up these dives even between turrets while you have the extra added advantage of just having killed. Just having killed one of the members of TSM. They don't want to let TSM get a full reset. If you let the map fully reset and then gain their bearings once again, trying to establish their defenses, that's what TSM wants, so then they can make their Twisted Fate plays offensively. But if you attack the Twisted Fate, while you still have the extra advantage here, they push the lane in, 4 members. Vulcan doesn't hesitate. Right after, PoE takes the Lantern. He gets a double knockup. It's so good for the Alistar. You just sit right next to the Thresh, knowing that there's going to be a Dark Passage to save him from the Hecarim Kaisa initial dive. He just gets 2 for 1 on the knockup, easily able to lock up those kills for Cloud9 and bump them right ahead in the gold.
Cloud9 feeling good about these last couple of plays there in mid lane and up at the Rift Herald. But the silver lining for TSM, the gold is still very close in this game. Less than 3 kills worth, which means they are farming better passively than their opponents are. You can see here, item completed. You've got the fully done support item for Vulcan there in the bottom lane. Gold on your screen right now. You got Fudge with about a 500 lead over Huni in the top side, which is impressive in its own right, considering Gangplank gets extra gold just by farming with Parlay. But when Fudge has 1 kill and 1 assist, that easily explains what's going on there. As Blabber might be setting up for a dive here in the top lane. He and Fudge working together. Comet finds its way onto Huni. Huni's still defending here, setting up a couple of barrels. Blabber's still hanging out. Started to channel the recall and canceled it. You know they want to go after this. Blabber's going to find Huni waiting here, immediately dropping the red smite. Comes back in with devastating charge. Here comes your TF ulti wanting to swoop in. Cloud9 already grabbing themselves a kill. The stun onto Blabber will not find him in time. Blabber with the onslaught of shadows over the wall. Blabber probably going to be picked up here. Power of Evil grabbing the kill. Spear from Spica. He wants to catch up, needs a little bit more distance. Flash for Flash, but Spica's still got him. Fudge falls down, and it's a 1 for 2 that ends up going TSM's way.
And with the pings too, you could tell TSM expecting that top lane play. Question mark pings go down right before it. Huni getting a little close checking that brush, but because Fudge threw his ultimate trying to predict like a last second flash from Huni there, without Gragas ultimate, they're not able to get Blabber or Fudge out alive, and TSM collapse for the extra kills. That's a huge punishment. You take down not only the counter kills and regain control of top side, but also denies the early use of that Rift Herald. And there's only 2 more minutes left for these Herald plates, so Blabber has to be very careful about the next attempt that they make if he wants to get full value and get some of those plates down with it.
Man, if you're Cloud9, you have got to be upset at the Drake RNG so far in this series. 2 games where TSM starts off with a 2-0 lead on the Drakes, and 2 games where it turns into an Ocean Soul. That feels bad, man, but that's the state of the game here for C9, who do still command themselves a 1,000 gold lead. Shelly's about to charge. Remember, the charge does a little bit more than 2 plates, so boom! Look at that first turret for Cloud9. Up almost 2,000 gold now. Shelly should be able to get this second charge off. half the HP on the tier 2 isn't a bad bonus prize on top of that first turret gold. Perks feeling good here in the mid lane too with that enemy tier 1 turret gone. Means that if Power of Evil just gets a little bit too brave, he will be food for Akali to pick herself up a freebie. Perks still only with a couple of assists, no kills yet on this mid lane assassin.
Yeah, definitely expect Cloud9 to look towards side pressure now, though, that they've taken down mid lane. This is exactly what you want with a dive comp, is taking down mid lane turret first opens up the map so you can push mid and look to spread through either side and keep up this pressure. Very, very good that Cloud9 were able to push down that mid wave and activate Rift Rail to get this full value out of it. Kind of recovering very quickly from the top lane fail. Because now you're looking at, from TSM's perspective, they're going to have to rely pretty heavily on the ultimates from their solo laners to cover these plays. Because Cloud9 definitely have, one thing on their mind, looking for Power of Evil. Where on the map is he? Trying to dive him again. Twisted Fate with no flash is definitely a big target. You do have to account for Stopwatch, and Proto Belt, Rocket Belt actually provides a decent amount of movement as well. But no flash, definitely a viable target here. Also would take out one of the possible globals.
Lost is in a spot that could easily get jumped on here. Flabber decides to fully commit. Nope, not today. They see that, all right, the Thresh is hanging out there. This dive is risky. We're not going to go for it. TSM's bottom lane stays safe. Perks is just on top of awards, so not going to get much of a chance to do a whole lot with this one. Gold card thrown out. Power of Evil staying a little bit too close. Ignite is dropped down. Stasis is used. Power of Evil in a bad spot here, and look at the damage from Cloud9. Flabber swoops in there as Spica wants to get in, find some sort of return kill. Perks in a bad spot. Perks is gone. Lost grabs the kill credit. Death sentence over the wall will not find anyone else for Cloud9, so this is a 1-for-1 mid laners traded back and forth.
So actually, both parts of it come true, Flowers. They do find Power of Evil, with the big target on his back, and they do find that successful dive, but also TSM are still able to use their globals to cover for it, with Huni using ult and teleport, to get the counter kill onto the mid laners. So as you say, they do end up trading mid laners, and really the big difference is that Huni had to invest his teleport and his ult to do it, which allows Fudge to further open up the map, get more territory for these possible engagements for Cloud9 looking to pick people off, as well as getting a bit more money on him. And he's going Burst Gragas, by the way. That's another of the flexible parts of the champion. You don't have to go full tank. He's going Night Harvester. Here's another look at it, though. Again, you only have to account for the stopwatch. Power of Evil has no flash available, so they wait it out. They complete the dive, but because Huni teleports towards mid lane, you have a 3-pronged attack through the jungle with TSM's bottom lane roaming up, and that ensures you at least get yourselves the counter.
Yeah, in the previous game, Huni's most offensive item on the Gragas was a Sunfire. His job was to be the front line. That's what he was down for. Made sense. He had the Grasp of the Undying. The comment from Fudge says, nope, he is not playing that meatball style. He wants to be the leading people 100-0. The stylish Gragas plays where you throw down the Q and then use your ulti to knock him into the waiting barrel. But the Drake is alive. Cloud9 currently with a 2,000 gold lead, but it's TSM starting up the objective. C9 wants to contest. Flabber is ready to go. Has ulti, has smite. TSM knows that unless there's a fight beforehand, they are 50-50ing this, which can be very, very dangerous in a game of League of Legends that is this close. TSM trying to throw out a little bit of poke here. Still maintaining aggro on the Drake. Taking a little bit of damage here and there. Now focusing on it, have it down to half HP. TSM committing to the objective now. TP coming in. Drake's going to reset. TSM getting themselves away. Very nice cast into the middle of 3, separating TSM. Cloud9 making the dive. Perks exhausted here in the middle of the fight. Going back up the wall, chasing away Power of Evil. First kill of the fight over to Perks. Vulcan disengaging. 1/4 HP. TSM still feeling not that great, if I'm being quite honest. Yeah, you got good health bars on 3 out of 4 of your remaining players, but one of your guys is also already dead. Curtain call firing off. Spica jumping in after Fudge. Spica might want to go in over the wall looking for this Drake, seeing if maybe he's able to steal it away, but no, sir! Flabber gets that one done, and it will not be a 4-0 Drake soul here in game number 2. Cloud9 kill the enemy mid laner and take the objective.
And TSM had the right idea initially, was sending Sword Art towards the Tribrush to try and mark Fudge, but Fudge just waits it out. He stays on that flank, comes in with a really nice Gragas ultimate, which kind of dissects the team. You get half in and half of them out and away, so there's no follow-up damage. And Cloud9 are able to just get that kill off of Fudge's ultimate straight through the middle, allowing them to take, even still, a pretty risky, attempt at the smite fight on that dragon, with Spica landing that spear, and if he had jumped in a little bit earlier, definitely decent chances for TSM trying to steal it away, but it does end up going and really, really stalling out the possibility of that Ocean Soul that you talked about, stacking up for TSM once again. If you get this third dragon and you kind of stop TSM stacking in their tracks, you buy yourself a lot of breathing room.
It's so much easier to play the game from that point. Let's take another look at how it went down. TSM losing their mid laner.
Yeah, and so Sword Art's watching Vulcan here. It's kind of hard because Cloud9 have two flanks. Vulcan on the top side, Fudge on the bottom. They do try and stop the Alistar, and Fudge gets in a really nice ultimate, as we said, kind of separating the team. Perks and Blabber then have an easy dive. Akali and Hecarim can cover so much distance, and guess what? Twisted Fate doesn't build Gale Force, and Proto Belt not enough distance for him, so you're definitely going to need summoners to help out as well when you're trying to alleviate some of the dive pressure. I think this time around, TSM have a little bit fewer as far as their anti-dive abilities, and Cloud9 actually even have a stronger option for themselves, so they're able to pick it up. TSM going to quickly reset onto the map and trade a bottom tower for Rift Herald here, which Cloud9 can actually use to try and crack secondaries.
Cloud9 having 2 turrets under the belt, so only tier 1 still standing is that bottom lane tier 1 turret. That thing's pretty far away, though. We'll see if Blabber wants to go for that one as the freebie or commit to these tier 2s like you were already talking about. Remember, the mid lane tier 2 did take a Shelly charge earlier after the tier 1 was destroyed by the first Shelly of this game. You have your Zhonya's Hourglass completed for Fudge for big playmaking opportunities. You can see that popping up on your screen right now, showing the completion. Lost will just continue farming up here on the Jhin, maintaining that farm lead he's had over Sven for the entire game. Gale Force also ready to go. You talked last game about how important this item is for marksmen in this new season in 2021. It's just opening up so many more avenues, particularly for champions like Jhin, whose intended weakness is a lack of mobility. Just one slight positioning error, they're supposed to be dead. Having that built-in extra dash can give this guy so much mileage to be able to commit for more damage in the middle of a fight. As Huni might be waiting for Fudge to step a little bit too far forward here. That did not work out too well. And you can see Fudge now being the one in the middle of a 1v3, but he just slides away. The old truffle shuffle, and he's out.
Yep, definitely don't opt for the path through your opponents and head straight up through the river towards your team. Great decision making there for Fudge. Able to get himself out right to his comfort zone. Blabber now going to come answer a little bit. He also has the Rift Herald.
Oh, Huni getting jumped on. Nice burst coming down. Sven grabbing that kill, and they are going to make this one a buy one, get one free. Sword Art Stasis only buys him a moment. I'm going to say that's buy one, get 1.5 free, Kobe. Not only did you get Sword Art as a bonus, but he broke his damn stopwatch on the way out. That is a big play for Cloud9.
Ah, he's going to have to get the face replaced on his iPhone now. That's going to be annoying. You got to get some extra care for that. Cloud9, they actually don't keep up, top lane split push here for Perks. Maybe because the extra minion wave on bottom meant they couldn't, immediately go for Rift Herald and grab the turret. I thought that was going to be the play. I thought, go for the dive, get the quick kills, immediately Rift Herald. The Rift Herald can tank up and take down the defenses on the outer turret, so it doesn't get the backdoor bonus. It can immediately take down bottom turret in preparation for the dragon. They opt to still reset, hold on to the Rift Herald, so this dragon setup will still be with TSM having bottom defenses, but just look at this. The dive that they've put together with this squad, as we mentioned before, Kaisa can join from halfway up the river. Sven does have to flash out because Sword Art is able to get the flay off before he stopwatches, but back out at it.
It does not stop, my friend. Cloud9 looking for the chance to make a play, but another TP showing up. This one's from TSM. Sven at 3/4 HP. Power of Evil the same. Everybody else full and ready to go. Drake is alive on the map. TSM with control over the bottom side river. Perks still up near mid lane, rotating down to the fight now. Some visions, some traps being swept away now by the side of Cloud9 as they try to approach a little bit further. Look from Sword Art onto the enemy support as Blabber's diving in. He's got the rest of the team behind him. They're already able to find the kill onto Power of Evil. Lost getting himself over the wall here with the Gale Force as Perks is looking to take down Huni in the 1v1. That smoke is nothing to mess with, man. Perks grabbing a kill. And Huni is out of the picture. Both enemy solo laners dead. Cloud9 going for their second Drake of the game, and things are slowly but surely slipping away from TSM.
And it looks like during the replay, Blabber actually put the Rift Herald towards the top side. This top inhib turret just took 80% of its life with the Rift Herald during the fight down bottom side. And so Cloud9 are able to get most of that one, almost all of it squeezed out with a little distraction Rift Herald as they go for the fight and force it on mid. That's some high value there, getting the extra kills as well as most of that objective.
All right, Kobe, things have been going bad for TSM for a while here. It seems like every time Cloud9 goes to execute their composition's goal, there's just nothing that TSM can do to hold the line against that. What's got to change here for TSM to get back onto a decent footing in this game and stop losing this ground at such a rapid rate?
I think they're actually going to have to make the pick themselves with Twisted Fate.
Well, Deadly Flourish doesn't find Perks. Nice moves coming out from Perks. He's got the juke boots on. They are laced up and ready to go. The boys right back into the fight. Now he's in the stasis, trying to buy a little bit of time. Power of Evil's going to die here. Mid laner for mid laner, 1-for-1 so far. Perks was feeling himself a little bit after them side steps, but decided to step a little bit far forward, and now he's in the ground, but the 1-for-1 is fine for Cloud9. They'll continue jumping in. Here's Ven dominating now with a kill on the enemy AD carry. Fudge keeping 2 occupied, just wasting as much time as he can. Waiting for the rest of the team to come back in here. Vulcan grabbing a kill onto Sword Art. Fudge getting the kill onto Spica. Cloud9, 4 dead on the enemy team, only losing their mid laner. Huni's alive. He's taking a red buff. What else is he going to do? He is 1v4 as a gangplank without flash, without ultimate. Just give this one away. Do not go near this Baron pit. The chance of you stealing this is less than 1. Just don't do it.
Barrel chain.
This is foolishness. This is absolute foolishness. Vulcan is just going to occupy him the entire time. Baron is secured. Enemy jungler has his smite button, and that fight is done.
Yeah, it looks a whole lot different when TSM don't have the Galio and the Gragas from last game as their counter engage. Cloud9 have been running rampant, and this is even with Perks starting it out going very aggressive. He does not have Shroud left after using it in the rivers, goes super deep here onto Spica, and does get killed, but it does allow the rest of Cloud9 to finish up this charge. Blabber kind of zones out that Lantern. If Spica takes it, then the charge goes off, and Blabber can knock him back out of it anyways. If he doesn't take it, then this happens. Then C9 just turn their sights towards Lost. Take down actually a higher priority target in exchange for it. And even though Fudge pour one more ultimate out on the ground for the homies, doesn't matter because he's got way more homies left alive.
I feel like this is looking like it's going to game number 3 at this rate, Kobe. And
for sure.
If it does, I feel like Gragas priority is going to be a very real thing. Like, this champion in both games has just been instrumental to the success of the team that it was on. Tier 2 turret falling in the mid lane now, 5-2 turret lead for Cloud9 as they're up 7,500 gold over TSM. Sven rotating into the bottom lane here. Fudge already has the minion wave primed and ready to go. Auto attacks into the tier 2 will be able to bring this down. Just like we saw last time when the roles were reversed, Cloud9 pushing down these tier 2 turrets, and TSM is not in a spot to be able to try to stop them. Perks going into the stasis, stays alive to prevent more CC from following up on that one. And all he's doing is wasting everybody on TSM's time. 3 players from TSM were trying to chase him down, and that just means that the bottom lane inhibitor gets destroyed, Sword Art gets destroyed. Everything in the TSM infrastructure in this base is collapsing, Kobe, and you've got Blabber who's not willing to stop here just yet. Lost is gone. It's a double kill over to Sven. He pops the cleanse and he goes right after Power of Evil, who gets himself away, but Spica's barely at half HP. Cloud9 with a 5-man squad, still pushing even further forward. Perks into the back, slices and dices right back through him with a perfect execution. Couldn't have named the ability better myself. Cloud9 going after Nexus turret number 1. That one should fall right about now with an uppercut from Alistar. Nexus turret number 2 about to drop as well. Cloud9 looking to tie this up, take us to game number 3. They are looking way different here in the second round, Kobe. These boys came to play, and we are going to the decider match as Sven pads the stats a little bit more, and Cloud9 has flipped that switch to the on position.
quick little few adjustments here for Cloud9, and we do get an entire series here, 3 full games from Cloud9 and TSM in the lock-in tournament, exactly what we wanted. Honestly, I really like the small adjustments that you mentioned too with the Gragas for top lane, but there is another thing on this lineup that stands out. No other AD carry does what Kai'Sa does, and Cloud9 are running hard dive. Kai'Sa is the hardest of diving AD carries. So that as a first pick going over to Cloud9 twice with the blue side, I think is going to be one of the main things TSM now look to change moving forward, since we do get a tiebreaker game, final one here coming up.
And remember that TSM, as the team who lost game number 2, will have the ability to select their side here in game number 3. So if TSM chooses blue, things will switch up a little bit. But if they don't, we'll see something much more similar to these first couple of games, even though, honestly, I don't think I can even say that anymore truthfully, since the first 2 games were so different in their outcome. Very strong performance from Cloud9 here in this second game. 18-19-5, something along those lines as a final score line. Just absolutely slamming their opponents. Looked really good. I'm excited to see what game number 3 looks like. I hope we get to see game 1 TSM versus game 2 Cloud9 and game number 3, and it's just an absolute bloodbath. We're taking a break, but on the other side of that break, the analyst desk is going to look towards the deciding match of this best of 3. Don't y'all go anywhere.
Welcome back to the LCS, where we have ourselves a series. 1-1 stands the score as Cloud9 decided to give us another game, and I could not be happier about it. Let's start in Champions Select because there was a very important adjustment made to the Cloud9 comp this time around. Still going for that Hecarim in the jungle, but this time augmented by a couple of different picks in the solo lane. Mark?
Got the Gragas, baby, in the top lane. I like Gragas in the top. I love the flexibility that comes to this champion. Huni, last game, built it full tank against a pretty heavy AD team comp. This time around, Fudge is going for the AP build, where he's building Night Harvester and bringing some extra damage to try and assassinate people, which is really what this comp's trying to do. And that's one of the things I really like about this champion. Has a lot of good lane matchups, can play frontline, can play engage, can flex around quite a bit. So I was really happy to see that pickup.
And the other different pick is the Gragas. The Alistar. The support Alistar for Vulcan has been nuts. If you saw in the first series how he was using it, so many tower dives. But this pick here also makes it a lot harder for you to play Twisted Fate and find picks. You're never going to go for the Alistar. So getting Vulcan, who we highlighted at the start of the series, a standout for Cloud9 on one of the strongest supports, I think is making a big difference in this series.
And the best thing about C9's comp is that while it is still an engage comp and that you would like flanks, it's not necessarily something you must do, because now you have Gragas, who can be a frontline, although he did go AP, so he's still kind of looking for that kind of flank. And Alistar, who can be in the front line, you can engage from the front with flashes and have Hecarim follow up afterward. Also, with the Akali, is a much easier dive champ than TF. You don't have to ult in the back and get your Zanyas and Messiah your way out of the fight. This time you can ult in and you have your Shroud to keep you safe while you do the team fight and dive.
Now, understanding that this is a slightly different roster of 5 than 2020 for Cloud9, Mark, I think one thing remains the same between the two different iterations, and that's the aggression that this team is willing to display, and it always comes so early on into the game. This time around, building a lead with a couple of nice early plays.
Yeah, this is a big improvement for C9 in their early game. I think Fudge in particular had a really nice early game. This kind of like one-shot setup onto Spica when he's trying to contest the Rift Herald. They get a couple kills, they get to finish off the Rift Herald. And it wasn't like an explosive snowball, but it felt like the game was in their control pretty much 100% of the time. They are moving well together as a unit across the map, which is one of the things that felt like it's been lacking a little bit compared to some of the other teams.
Yeah, and here you've got the Alistar, who knows they can go, the Hecarim, keep confusing them. They know they can go for this dive because you look at what's going on the map. Jhin has been left in the bottom lane. Now we already are at a point where C9 is so strong and they can look to approach the fight from different angles. This is so confusing for TSM. Where are they supposed to run to? You've got a Gragas with insane displacement, then the Alistar as well. This combination with Hecarim makes team fighting really difficult. On top of the fact, you actually have 2 tanks in the front line of C9 with damage reduction. That's 18% at least on the Gragas, and then who knows what the Alistar numbers are on his ultimate. It is really tough to actually turn on these champions and try to pick them. So they just have to see it and try to run away and hope not to die, which didn't happen.
Another beautiful ultimate out of Fudge as well on that Gragas in the final replay that we saw in that highlight reel. And Alorum, I think that's where we got to, tip our caps to him and his performance, because again, coming into the day, Huni, Fudge, both underperformers. Game 1, Huni steps up. Game 2, Fudge has stepped up in a big way.
Right, and so some would credit this to Gragas. Gragas has seemed really strong in this series, but it's really nice to see that Fudge had a really great game after multiple not so great games. What that says to his mental is speaking a lot, because he does not get tilted after those previous games, and he can clearly keep his head in the game and have a really great game. So it's really nice to see that a rookie can come into the LCS, take a couple L's, and come out really strong on top of it.
You credit it to the Gragas, and I want to share a short story of how I first started playing League, because I liked all the champions aesthetically and realized I would never win. So you just pick the OP champions and instantly, oh, rank 1. Okay, that's so easy. So you just pick the OP champions constantly every single patch, and the champions kind of win the game or do more for you than if you didn't. So continuing to prioritize Gragas in the top lane, I think is going to go really well thus far in Lock In.
pick the OP champs. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. It only took a decade of League of Legends for us to figure that out, but Crumbs has done it. No, I do want to now kind of reframe towards that third game of the day, as it will decide the series. One team will exit the tournament, the other will move on. And so, Mark, with TSM selecting to stay on red side, I think that's notable, number one. And then two, the growing conversation around Gragas and the question that Captain Flowers asked, where is it now in the priority list when it comes to champion select?
Yeah, I assume it's still high, which means they're either going to ban it or they have a specific counter pick that they're looking for. One of the things in TSM's previous draft was it lacked any real semblance of frontline, which is what made the dive comp for C9 hard to pull off in game one. This time around, it was like 4 squishies and kind of just a Thresh, which isn't going to peel nearly enough. So I wonder what they're going to do. I think whenever you select the same side, it's kind of a hint that, like, I want you, other team, to do exactly what you just did while I make my adjustments. So I think that's probably what they're going to try to do, is let C9 get another dive comp, but have a couple more specific answers.
Well, we've seen Cloud9's willingness to run back similar compositions in the past. We'll see if they take the bait this time around. The deciding game between Cloud9 and TSM is coming up right after this.
Welcome back to game number 3, our deciding match here in the Lock In Tournament quarterfinals between between TSM and Cloud9 to see who gets to move on to play 100 Thieves and who's going home to watch the rest of the tournament from the couch. Now, TSM looked really good in game number 1. Cloud9 looked really good in game number 2. And Kobe, we're going to have to see who can ultimately show up and bring out the dub here in game number 3.
And who will get the Gragas and who will get the Kai'Sa, my friend? Have we decided that yet? Because if TSM have chosen to stay on a red side again here, that makes me feel like Bjergsen and the coaching staff have decided that they are going to go with a similar plan, allow Cloud9 to draft these dive strategies over and over and over, and they're going to go with a similar defensive setup to try and draw them out, make them overextend. To do that, it's definitely difficult, as we've seen with this series unfolding. You need zone control. You need champions with large AoE abilities. Galio is definitely one of the premier ones right now because you can flex it around, although most often seen in support. But obviously, it puts even more pressure on this Gragas pick that both top laners have looked a little risky on champions that are not Gragas. So you know that both of them are like in draft. How about we, early round Gragas there, looking pretty good, right?
The top lane champ pool in this series seems to come down to 2 categories: Gragas and not Gragas. So which one of those pools you end up in might determine a lot here about the outcome of top lane this game. You talked about the Gangplank being one of Huni's old school signature picks during the last champion select, but even on one of those champions he's played so many times before and had so many awesome games on, the Gangplank didn't really seem to be accomplishing much in stopping that incredible Cloud9 dive that you brought up. When you have a Hecarim, when you have a Kai'Sa, when you have the enemy Gragas going in, throwing everybody a different direction, it's so damn hard to fight back. So let's see how TSM changes this one up a bit. One thing they're not willing to change is the Pantheon ban. That one's going to stick around. Renekton banned away by Cloud9 yet again here as well. We'll see how these bans switch up. Is TSM willing to let that Kai'Sa go over? Because I feel like if you leave Kai'Sa unbanned, Cloud9 first picks it, which then also, oh, never mind. All right, I can't even do no more theory craft. I had one smart guy point lined up and they ruined it. So now I just got to go back to being dumb. Kobe, tell us what's actually going on. You're the smart guy. Kai'Sa and Olaf are banned.
I enjoy waiting here, watching you do your explanation. Like, ooh, when does he see it? When does he see it? As it comes in. But Cloud9 banning out themselves. It's like we're kind of getting insight into both teams' pick and ban phase where, like, okay, yeah, they're going to raise the priority there as well. And Fudge is saying, okay, well, we can't afford to first pick the Kai'Sa anymore, so we have to ban it away because we don't want to give it up as well. The Jax ban even opens up Camille possibilities because with Renekton and Jax both banned away, those are two of Camille's worst possible matchups. Taken out here. Oh my God!
You're a prophet.
Nice.
What is this? My big brain co-caster got a brain so big. How does your skull even keep that thing inside your head, man?
I'm just so excited though for Fudge to be put on this pedestal. They're saying, you know what? We're one-upping it. Great flanks you had on Gragas there. We want to do the Camille. As soon as you see these bans, you start getting a little bit suspicious, and they lock it in first pick for Fudge on the Camille, putting up their youngest player. The youngest player in the LCS, actually. It used to be Spica. Fudge is even younger. Literally putting him in the deciding game for Cloud9 versus TSM, one of the biggest matchups that we could possibly have. And Carry Pants better come on. This is going to mean Cloud9 looking for either split push opportunities or flank opportunities here, highly prioritizing some jungle pressure for the top side of the map. So TSM, knowing this, get Graves, the all-around, very, very versatile power farming jungler. Shouldn't lose ground to literally any matchup that's left here. Talia is banned out, so maybe the Nidalee, maybe the Lilia options here for Blabber. I actually even still like Kindred into Graves, especially if you do have Blabber at the helm. But we shall see.
There's no way you did this twice. There. Two. What's next? What's next? Quick. What's next?
Twist of Fate.
Okay. All right. You still, if you got all 3 of those, including one that you just had to guess with no actual information leading into it, I was going to investigate you for champion select fraud.
What's funny?
It's uncanny.
It was between Twisted Fate and Galio because you're looking for the global. But I should have said Galio because the obvious combo with Camille. It makes it bumps it up for a higher priority. Galio Camille is, it's been showcased all season long, but that combo is just easy to use. Hextech Ultimatum to lock him in for the Galio Ultimate. TSM though, the Gragas. Analyst talked about it. We talked about it. All the fans been talking about it. Gragas can knock Camille out of her own Hextech Ultimatum with his ultimate. If you do it quick enough, you can try and help your teammates escape and get out of the zone. The problem is that Cloud9 have all 3 great synergies with these first 3 champions. If you don't get a really perfect, combo breaker basically to this, then what you end up with is no possibility to play in this area. Kindred Ultimate denies you a possibility of killing any Cloud9 members, but also you can't use the usual counterplay, get on the Kindred Ultimate, because Galio Ultimate will come down over it. So pretty much this Gragas pick, everything is on this. Your ult has to displace Kindred, people off Kindred Ultimate. It has to, be used for knocking Camille out of her own ultimate. It has to be used for everything. Huni's Gragas Ultimates have to be great.
And you said at the start of this draft, when we saw the Camille pick locked in first, that your psychic powers were able to predict for us. Oh my god, the amount of faith that Cloud9 is putting on Fudge to do everything with this Camille pick, to give him that first pick, ban away the counters, all of that. And now TSM is doing the same thing in their top laner, putting Huni on the Gragas. We came into this series saying that the top lane is a point of vulnerability. It's a weak spot for both of these teams based on how their players have played so far in the best-of-1 phase of the lock-in tournament. And now here in the deciding game of the quarterfinals, it's both top laners that have had the weight and confidence of the rest of their team placed on their shoulders. And I think that is just badass, that they have that much faith in their own guys like this. The bans have gone through for the second half. MF and Aphelios banned away, really wanting to knock Sven down a couple more notches here on which AD carry he's allowed to play. Remember, they already self-banned the Kai'Sa earlier so that they wouldn't give it away when they first picked the Camille. Orianna and Maokai banned out, and Power of Evil will be on Azir here in game number 3.
Which is perfect, because we just built this all up. All right, you got to have these great Gragas ultimates to knock people off of, the Kindred and Camille AoE zones right here. Azir does the exact same thing. You can sweep them off, or you can drink them under the table. TSM now have 2 options to work with here.
So good.
Trying to clear off this AoE team fight from Cloud9. Sivir and Alistar locked in here to just quadruple down on this team fight for Cloud9.
My goodness.
They've got the chase down, and now to get their positioning perfectly. Sivir, rarely seen in the current meta, but does provide just what you want with this team. If you can get the speed boost, that's all that you need, and the synergies of the rest of your champions will take care of this. Alistar can run straight forward. They talked about it in the last one, with him just playing frontline, having flash, having Sivir's speed boost. This fully enables Vulcan.
How are we feeling about this Bard coming in here as a last pick for TSM in this draft? Clearly, they're looking for some other way to buy some time against the dive from Cloud9 that everyone's going to be participating in as a 5-man squad, as you mentioned here with the Sivir pick. Is the Bard the answer here, or were you looking for something else more similar to like the Thresh that we saw last time?
So the Bard is hard to use, but it is another combo breaker to try and counter this C9 comp. If you are able to Bard ult on them, they're working all off of these zones with Camille and with Kindred, and Bard Ultimate can also set those up for easier placement of your Azir or Gragas answers with your sweeps. So it is another combo breaker, another denial, and I actually do like it because it's pretty easy to land those Bard ultimates when your opponent team is stacking up on the Kindred ultimate, or stacking up, for these plays. Plus, it enables Sword Art to roam around, and that's what TSM need, because Lost has not been able to carry nearly as heavily as Sven. So they kind of need to buy some time for bottom lane, maybe send a jungle gate down there to give Sword Art a roam opening to make some Bard plays throughout the map.
Let's do this. Game number 3. TSM Cloud9. One gets to go forward to play in the semifinals. The other is done until the LCS officially starts its regular season competition in week number 4. Fudge with the grasp on the Camille on the top side. Huni going to be running the grasp on the Gragas, so we can expect to see Huni once again being that tankier style as opposed to the AP bursty style that we saw from Fudge in game number 2. Blabber with the PTA, Spica with the Phase Rush. Now sometimes you will see in the Graves versus Kindred matchup, because it can go either way, one of these guys take an Ignite. It feels like more of a risky solo queue strategy. Doesn't always work out, but it does give you a big edge in the 1v1. Neither one of them opted for that this time around, so just flashes there in the jungle. Lethal Tempo for the Azir on Power of Evil means he's going for that scaling late game build. Again, tying into what you were talking about. They're just trying to stop Cloud9 from making these dives, scale up, become powerful. He doesn't really care so much about the laning aspect or having a Comet or anything. Perks with a Predator on the Galio to make more rotations, make more plays. I hope this game is as spicy as the draft was, Kobe.
Okay, I'm excited as well because Blabber gets his signature Kindred. And anytime, little tip for solo queue, if you ever see a Kindred in solo queue, watch out for, red buff invades. Kindred, the main difference with Graves and Kindred is Kindred doesn't clear as fast as Graves. And so I always look for Kindred to make up for that in some sort of pressure on the map, either invading in the enemy jungle or trying to affect some sort of lane while you have red buff. Red buff is Kindred's best and biggest friend, so I want to see about Blabber's early pathing. I do not recommend trying to go toe-to-toe just out farming a Graves because that would...
Pretty difficult.
Yeah, that would definitely be quite good for Spica. Looks like they are both going to do the red down into blue quadrants for themselves, which does have some implications for Huni up here on the Gragas, as Fudge is already pushing him in. And now you have to start counting these minion waves, because every stacked up large minion wave can also be used effectively by these Kindred players. Ooh, really close there.
Ooh,
he does not.
So good.
He needs to eat a couple more meals a day to have some extra range on that belly. Kindred is really Kindred is really good at diving on these big waves. So namely, Huni's going to probably have to worry about those stacking. In mid lane, PoE should be able to keep control of his quite well, although Perk's often using everything that he has here, expending as much mana and health as possible to get his AoE down, make sure PoE doesn't get him under turret too frequently.
Now, one thing that I will point out is you can see that it was a full clear from Blabber. However, the Krugs were skipped from Spica. So Blabber, if both of these guys do the... go from one end of the jungle to the other one and then recall, Blabber will have a little bit more money here on that one. He's letting the Scuttle Crab burn away, and it's actually a very late take of the blue buff here for Blabber. So if these are both passed off to mid laners here on second spawn, it will mean that Power of Evil has his sooner than his opponent does. So they'll both go ahead and back up, head back to base. Spica grabbing a couple of long swords here. What's the recipe going to be for Blabber? I expect it's the same. Yep. Honestly, perfectly mirrored inventories here for the junglers.
And it's pretty interesting whenever junglers do stuff like that to throw off your opponent's timing, because if you go with standard clears, it's very easy with the 5-minute respawn on buff timers to time them. You usually start looking towards enemy jungle if you want to invade second blue at 7 minutes to try and get your vision down so that you're there in time. But this one won't even be spawning till like 8:50 about. Didn't see the exact timer there, but significantly later than usual due to the delay. Sword Art out on those early Bard roams that we expected from him, though. During a Perk's aggressive move, it looks like their sights are already set towards Fudge, though.
Oh, there is that wave piling up, too. Huni and the rest of TSM trying to take Fudge down, stop him from being able to farm this, but a teleport's coming in, binding into the wall, but with the TP coming through from Perks, that will save Fudge's life. He's wiping the sweat off of his forehead on that one. But in the meantime, Power of Evil just sees this as an opportunity to shove the wave in here in mid and utilize the fact that Perks had to go top. Otherwise, Fudge loses those couple of waves and is sent home with a black and white screen.
Really good roam timing from Sword Art there, and they coordinate it with Spica. But Blabber has done it. we were talking about, oh yeah, Kindred gonna have a hard time out farming Graves. Guess what? Blabber does it, and he's able to counter jungle on Wolves before looking bottom here. Yeah, they should know that TSM are trailing them, so that's a very ill-conceived dive, and
very risky.
They don't want to go for it, so that you should not in any case. Good escape there. They get away with a little camp steal. And this has been afforded because Spica obviously, showed top lane. They spent a bunch of time looking for that dive with Graves, so you give up your position, allowing him to counter jungle your blue quadrant camps, and that is going to mean this Kindred, Blabber set up level lead versus the Graves, and I really do like his possibilities here. Now, if you do meet up in the river.
Bottom side, that Drake's still alive on the map. We'll see if this turns into the third episode in a row of TSM takes first to Drakes. Spica with control, gets that Scuttle Crab, and it looks like he'll start this one up. With the enemy jungler on the top side of the map, should be first Drake, no contest for the side of TSM. Of course, Hooney's going to have a bad time if he sticks around up here, as both Blabber and Perks are nearby looking to facilitate some sort of a play. But Hooney just recognizes, hey, I'm on the weak side right now. Our jungler's bottom. They're taking the Drake. There's nothing for me to contest. You've just got to surrender all that farm, all that experience. That feels bad, but it's what you got to do.
Galio ult is available too, so PoE heading up to defend Hooney here is not a power play for TSM. TSM know that they are giving up a large amount of that wave. Oh, and he's going to get a big chunk.
Shuffles Blabber backwards, and Blabber just says, okay, sure, cool. He got the ulti out of his opponent. That shuts down so much of Power of Evil's playmaking potential. Blabber wants to stick around and steal the red buff, but with a 3-man collapse coming, there's just no way to safely do that, so he has to jump back over the wall with a dance of arrows. TSM, they lose their mid laner's ulti, so we won't be seeing as many plays be made around him here for the next minute or two. But it's still a very close game here in terms of gold, my friend. Cloud9 with about 1 kill's worth of gold lead up on their opponents. You can see the farm advantage for the Camille up there in the top lane, but everything else is really close.
And I want to get in here real quick because it's 20 seconds away from the Rift Herald actually spawning, and that ult is going to be a big deal. Galio ultimate for Cloud9 gives huge priority for a possible Rift Herald play, and you already see Sword Art has recalled, gone back towards bottom side of the map. It looks like Vulcan is going to trail as well. And they're going to go for the blue invade instead of doing top side of the map play. But regardless, Cloud9 are looking to use this priority of Galio ultimate during the window. They don't have Azir defensive properties on the side of TSM. So I want to see them get aggressive on one of these objectives. And Rift Herald is now on the map as PoE heads top while Blabber is actually trailing bottom side.
Blabber still hanging around down here. Farm equal between the junglers, both of them with that Noon Quiver completed. I feel like that's one of the tier 2 items that I definitely know the name of, just because I feel like you see so many champions sit on it for so long. There's
built into everything now.
Yeah, Noon Quiver is just so essential. You see it in every single game of League of Legends. Before we started seeing the Moonstaff builds, I had no idea what Bandle Glass Mirror was called. I called it Blue Orb. So this is the one that I'm confident in. These tier 2 items, some of them still trip me up a little bit, but I am familiar with what these marksmen got going on. And Blabber has managed to successfully steal away his opponent's blue buff. And that means no blue for Azir in the mid lane, which means Perks is much happier about having to deal with the Emperor of Shurima's constant spam, and he manages to get the taunt. Power of Evil, as soon as he's got the ulti ready to go again, has to use it once more. He's chasing after Perks here, looking for a little bit more damage. The soldiers charge forward. Perks at 200 HP. Rest of the TSM squad is following up. Collateral damage finds him, but not quite enough to get the kill. Perks is running for his life, man. Get the hell out of town. Power of Evil with the power of First Blood.
So Cloud9, they used that window to take away the blue buff, and TSM take away Cloud9's mid laner. PoE chases them down. They're going to be rewarded with the Rift Herald itself right after. And I think Cloud9 will be kicking themselves for not kind of using that advantage with the Galio ultimate offensively. They actually just, in a trade in lane, Perks gets chased down, and with the Bard roaming, it means everything here. Sword Art, that last lock-in, 5-pick Bard, as expected. Doesn't spend very much time down there with Lost, makes most of his presence felt up here on the top side of the map, and that is just what TSM have needed. That all being said, this is still C9's plan with the first pick, Camille, for Fudge, setting him up for success. And because Cloud9 still have this Galio ultimate, you always constantly have to be looking and be wary of those possible plays. Fudge still increasing his CS lead on top side and pushing a big wave towards top.
Power of Evil is nearly out of mana, and Cloud9 recognizes what that means. It means goodbye to the Azir in mid lane. Nicely done with the 3-man collapse. They waste no time at all. And with that kill picked up and the plates following up after, Cloud9 has themselves a nice gold lead here.
Every time you see Vulcan towards mid, you better get nervous for the mid laner, because Vulcan on Alistar is a go. He flashes in, gets a combo again, constantly putting pressure, gets one back for Perks after Power of Evil blew his flash offensively to get that kill. The problem for them is they get one turret plate instead of a Rift Herald afterwards. Here's another look at it though. It was a good play by PoE. He walked up and took the back end of the Justice Punch. So PoE forces this knowing that he has the roam. It wasn't Perks looking for an aggressive trade. Perks was looking for the standard wave clear combo there and Justice punching out, but PoE just walks up, cuts it short by walking into the end of it, and actually started out in that first one. Vulcan says, nice. No flash on his ear, huh? Okay, well, I've got flash. That's the end of that story, Flowers. How do you like that retelling?
Way it works. Sometimes there's nothing to it but just blowing the guy up. And now we've got the Drake spawn. We've got a very close gold count for both teams. We got what looks to be a standoff here in the bottom side river. TSM focusing onto the Scuttle Crab here as it is closer to their players, so they'll secure that extra bit of control. Drake down to half HP, but in the middle of resetting. TSM continuing to walk forward. Cloud9's ready to go. Vulcan coming in. Beautiful 3-man knock-up and 3 flashes instantly to get themselves away. Sword Art still dies. Sven takes the kill, and Cloud9, baby. They are getting things done here in this early game.
That is a flank if I've ever seen one. Vulcan back at it again. He's got his ultimate still available too. Honestly, what an exceptional opening here for Cloud9. That affords them the Dragon as well, and up pops the Infernal. Rift's going to take away a lot of these walls that will be a little bit detrimental to their comp, as it's a few less walls for it to Camille to jump off of. And it's a little bit more open space to work with for TSM, but that's a very, very small thing for TSM to be happy about. Rift Herald is used though, and that's going to cash in some more money for PoE.
PoE grabbing some extra gold, trying to keep this game nice and close. Still honestly not that far apart, but damn did Vulcan's flank in that last fight look so good. Let's take another look at how this started off. Initially, just with the teams seemingly in that standoff.
Yep, he takes the long route, sweepers up, blast cones available, lays the ward down even, and TSM have seemingly forgot about him, even though they saw him going to the tri-brush. Then, as you say, 3 flashes blown. And since that ward that Vulcan placed during his flank allows Fudge to get the TP in to finish that one off, Huni, he's definitely dropping some on the ground here as ultimate goes down, another couple one goes down, and Spica wants no part of it then. He's out.
Turret plating finally disappears here. The game very, very, very close between these two squads as a TP showing up on the mid lane tier 1 to catch the wave. Power of Evil back into lane after grabbing the Leandries. Gale Force picked up for Spica's Graves. Remember, Graves is one of those champions in a couple of different mythics we've seen pop up on him. Back in the original item changes, everybody was going Eclipse. Then it switched over into the Shield Bow as everybody was doing the Lifesteal builds. It just made it so it seemed like he never died. And now the Gale Force is overpowered. Everybody wants to be having that extra dash, both to get yourself away or go further into the fight if you just need to catch up to somebody for that extra auto attack. Up here in the top side, seems we've had a lane swap from the side of Cloud9, and it's working out wonderfully as Huni's stuck at half health, no mana, no teleport to come back, and Perks is just chilling here, perfectly happy to shove up the waves.
Yeah, Huni's laying pretty low on mana himself as well, so going to be a little bit more difficult to keep that wave clear going. And Cloud9 now are at the position that they can transition this Sivir to start making use of their full composition. You go from regular C9 dive to turbo dive here with the extra speed allowing Vulcan more opportunities for those all-star, Alistar plays. Now is the opportunity with Gale Force complete as well for Sven, that the Sivir becomes actually very difficult for TSM to deal with. You know, having Spell Shield goes a very long way against champs like Gragas and even Azir and Bard as well. So C9 gonna look to make use of that turbo dive very shortly here.
Next Drake is under 2 minutes now. We'll see if the teams want to start something up before that or if they're just saving everything that they've got for one of those big objective fights. When you're looking at the timers on TSM, important to remember that it was Spica, Lost, and Sword Art who all had to use their flashes to get away from that big flank from Vulcan, and they still got to wait a little bit longer here. Perkz walking away after getting hit by the ulti from the Azir. Spica walking forward, wanting to find just a little bit more damage. They won't get enough to kill Perkz, but they will get enough to take down the tier 1 in mid lane, which does some good work here for TSM to keep that gold closer. Gives them extra control over the mid lane as well, which is another advantage once that Drake does spawn. Power of Evil with 3/4 of the cooldown still left to go on the ulti. Should have it up close to time for the Drake fight, but I'm not sure if it'll be ready if they start it up immediately.
Sivir ultimate gonna be down as well as a cooldown for Gale Force, which, you know, currently the cooldown not very long on it. Don't know if this is actually gonna matter as they're still keeping TSM's AD carry with Lost on bottom side. So Cloud9 should be able to get this no problem, despite the little attempted engage onto Sven. Blabber lands the smite, and that should be the end of that story. Speak of meanwhile revealing on Krugs means that Cloud9 can just continue to wait out these teleports. Fudge is going to have his back soon, and if you get just one deep ward, all that Cloud9 need is one flank, either Fudge or Vulcan. If one of these two champions get behind TSM, the job of Gragas and Azir gets so difficult because you now have to worry about two fronts trying to use these already difficult disengage abilities that you have, and it kind of turns a game into TSM just have to attack one side of the Cloud9 teamfight attempt, and that probably looks like a Bard ultimate from Sword Art. They know Perkz has no flash.
Oh, here we go. Perkz is stuck. Good ulti coming in from Sword Art, but now the counter attack from Cloud9. Fudge is looking to get something, but Perkz is already down. Cloud9 in a 4 versus 5. Spica the target here as Blabber jumps in for some damage. Spica getting himself back with his own ulti. Deadly Flourish coming down to find a little bit more onto Blabber's health bar. Vulcan in the middle of everybody, popping the ulti, staying alive. Lost dying down to the Boomerang Blade from Sven. TSM, they had a 5v4, but Cloud9 played it clean enough to even the odds. Now we've got 4v4 on the map in the bottom side of the river. Sven taking a little bit of damage there as Power of Evil and Sword Art trying to maintain their distance while getting whatever sort of DPS they can. Blabber and Huni both hanging around closest to the Drake. Blabber at half HP. Remember that Lamb's Respite is still ready to go. Huni's searching around here, and there you go. Blabber jumping back over the wall, popping the blast cone to make sure Huni's not able to interrupt him.
Perkz has teleport.
Remember that Gragas' body slam cancels pretty much every other dash, so it can stop you as you're blast coning over the wall. TP coming in. Cloud9 with control over the bottom side river still. One teleport coming in. Two teleports coming in. Cloud9 says, that is ours, thank you very much, and they walk away with the Drake.
And two Drakes over to Cloud9, setting themselves up for a possible stack here. His game would definitely have to go a bit deeper than they are on course for right now. I think Cloud9 definitely have the possibilities to finish it up quicker than that. But here's another look. I like this from TSM. You have to start looking offensively before Cloud9 set up their Wombo combo. So they do get that Bard ultimate initiation onto Perkz, and because they start out on Perkz, when Fudge goes in, Camille ultimate, there's no combo here because TSM use everything to take down Perkz though. Vulcan takes the opportunity to flash in on Lost and complete the 4v5 victory for C9. So many abilities used by TSM early on their pick on Perkz that they didn't have anything left for Lost to stay safe. And it is just good communication and game sense here by C9 to make the call. Yes, we are down in members, but up in threat because Vulcan has flash. And, you know, there's no Azir ultimate for defensive properties here for TSM. He takes it into his own hands and allows Cloud9 the pickup.
The thing that's separating this game from game numbers 1 and 2 to me is the fact that in the previous games, when we saw teams getting these small advantages, a pick, a Drake, whatever, we would see that translate into a steadily climbing gold lead. But this game, absolutely not the situation at all. This feels like it's been paused at a 600 gold difference for so long, as neither team's been able to make any meaningful headway. Fudge tries to jump onto Huni down there, but even without much mana, Huni can just sort of walk away from it. So I'm just waiting for which one of these teams can finally find that big moment that leads to a breakaway advantage. And curious, Kobe, how do we get to that point? What is the win condition for that big playmaking moment here in this game for either squad?
Well, for TSM, I think they have to continue to look aggressively because, again, if Cloud9 get that flank, if they get the initiation, it's so hard to stop the combo. So, again, Bard ultimates are your best friend. Nothing else is that easy to use for TSM. It's going to be pretty difficult unless Huni finds some crazy flank or camps a brush on Gragas and is able to use a flash to start out a play. If it's not that, then Cloud9 are going to have the priority on trying to set this one up. Since they've got control of the river up by Baron right now. They've got plenty of time, over 2 minutes, to transition some of their wards down to the Dragon to set themselves up for the soul point. I would say that this series, though, being so close with both teams, having those openings throughout, I am in favor of turning this into a best of 5, my friends, so that we get some more games.
Just want to impromptu
all in favor,
schedule.
Please say aye in chat if you are in favor. Let's get some more C9 versus TSM going. Looks like it's going to be.
Why stop there, Kobe? Why not just spend the rest of the day having a best of 11 between?
Say it's true, my friend. Say it's true.
Unfortunately, that is not within our power as commentators. We're just supposed to talk fast and get you all excited and say smart stuff, in case, but not in mine. And let's see if they can get a kill on Sven here, who gets himself away with the flash plus the dash out of his Gale Force. So Sven stays alive, but I like the fact that TSM was willing to go for this one. That does get a very important summoner spell out of the Cloud9 AD carry.
Yeah, it definitely does take a lot of the safety. Ult and flash burned by Sven here, plus Gale Force as well. But it goes to show what we were talking about earlier, how difficult it is to pick off some of these side lane users that do have the extra dash in their kit now. Good move by TSM setting that up and burning the cooldowns before the Dragon. But it still is going to be difficult. Again, they need a lot of preparation to try and take advantage of C9 because there's a bit easier reactions from Cloud9 available. Vulcan does still have or has flash available. As it's come right back off of cooldown here. Hex Flash goes away. He's ready to look offensively, so it's only Sven that's got the big target on his back.
35 seconds till that Drake. Still less than 1,000 gold, less than 500 gold. Let's make it sound even more impressive between these two teams. Blabber at half HP. Wants to try to get as much of that back as he can before this fight breaks out here. It is TSM who has control over the Drake pit right now. But Cloud9 are not ones to back away from a fight, especially when they've got plenty of resources ready to go here. However, Blabber does not have that flash anymore. Spica trying to get himself away, but the damage is coming in. Sven's going on a killing spree. They've killed off the enemy jungler as the fight starts out, and Cloud9 has Lamb's Respite to keep their own men alive. Perks gets a kill onto Lost. Power of Evil tries to kite back as Huni gets a revenge kill onto Vulcan. TSM mid laner barely keeping himself alive, getting over the wall here with the Blast Cone. Fudge chasing after Sword Art while Huni's stuck in the middle of a 1 versus 3. He gets away over the wall with the flash underneath the tier 1 turret to stay alive. Cloud9 have slammed this fight. It is a 1 for 3 trade, and they will take that Drake as their reward.
Yeah, they're going to take it all right. They don't let TSM get the Bard ultimate pick. They take the initiative here. Blabber says, I got him, of Spica, before he even goes past the Wraith camp, before Vulcan had even engaged. And once he does, they annihilate the enemy jungler. This is going to be a risky but warded play by TSM. They're going to have to abort mission pretty quickly. That is a Cloud9 ward on the Baron. 7k, it's getting burned so quickly though. Spica's arrived.
If this wasn't warded, this would have been a great play from TSM. Let's see if they're willing to commit to this. There's your 3-man pulverize yet again. Sven goes on a rampage. Everybody's going to be killed off. Baron secured at least by TSM. It is a 1 for 2, but TSM takes the Baron. That favors them.
That is a bold play from TSM. It actually pays off. burning right through that Baron with Power
Holy
of Evil's Azir. My goodness, they take it right back as soon as Cloud9 were able to take down that dragon, immediately calling for this aggressive look. And you gotta say, this type of thing, we don't get to listen in on the shot calling, so it always has to be guesses. But since Sword Art has joined the team, in this series, TSM have been looking very, very aggressive, taking a lot of fights, making some of these calls that rely very heavily on timing. And as you said, if that ward wasn't there, then they burn this and they get out. But the ward is there. Even so, Vulcan arrives. He gets a 3-person knockup. Spica, look at his health. He barely survives. That is nerves of steel, not to use your smite too early to try and heal. He knows the only hope that they have of that being a successful play is if he waits it out until he sees the Baron's health under 800 or whatever it is at the moment. He lands that smite. Spica, whew, that has got to get your heart pumping. As a jungler.
Especially for such a young player. To have that resolve, to have that stoicness in the face of absolute game-throwing possibility. But now we got the fight breaking out. Lost is stuck. We got so many stasis popping off. Perks are going to lock somebody down. Oh, can they manage to get Lost away? No, they will not. Fudge goes on a killing spree. TSM now looking for one in retaliation. Lamb's Respite keeping Fudge alive. Trying to back away now. Power of Evil and the rest of TSM finding themselves caught between a rock and a hard place, and a hard place is named Cloud9. Power of Evil trying to continue that retreat. Perks with a nice wombo combo. Vulcan following up. Power of Evil and Sword Art going on a magical journey here together, but remember that Huni flashed earlier. Now the man's getting taunted, the man's getting pulverized, man's getting headbutted with a Justice Punch. He's somebody's lunch. Double kill over to Perks. The Galio is getting it done, and Cloud9 removes so many of those Barons.
Even with all the tools we mentioned from Champ Select, Flowers of TSM trying to counter this combo. Gragas ultimate is used on the Camille. Bard ultimate is used to try and save their target, but it doesn't matter. Cloud9 waited out. Fudge then is able to stopwatch after they get the pick, after they get the kill onto Lost, and Blabber gets just in range to pop the Kindred ultimate, saving his top laner, making sure they don't lose anyone in the process. Turbo Dive overwhelms all. Let's take a look at it. There's the Camille ult into the Gragas ultimate that put him into the wall. Sword Art knows that he's still going to have to Zhonya's to try and save Lost, who flashes out, but they still can't save him. There's just too much follow-up as Fudge still had a hook shot here. And that stopwatch into Kindred ultimate just on the edge of range. Nicely played. After that kind of mid-fight reset where Cloud9 get to continue the attack, they just separate TSM. They get the 2 picks on top side as Sven and Fudge eyeing Sword Art and PoE here under the Azir Tower. With Baron empowered recalls, they do get out, do get some Baron buffs for themselves, but Cloud9 picking up the kills.
This game is getting pretty scary here for TSM, my friend. It is under 1 minute until this Drake spawns, and it's Cloud9 who currently command 3 elemental Drakes already. Should they succeed in getting this one, they will get an Infernal Soul, which honestly pairs just immaculately with this dive composition, giving everybody that extra proc, that extra burst of damage when they all dive in together. Just
intermission.
Lost. Poof. They just got to look at him now. They don't even have to give him the full-on look, though. Just a side-eye glance, and he will disappear if they get this Infernal Soul.
Thank you, Vulcan, for the halftime performance here on Cow Alistar with the with the cowbell play in the Tribush. But it looks like TSM didn't like the performance.
No, they are not a fan. Not their favorite genre, as they're trying to come in and collapse here. Fudge gets himself away. It looks like Cloud9 might just be saying, hey, you know what? We don't care about the Drake. Let him have it. We're going to take turrets instead. Sven's already at the tier 3. He used his ulti. He is committed to this push. Perks is sitting up top here at the tier 2. So they will just give this Drake soul away to TSM. Cloud9 are instead opting to grab the mid lane tier 3, the top lane tier 2. Sven's still sticking around, putting some auto attacks here into this inhib, but recognizes he needs to get away right now as TSM is rotating back up into the base. So 1 inhibitor now vulnerable, and 1 of the remaining tier 2 turrets destroyed. How do we feel about this trade? for both teams? Is this worth?
I think it's great for Cloud9, opening up a pathway into the base. Exposed inhibitor is so big. Cloud9 can Sivir ultimate chase you down and win one team fight and win the game at this point. So having a Dragon Soul coming up, drawing TSM in 2 different directions. Exposed inhibitor and Dragon Soul coming up very quickly. This is going to put so much pressure on TSM. Very, very pleasantly surprised, by the way, by Cloud9 utilizing Sivir. Not getting picked a lot in the meta right now, yet they recognize that the strengths that they are drafting to right now, which is heavy dive, they don't care about shorter range AD carries. They want things that are going to be following up with their aggressive playstyle, with their heavy dive, and they've just jumped right on Sivir there. It's 4-0 so far for Sven, with also a heavy focus on clearing out all these minion waves. You saw her annihilate the wave towards mid and earn themselves an objective. It's definitely nice to see when lesser used champions slot right into strategies that are already very prevalent throughout the leagues.
And I think it speaks a lot about Sven as a player, too. Because right now, I don't think anybody's going to argue with you that Kai'Sa's in that S tier. The champion has just been all over the place. Very powerful in solo queue, very powerful in competitive play. And then to switch over to something that's just the opposite of that and have the same amount of success, Sven is clearly one of the marksmen to measure yourself against here in the LCS. As Fudge makes the initiation come in, here comes a follow-up from Perkz. Spica wants to get away, but the Winds of War are coming after him. Vulcan on the side, only has a Hex Flash, not a real flash, so has to wait a second to go over the wall if he wants, but TSM will not lose anyone here in this fight. Spica does manage to get away through that magical journey. However, enemy jungler down below 25%. Baron's on the map. What does that mean, Kobe? It looks like purple is back on the menu.
Ding, 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 ding. Serving up right now. 7k health, dropping quickly. We've got Lost opening up. Spica's not close enough to smite.
Curtain calls ready to go. Bard ulti already going through. Baron going to be stuck here at about 1,000 HP and stolen! Power of Evil. What? The Blabber has Smite still available? What? Okay, something happened. The Baron went over to the King of the Chickens, and TSM has managed to get themselves a chance to still fight back in this game.
Jhin ultimate shot right through it as well, chunking it down pretty low. Let's take another look at Blabber's positioning. He's still in the pit. PoE's looking. Gragas ultimate there knocks him so far away. That's got to be out of smite range. Huni, we said in Champ Select, his Gragas ultimates have to be perfect. That one right there earned his paycheck. Oh yeah, my goodness, he knocks Blabber out of the pit. They coordinate Jhin Fire with Azir Soldier from over the wall, and TSM have stolen this Baron in one of our craziest series we've ever had, Flowers. Right back the other way. Now let's see what they can do with it. PoE has been on point in disengaging the Camille Galio ultimate combo with the Azir ultimate. See if TSM can keep it up.
TSM trying to run away. Oh, Power of Evil trying to get himself out of there. Azir might be the king where he's from, but a couple more shots like that and the boys going in the same 6-foot hole everybody else is. When you're not living no more. Cloud9 try to kite this one back. TSM moving forward. Sven wants to escape. Power of Evil hot on the chase. Vulcan tries to go in with a headbutt pulverized, but a good flash away from PoE. Nice follow-up with the Bard ulti. Blabber getting himself out there with a Gale Force as well. Tier 2 turret falls. TSM going big on this one, taking down the Tier 2. However, what is this? It looks like a flank coming in from Fudge. Never mind, they're going to turn the fight right back around. Perkz coming in, looking to keep Blabber alive. Power of Evil also going to be stuck here in that Lamb's Respite. Finally falls. TSM in a very bad place. Vulcan swooping in from the side. More damage pouring in. Lost is gone. Spica running away. Knock up onto Huni, throwing him up into the air. Perkz is on the front line, and the boy ain't stopping till all the bodies are dropping. Fudge jumps over that chicken wall to chase after him. Huni's still on the run. Sven with the boomerang blade over the wall, and Huni is about to drop here next. Your Hex Tech sweep will slow him down, but he's going towards the blast cone. Drake's alive in 2 seconds, and Cloud9 should be able to take it unless they just want to end the game right here. They're already marching down mid. Inhibitor falls. They've got a minion wave coming up behind them. 30 seconds on Spica, 20 on Power of Evil and Lost. The minion wave is here. The ulti from Sivir to get the minions up there as quickly as possible. but with the Baron buff applied to the minions from Huni, Cloud9 cannot end. Instead, they will back off and take their Infernal Soul.
Put another one on the board for Turbo Dive, though, Captain Flowers. That was so ballsy from Cloud9. Did you see Blabber's health? It almost didn't even show up on his health bar above his head when Perkz got the ultimate on him. PoE almost 100% Blabber here, pushing him off his own Kindred ultimate. And look at this. PoE goes in, sweeps him off the ultimate, one more chunk. Look at that health. That's almost all just magic shield from Galio. And he's able to survive. Just so close there. PoE end up going down though, and that means Perkz is making the call, full engage. Fudge went in, got the stun. Even though Vulcan dies after falling up and getting that Alistar combo off, he's got them off the run. Both Blabber and Sven pulling up the rear here mean that there's no real turn for TSM, so they continually have to kite as they're trying to deal with Camille Galio charging forward. And everybody knows how difficult it is to get away from the Camille later on in the game. Hookshot just keeps coming. They chase down the extra kill. And Cloud9 do get the inhibitor as well as the Infernal Dragon.
What a game. I am loving this game number 3.
So not that best of 5 vote.
Whenever we have a series, Kobe, I always hope the series goes the distance, and I always hope the last game is the best game of the series. And here today, we are getting that from TSM and Cloud9. Cloud9 sitting at a 6,000 gold lead with a soul with a 9-kill advantage. But that incredible stolen Baron off the back of a Huni ulti and a Power of Evil auto attack with an Azir soldier has kept TSM in this game. They're going to have to pull off some incredible team play to be able to get a dub here, but it is not over yet.
See what they can work with. Cloud9 pushing up the side wave because Fudge has priority here on the Camille. Has the full 3 item power spike. TSM just running towards the super minions. I like pushing this out. It buys you more time, regardless of what decision point you have to get to about recalling. PoE goes in, though, whiffs.
That was wacky. I'm not sure what that was, but a nice follow-up there from Spica. Gets the Lamb's Respite out of Blabber. That is one of the most complicated team fight tools to have to play around, and TSM just removed it from the equation. Now let's see what their response is to the split push from Fudge, who is in a good spot here to try to apply some pressure to this tier 3, but with Huni showing up, there's no way that he can do that. So you've got a defense of the Nexus turrets, you've got a defense of that bottom lane inhibitor turret. TSM are still just trying to claw back their control over Summoner's Rift. You can see the Cloud9 ward line approaching up further and further, trying to take this territory away from TSM, make it risky for them to leave the base. Fudge continues applying the pressure here in this bottom lane. Baron is up in under 10 seconds. TSM has multiple bodies in the area. Remember that Jhin is not the best. Baron taking AD carries, pretty slow compared to a lot of others, but we already saw how quickly Azir can do it. So if these guys want to try to make another cheeky play, they could, but after the last one ended up being warded and they weren't aware, I would understand if they were a bit hesitant to go for that one here. Huni's staying in the bottom lane to deal with Fudge. Both top laners have teleport ready to go should this turn into a full-on team fight. Gold graph at the bottom, you can see it's nothing but C9 blue. And TSM are fighting an uphill battle here as this big objective is ready to go.
They certainly are. Super minions heading towards mid. They've got pressure from Fudge on bottom side, and the Baron has been started up. Control ward or not, Cloud9 powering through. And there's plenty of damage here with the Kindred and Sivir.
Lost opens up the curtain call. Vulcan coming around to stop him. Baron has been reset. Cloud9's going for the fight. Vulcan already nearly killed off. Deadly Flourish coming in. A little bit more damage coming through as you've got the Shurima Shuffle throwing a couple of them back. Lost grabs the kill into Blabber, but Fudge kills Lost. Now you've got Huni taken very low. Nice interrupt on that kill coming out from Sword Artist. Power of Evil flees, and Perkz looks to finish off that kill too. Sven is running wild. The man is uninterrupted. The man is unstoppable. He is continuing to push forward. 3 health bars still remain on TSM, but they are alive by barely a sliver of an inch. Sword Art wants to get away, but the uppercut kick from Camille says no. Perkz keeps Power of Evil and Spica stuck inside the fountain. Cloud9 have compromised health bars, but there's only 2 players of TSM remaining. Make it 1. C9 find themselves a fight. They use the advantages they've earned all game, and they get trolled at the very end by the inhibitor coming back. It shouldn't matter that much, but man, did that let the air out of the celebration at the very end. but C9 still gonna have it, baby. Speak as your last man standing. He's stuck all the way back in the fountain. They're wanting to pad the stats with another kill, but they won't even need it. Cloud9 take the win in the series 2-1, and they're going on to play in the semifinals.
The slimmest of margins in some of these plays too, Flowers. In the last one, PoE Azir ultimate as Fudge jumps into the air. So Fudge actually dodged the Azir ultimate with the untargetable frames from Camille in Hextech Ultimatum. Gets right over it. They get the combo off. They succeed in the dive. And that's why, you know, when you're playing things like this where Cloud9 just keep putting together layer upon layer upon layer of engage, you really have to be perfect in how you deal with it, because one of them gets through and you get that entire combo, and it actually takes out the entire team. Plus, already having the gold lead plus the Infernal Soul for themselves, so much damage. That was definitely an enjoyable series, though, Flowers. Super excited now to see Cloud9 go versus 100 Thieves.
That will be a sick matchup when we get to see it. Of course, the semifinals will not be played until next weekend. But man, I just want to celebrate both of our top laners here real quick. Again, harkening back to what we were talking about at the beginning of the series, seeing them both as weak points on their teams. You already mentioned Fudge playing that last fight well to ensure the victory for Cloud9. We saw Huni's ulti knock the enemy jungler away, yeet Blabber on out of that pit, and make it so that Baron was stealable to keep TSM in the game. They also both had good Gragas performances in games 1 and 2 when they played the champion respectively. I think both these guys showed up in a much more serious way to today's competition than they did during the best-of-1 group stages. I'm looking forward to seeing more of them. More out of TSM in Week 4 since they are eliminated now. More out of Cloud9 next week when we get to see them play up against 100 Thieves. Honestly, this series, man, I couldn't ask for nothing better. This was so much fun.
I was definitely pleasantly surprised by a lot of the aggressive looks from TSM. You know, Power of Evil on this Azir keeps going in, trying to burn cooldowns off of perks, you know, get some momentum there. He tried a bunch of times on Blabber as well. Hard to pin down the Kindred with a Gale Force, but they're constantly looking for plays, and having this team just come together now, you can definitely see the growth path for that team. So even though they lost here, also well played to TSM. Definitely excited to see Cloud9 move on and continue to build on this turbo dive strategy, because they just kept going with it. They're like, okay, change is fine.
Awesome.
Double down, triple down. We keep on diving.
The coherent composition prevailed. That's it from us here on the caster desk. We're about to head over to another break now, but once we return from that break, we are going to have Blabber ready to talk about that neck-and-neck series and how Cloud9 was able to prevail. Don't y'all miss it. We'll see you back here soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LCS, here with another Verizon post-game interview alongside Cloud9's Blabber. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. Just won my series.
Yeah, you won it, but I'm still kind of catching my breath a bit as a viewer because it went the distance all the way to 3 games. So just kind of digest for me how that was from your perspective, from picking it up in Game 2 and holding it together even with things like Baron steals in Game 3.
Yeah, so after we lost game 1, we weren't really like shaken or anything. We played some champs that we weren't super comfortable on, I'd say, and then we ended up faltering. We weren't able to really dive with what we really wanted from our first couple of picks. So we changed it up in game 2, right, to just dive in. We knew our job was good. And game 3, for example, after they stole a couple of Barons, we were just like saying like, yeah, it's kind of free win for us. Like as long as we just play how we normally want to play. Sivir's up 2 full items. We can't lose this game.
Yeah, on that note of being on champions you might not be as comfortable with, because we did see you obviously go for things like the Kindred later on. We know that Perkz comes with a giant champ pool of his own, having played 3 different picks in the series. Is that part of the motivation between you and the rest of the team, alongside with the new coach, to try and diversify here early in the lock-in tournament?
Well, I think all of us have very large champion pools. I didn't mean like we were uncomfortable on the champions themselves, but like the way our champs work together. We didn't really practice like that type of team comp very well. But I think because Perkz comes, right, he brings a lot of experience as well as like a large champ pool and a lot of knowledge from Worlds too. So he definitely has helped us a lot regarding that.
But bringing it even more back to the players that have remained, I mean, you, Sven, and Vulcan, everyone is saying that you have stepped exactly into the places where you left off, a lot of that strength and fire that we know from Cloud9. For you specifically, is there anything that you're working on as an individual? Because I know that you are driven to try and transform some of the things that happened for Cloud9 at the end of last season.
Yeah, I mean, individually, I know that sometimes I play like way too aggressive with my positioning, and that's something I'm trying to work on so that I don't get caught off in team fights or I have like a bad, I guess, position in the team fight where I can't deal damage. Me individually, that's something I've been working on, but I do think that we've been playing pretty well as a team and hoping we can keep showing that.
Those moments create a lot of fun for us as the fans watching that aggressive jungling from you. And in the next series, you're going to be facing off against Closer, which is nothing new to you, but still another jungler that has a lot of power from his position. Any thoughts going into that series?
No, I think 100 Thieves are a really good team. Obviously, Closer is a very good jungler as well. So I'm very excited to play against him in 100, and I think it'll be a good one.
We're all looking forward to it, Blabber. Thanks for stopping by.
Yep, thank you very much.
With that, we did get our wish granted of a series going the full distance of 3 games. And to break it all down, let's send things over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, the Tigers. Already the 2nd series of the year and the best one of the year, if I do say so myself. A full 3 games in Cloud9 coming out on top 2-1 over TSM. We said it before the series started, Primal, but these C9 TSM games always seem to deliver, and I think this 3rd one was absolutely no exception to that rule.
Absolutely. And, I think the thing that made me feel good about this series is there was a lot to like from both sides. Obviously, C9 won, but we saw such proactive shot calling and good trades by TSM from behind, especially that trade for the Dragon Soul and sacrificing 3 turrets. That's a trade that old TSM never makes. Wards don't move like that. And new TSM chooses to actively make to try to even up the game from behind. So they're not great at creating leads, but when they're behind, they know what to try to do.
I like that point about things that both teams were doing that are good that they are showing so far, because it's the lock-in tournament. We have to remember that even if they didn't show up, well, the tournament here is that exact place where you can make those errors, or you can try to experiment a little bit more and go for those Barons and see what happens, because this was a TSM that is definitely new to a lot of people.
I like C9 really approaching Game 3 with a different draft, despite being on blue side 2 times in a row with the first pick, Camille. It's one of Fudge's best champions, if you look back at his academy days and stuff like that. And they were able to get a lot of support for it with the the Galio, as well as the Sivir Alistar. It's just so much setup for the Camille and backup as well when she finally does go in. So overall, I liked the adaptations that we saw. And even the Bard and stuff was like really fun and interesting to see these different picks starting to come out later in the series.
Yeah, you know, it was intriguing to me going into the third match with the teams on the same side of the rift. We had that conversation. Typically, that indicates the red side team, you know, almost challenging the blue side team to run back the same comp. And would TSM have something a little bit different in store for them? But both teams shaking up their look a little bit, and that was a great look from Vulcan right there.
Man, Vulcan looking so good this game. Absolutely insane flanks to catch out key targets. Lost was not having a fun time with Vulcan having his number pretty much every single fight with these flash pulls. So I think Vulcan was definitely player of the game for me in Game 3. And I also want to talk about Fudge, man. We need to put some respect on this guy's name. He's been getting flamed since his brainless comments, and overall, although I think there are definitely some things he could have done better this series, I do think that his Camille game was really, really clean, and he showed he knows how to play Gragas, which is par for the course for top lane. So I think Fudge has actually been quite good this series overall.
Yeah, Fudge is picking it up. I think Perks is still leaving. Well, the expectations for Perks were so high that we're like, well, are we really getting all the things we wanted to see from Perks? But I think what Cloud9 is doing well is that they're actually relying on the old synergies from last year, despite the players changing, to make sure that they start getting familiar with playing with each other, with the team synergies. And you see here how clean they have been with the Camille and Galio initiation with the Alistar. The only disruption is the fact that they have to deal with Huni and Sordar, who were trying to do a pretty good job in marking both the Alistar and Camille with the body slams and Qs.
Well, and they also kept losing Barons and stuff. I think TSM made some aggressive shot calls. I actually really liked the first replay that showed the
attempted
the
sneak.
top side. Yeah, the flip up to the top side after going for a Drake attempt. Usually Vision time kind of lapses in the top side after everyone drops all their wards bot lane. And you can actually go for those sneaks pretty frequently. It would have been better if they had a sweeper. But I still like the idea of like, okay, Drake fight. Everyone just threw a million wards down there. Oftentimes that means nothing in the top side. So it was really clever. Didn't work out. And the risk reward's still good. Either you win the game or potentially after getting the Baron. You lose if they wipe you there and get the Baron as well. Or you just secure the Baron, maybe lose a couple people, which is what ended up happening.
This play here, I mean, this is exactly what we mean when we say every single time these two teams play, it becomes interesting in some way, shape, or form. We had the Baron steal there from an auto attack of Power of Evil, about 57 health. And then in this attempt to push down the mid lane to end the game, a beautiful flank found by none other than Fudge. And this is where I want to hand it back to you, Primal, because it was the topic of the day. The top laners in this matchup and how they would each perform individually. And over the course of the series, I think Fudge not only performed better and better, but gained a lot of confidence in the process.
He did, and, you know, I think it was mentioned on the last analyst desk that, you know, to come back in Game 2, I think Alora mentioned, your mental has to be strong, right? Like, when you have a bad game and you're in your series, it's your first series in the LCS, like, it could be really easy to just tilt off the face of the earth, and Fudge did not do that. I will also say in his defense on the Aatrox game, I think it was actually super hard to play Aatrox and flank, which is his role on the team, because generally flanking is something that requires a lot of team coordination. It's something that even seasoned LCS veterans mess up all the time. So all things considered, I think he should feel proud of his series, and I think Huni was fine as well.
Yeah, it's another thing to consider, too, is that a lot of these young players, understanding that Fudge has seen his fair share of Academy playoffs and best-of series, they don't often find themselves with this much experience in a best-of series on the LCS stage. And that's another one of the benefits of the lock-in tournament and one of the main reasons why each of these teams wants to keep fighting forward in the bracket, to buy themselves some more game time. As we do, we say goodbye to TSM here in the lock-in tournament, which we knew was going to be the case for one of these two squads coming into the day, but it's a little bit of a shock here now to actually be saying it only a week or two into the LCS season. I'm not normally saying goodbye to teams. But
yeah, we're the rip videos that we...
Yeah, right? Where's the... we need the sad music
right?
and the grayscale. Put our editors to work. All right, well, when it came to the back and forth of this match, there was, of course, a rock in the bot lane for Cloud9, which earns Sven player of the series. Not an easy choice to make here, Mark, but deathless across the last two games of the series. Definitely tipped him over the scales.
Yeah, even in Game 1, had a pretty good scoreline and has some consistent performances throughout. Like you said, anytime it's a full series and you lose a game, there's going to be things you can debate. Vulcan had an incredible Game 3, but was a little bit caught out of position a number of times in the first game. And so you're debating, is it more about who won the series? Was it more about who had the most consistent performance? And you get into this area where it's a really interesting conversation about who is ending up going to get it. Goes to Sven for us, though.
Absolutely well-deserved by Sven. This guy is a workhorse game after game. And I also want to shout out Blabber. I think Blabber was incredible in all 3 games, but I think one thing to look at is his champ pool, right? This is the only guy in North America who's playing Kindred right now, and with Pantheon and Olaf getting banned consistently, there's pretty slim pickings when it comes to physical damage junglers. So Blabber, by busting out the Hecarim and the Kindred, showed he has a lot of depth to absorb a lot of those bans.
He creates pressure in the game and in the draft. With that, though, Cloud9, they advance to face 100 Thieves next week in a best of 5. That's right, we're ramping it up one more time to the best of 5s, but we still have 2 quarterfinal matchups with Evil Geniuses versus Golden Guardians to kick things off tomorrow, and FlyQuest facing off against Team Liquid shortly after. Let's zero in on that EG Golden Guardians matchup, because I think similar to the 100 Thieves Immortals matchup at the top of the day, this one is expected to be lopsided towards Evil Geniuses. But if there's one thing that this Golden Guardian squad has done so far in this year, it's shirk all expectation for us as outsiders already.
Well, I think the fact that FlyQuest actually played a really close game into Evil Geniuses, beating them despite us thinking that this team was going to just obliterate them, even with Jose, means that the EG squad can bleed. So Golden Guardians, they continue to experiment with the draft. They can actually find a way to beat EG, as we already have a game plan from a team with a roster that's somewhat similar to what Golden Guardians has.
I'm on the other side of that conversation. FlyQuest getting a 2-0 once Jose Dioto showed up. How good are they really? Can they take down favorites Team Liquid? No, but it's...
You answered that question too quickly, Mark.
What? Yes.
I actually, you had me. I was baited. I was like, all right, we're gonna ask that question, and then you had.
I still have my credibility to consider here. Okay.
Reality.
What credibility?
Reality never hurts so bad. What about you? What's your stance, Primal? Which of those men do you think? What's your opinion on that FlyQuest squad with Jose Dioto? I mean, obviously, Team Liquid is a Titanic team, but FlyQuest looks good.
Yeah, I think FlyQuest looks good. I think they just kind of got unlucky with having to face the best team in the tournament round 1 of the knockout. So I think if I'm them, I'm looking at this as an additional chance to work on their synergy together, get Jose Dioto more integrated with the lineup, because we still haven't really seen a complete pop-off game from him. So I'm expecting FlyQuest to go down 0-2. If they take 1, I think that's an amazing confidence boost for their team. But they should temper their expectations here.
Awesome. Well, just a couple of thoughts from us here ahead of tomorrow's matches, but we're going to leave the majority of it till tomorrow. For now, though, that's going to do it for us here on the LCS broadcast. So for myself, the broadcasters, the entire remote broadcast crew, thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCS. Stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other, and good night.